We are on the record in case number 2022-00372, electronic application of Duke Energy Kentucky, Inc. for an adjustment of electric rates, approval of new tariffs, approval of accounting practices to establish regulatory assets and liabilities, and all other required approvals and relief. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Will be presiding over the hearing today. Joining me is Vice Chair Angie Hatton and Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. For those of you that are in the room today, I ask that you please turn your cell phones off or to silent. For those, well, there's nobody online yet, so let's skip forward. The purpose of this hearing today is to take evidence in this matter. Before we get started in earnest, we'll go ahead and have an entry of appearance of counsel for the applicant, Duke Energy.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Duke Energy Kentucky, my name is Rocco D'Ascenzo, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio.
And appearing with you today?
Appearing with me today is Larissa Vaisman and...
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Elizabeth Brahma, Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister, 80 South 8th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Valerie Herring, Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister, 80 South 8th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And will you all be rotating and tendering different witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And for the Office of the Attorney General?
Angela Goad with the Kentucky Attorney General's Office.
Thank you, Ms. Go. I'm not used to seeing,
Without the mask.
well, I meant anybody else all the way down to the corner except for
The AG's office.
Well, KIUC is usually all the way to the edge. So, and for Walmart?
Good morning, Your Honors. Carrie Grunman with the law firm of Spillman, Thomas & Battle here today on behalf of Walmart, Inc.
Okay. And for Kroger?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kurt Boehm appearing on behalf of the Kroger Company.
Thank you, Mr. Boehm. And for Sierra Club?
Good morning, Your Honor. Joe Childers on behalf of Sierra Club. With your indulgence, I left my jacket at home this morning. And I have with me Kristen Henry and Kate Huddleston.
Okay. If I was Mike Schmidt, I'd make you go home, but I'll since you've got co-counsel, I'll let it slide. Okay. And for the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Association?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Todd Osterloh, Circle Turner, Barker Maloney, along with Hannah Wiger and Paul Warner with Shepard Mellon out of the Washington, D.C. office.
All right, thank you, Mr. Osterloh. Just want to clarify, because I have different counsel here, will a Joshua Smith be appearing today on behalf of the Sierra Club as counsel?
Your Honor, I'm going to appear instead of Mr. Smith today.
Okay. And then for the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Association, will it just be you three, Mr. Osterloh?
That's my anticipation, yes.
All right, thank you. And then for commission staff?
Mariah Tessie and Heather Temple for Commission staff.
Thank you, Ms. Tussey. I checked the record this morning, and public notice was provided and evidence filed in the record on May the 3rd. I noticed that we have outstanding petitions for confidentiality and also the motion for leave to file corrected testimony, which I think was made on Friday.
Correct.
Are there any other outstanding motions that any parties are aware of that we need to take up today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Given the amount of time, pro regulation has not run yet for the responses, or I guess it's technically responses to the motion, we'll wait to address that by written order. And of course, you'll have an opportunity when you tender those witnesses to amend their testimony on the stand, and then we'll take the motion formally under consideration after the time is run.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any? Mr. Brand, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd requested in my witness list filing that my witness be able to testify tomorrow by date certain. Didn't file a motion, but it was a request in the notice.
Okay. Why don't you take? I reviewed it, but I don't remember even seeing that. We'll take that up today after lunch. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay. Nobody has submitted, per the public notice and the information on our website, nobody has submitted a request to provide public comment remotely. The public notice also indicates that folks can provide public comment prior to the beginning of the hearing. this is the time and opportunity, if there's any member of the public not associated with the case, take your opportunity to provide public comment. I ask that you come to the microphone, indicate your name and address, and we'll give you an opportunity to provide public comments. We'll give you 5 minutes to provide your public comments. So if anyone's interested, don't clamor, but the microphone is on at the front of the hearing.
All right. Good morning, Your Honor. Jed Portman here on behalf of 80 Acres Farms, 345 High Street, Hamilton, Ohio. 80 Acres is an industry-leading vertical farming company, the largest vertical farming company between the coasts. We have 5 production facilities in Ohio, and we're currently completing a 200,000 square foot farm in Boone County, Kentucky. That's a $74 million investment. It will create 125 jobs and fully operational later this year. We grow greens, herbs, fruits, and vegetables all indoors using hydroponic technology and LED lighting. We work with a number of local, regional, and national partners, including Siemens, Signify, Duke, Kroger. Growing indoors allows us to grow more sustainably, using 95% less water per pound of produce, growing 300 times as much food per square foot. It also allows us to complement conventionally grown produce with a year-round supply of local food. It's a food security solution, an opportunity to replace produce that's currently imported from the West Coast, from other countries, with healthy, locally grown food. We are building this farm in Kentucky. We're planning to expand further from there, both in Kentucky and beyond. We like to say that we go where people want us, and our farms have been sold out for the past several years due to consumer demand in Ohio, Kentucky, and beyond, so there will be need to continue building. We appreciate Governor Beshear's commitment to Kentucky's future, including the future of agriculture and his active participation in economic development. The commitment of Kentucky's Energy and Environment Cabinet to the future of agriculture, sustainable growing, is one of the reasons why we've come to the state. The Cabinet has been very interested in addressing our clean energy needs as we've been evaluating where to build our future farms. Importantly, relevant today, the Cabinet connected us with Duke Energy. Growing using renewable energy is at the very foundation of what we do. Our Ohio facilities currently run on 100% renewable. Access to renewable energy is helping us determine future farm sites, and Duke Energy has demonstrated a commitment to helping customers find solutions to their energy needs, including us. This sort of collaboration is informative as we make decisions about our investments. Again, we're continuing to build $75 to $100 million farms and the location of those investments. We support the Clean Energy Program. It's under consideration today. This program provides customers in northern Kentucky with access to clean power. That access is very important, essential, really, to all of us at 80 Acres Farms. I respectfully urge the Commission to approve the Clean Energy Connection Program, ensuring a more sustainable future, not only by unlocking clean energy solutions for Kentucky homeowners, but also by opening doors for innovative technology and next-generation job opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to provide a comment today? Okay. Seeing none, just would like to remind folks that they can provide public comments anytime prior to the submission of a case. We have 3 primary ways that you can provide public comments. You can provide them through our website at psc.ky.gov. There's a form to fill out. You can also email them to the Public Service Commission at psc.comment@ky.gov. And then you can also mail them to the Public Service Commission at 211 Sower, S-O-W-E-R, Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40602. We'd ask that whichever way you decide to provide public comments, that you include your name and your address and the case number, which the case number of this matter is 2022-00372. Again, you can file comments. Let's just say you're probably safe to file comments within the next month, anytime prior to the submission of the case. Mr. D'Ascenzo, I know you filed a witness list. I think there's 31 witnesses on it. I want to make sure that at the outset we don't have any witnesses missing, or you have any concerns with the ability of any of your witnesses to testify in person. So I want to first confirm that they're here, they're not missing, nobody's come down sick, and that you don't intend to, at this point, depart from the order that you originally provided.
Your Honor, correct on both. I believe all witnesses are here. I haven't taken an inventory of everyone, but I heard from everyone at least. And we are intending to take the witnesses in the order as they were filed, unless the commission has requests otherwise.
Yeah, and it's your case, you have a right to call them out of order if you'd like. I just want to make sure for just trying to do a little housekeeping here at the outset. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, as I indicated to Mr. Boehm, we'll take his request under notice, or under consideration after lunch. And it's my understanding that the commission, that we've only approved a single individual for a date certain. Is that all the parties' understanding? That Mr. Chris from Walmart, is that right? And that's for tomorrow?
No, Your Honor, I believe he's approved for a date certain on the 11th, which I
The
think is
11th,
Thursday.
okay. All right. I think we'll still be here, so that's okay.
I anticipate that we will.
Yeah. So, before we get started, before you bring up your first witness, I want to go over a couple of housekeeping items. So we'll take a break mid-morning this morning. We'll break for lunch around 12:30 today. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. We will probably end at what I'll refer to as an ordinary time today. So let's call it around 5:30 p.m. But I'm putting everybody on notice effectively that expect to be here to an uncertain late time on Wednesday and Thursday at this point. So make whatever arrangements you need. My guess is that based off experience at this point, both Wednesday and Thursday we'll need to make dinner arrangements for everyone and then come back after dinner. That's how late we're talking. So I just want to make sure that we do as much damage as we can on Wednesday and Thursday. If we finish Thursday, that's great. If we have to go back Friday, that's fine, but it won't be because we didn't try to get as much done on Wednesday and Thursday as we could.
Can I just
Right.
ask a schedule clarifying? Is it your intent to finish the hearing by Friday and not to have to come back on Monday? Is that the,
That's the hope.
okay.
I think intent is a bit strong of a word, but that's the direction we'll be rowing.
Perfect, it's helpful for scheduling purposes.
I'd like to finish the hearing this week. I don't want this to be like North Carolina. No offense to our friends from North Carolina, but I'm just, that's a couple weeks too many. So we'll take our first break at, we'll call it, 10:30, 11. We'll take lunch at 12:30 today, same thing tomorrow, and then we'll play the afternoon by ear. I suspect that we'll do a approximately 45-minute, maybe 50-minute lunch today. My only other statement I was going to make at the outset is, I'm routinely, it's never any other commissioner, I'm routinely late coming back from breaks. When I say 15 minutes, it ends up being 20 or 25. That's usually when I have the luxury to do so. That won't be the case over the next 3 or 4 days. I think when we say 15 minutes, when we get back from that 15 minutes, we'll be starting promptly. So if you're not in the hearing room, don't be surprised when you come back and the hearing's going. 10-minute break, 5-minute break, 15-minute break, we're going to be sticking pretty strictly to those times.
All right.
Mr. D'Ascenzo, or Mr. D'Ascenzo, I'm going to get confused with D'Ascentis and D'Ascenzo, I'm sorry. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. For its first witness, Duke Energy Kentucky calls Amy Spiller.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat.
Thank you.
State your name and address for the record.
Amy Spiller, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Spiller, would you please again state your name, business address, and position with the company for the record?
Amy Spiller, State President, Duke Energy, Ohio and Kentucky, business address 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio 45202.
Thank you. And did you cause to file direct testimony and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to either of those?
I do not.
If you were asked those same questions today, then would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is it your intention that that testimony and those responses would be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
It is.
Thank you, Ms. Spiller. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Yeah, and I didn't talk about at the outset. I think the hearing, we have an order that initiates the cross-examination, correct? That was in the hearing, the order we entered. So I think I'm not gonna pretend like I remember what happened last week. So, please give me 1 second, Ms. Gold. I know you're first, but make sure I have a good idea as to who's second. So the cross-examination procedure will go to the Attorney General, the Sierra Club, the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Association, Walmart, Kroger, and then commission staff. Is that everybody else's understanding? Okay. Now, so for the Kentucky Broadband and Cable Association and Walmart, who currently don't have a seat at the table, have you all discussed with counsel at the table how you all, or do you all already have an idea of how you would like to move in and out to conduct your cross-examination of witnesses?
We haven't had a specific conversation, but with the narrow scope of our focus, I don't anticipate there should be a problem.
Is it the commission's preference that we be at the table, or would you be okay if I conduct my cross?
I think the commission's only preference is that you be at a microphone or that you have a microphone near you so that the cameras we can take care of. It's the microphones I'm necessarily worried about that the official video picks up whatever the questions are at any given time. So if you'd like to sit there and lower the microphone, if you're comfortable there, that's fine. And you all do whatever you're comfortable with. We can put the camera on you. I just want to make sure you have a microphone near you.
I'll either be at this microphone or I'll make arrangements to exchange places with one of the interveners.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Ms. Goad?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Spiller.
Good morning.
I just have a handful of questions for you this morning. So in the application at page 5, paragraph 9, in the pending case, Duke Kentucky states that it seeks to increase its electric base rates by approximately $75.2 million for a new total of $453.5 million, and that number includes fuel costs, correct?
I do not have the application in front of me, but assume that you're restating that correctly.
Okay. Would you like counsel to give you the application, or are you okay, subject to check?
Subject to check is fine. Thank you, counsel.
Just one moment, please.
You may approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry, counsel, can you please refer me back to the paragraph you were
Yes.
referencing?
The application, page 5, paragraph 9.
That is correct. That increase does include fuel.
And subject to check, based on this information, does it sound correct that that's about a 20% increase in revenue, including the fuel costs?
The average increase is about 17.9%.
But based on the revenue increase, subject to check?
Correct. The increase reflects an approximate 17.9% average increase.
When you review the application schedule C2, it shows that the base revenues without the fuel cost for the forecasted test year is $248.1 million. Does that sound familiar?
It does not, and I do not have that schedule with me, counsel.
So subject to check, the $75.2 million rate increase based on no fuel costs included would would you accept that that's about a 30.3% increase in revenues, not including fuel costs?
I would say subject to check and confirmation from our witnesses, among those Sarah Lawler.
Is it accurate that if Duke Kentucky is granted a rate increase in the pending case, it will represent the third rate increase for Duke Kentucky's electric customers in the past approximately 5 years?
We have had electric cases in 2016, 2019, and then this pending case.
Okay. I have down the pending case 2017 and a 2019 case.
That's when they would have been, the 19 case was approved in 20.
And do you recall in discovery the Attorney General asking if Duke Kentucky was aware of some of the poverty rates that exist in its service area?
I do recall that question.
And with the highest poverty rate being in Pendleton County at 14.8%, do you recall that?
I do recall the question.
And is it correct that based upon Duke Kentucky's original requested rate increase of the $75.2 million, the average residential customer's bill would increase by approximately $25 per month or 21.4%?
Those averages, counsel, would be better directed to Sarah Lawler. I can assure you that we are aware of the impact of this case on our customers, and that's why we have included in the application various rate mitigating measures, and that's why we have expanded significantly our outreach to customers.
So would you agree that this type of rate increase, especially on the residential customers, can pose financial hardships on them?
We are certainly sensitive to the increase in our rates and what that impact may have on our customers, which is why, again, we have been so intentional on advising our customers and educating customers, as well as their networks, on the different programs that we have available that are available through governmental agencies to mitigate their consumption, to conserve energy, and also gain access to financial assistance.
Thank you, Ms. Spiller. Chairman, I have no further questions for this witness.
Sierra Club?
We have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Osterloh, no questions?
No questions, and it's more efficient. We'll come closer if we anticipate any
Cool.
cross-examination questions.
Can I just ask, not that I can't guess from the testimony in the case, but do you know which witness you think is the first that you'll have
Probably
questions
Mr.
for?
Sailors.
Witness 30? Okay. And if earlier, maybe witness 29? Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Osterloh. Ms. Grumman?
No cross.
Mr. Payne?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Staff counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Spiller, if you're not the best person to answer this, please just let me know. I think in several responses throughout, not just your responses, the Duke prefaced some of the responses with being competitive in the region in northern Kentucky. And could you explain or further describe why you all feel like you need to compete with Duke, Ohio or Duke, Indiana?
Competitive in what way, counsel?
Well, in the, I guess, development of certain tariffs and certain programs, I think you all referenced being competitive in the area with other utilities.
I could certainly address that from the perspective of economic growth and economic development activities. That is an area, economic development, that is increasingly competitive. And utility rates are a part of that calculus, as well as site availability, our revenue structures, the access to talent, the access to logistics, to convenient supply chains and the like. And so in northern Kentucky, we are very much involved in economic growth and development opportunities. And among those are some of the reasons that we're proposing some of the proposals in this case, including our clean energy connection.
Who would you all be competing with in that area besides other subsidiaries of Duke?
So within a region, we would, within the Commonwealth of Kentucky alone, we compete against the co-ops, the other electric utilities, because site selection, site availability are also critical factors for an existing customer that's looking to grow, or a prospect that may be looking to locate. And certainly within the region, we will be competing among all of the other states that surround us as we think about, again, customers looking to create new business opportunity and new growth. It's a highly, highly competitive field, and economic development competition actually occurs across the country.
That's all I have from Ms. Spiller.
I guess along those same lines, it's hard to understand how competitiveness factors in for your customers, since you would have a monopoly on those rates. How has this application considered that fact?
Madam Vice Chair, when we think about competition, I was speaking in terms of our engagement, our participation in economic development activities. So looking to attract new businesses to our service territory in northern Kentucky to contribute to that overall economic vibrancy, to bring more jobs, and among that, and more of a customer base, but more opportunity for our customers in northern Kentucky. And again, economic development activities really are a national phenomenon, if you will, and we've seen that certainly here in the Commonwealth, as Governor Beshear and his Energy and Environment Cabinet have been intimately involved in bringing new businesses and growing businesses in the Commonwealth.
But specifically, how have you weighed those considerations with how that affects your customers, say, in Pendleton County?
I'm sorry?
Specifically, how have you considered those necessities or considerations as it affects the way these rate increases would affect the citizens of Pendleton County?
Well, the economic development activities, we're not necessarily asking our customers to pay for the economic development activities in which we engage. As I think about our board participation, as I think about our efforts to partner with other stakeholders in the region to bring new prospects to our region, we do have a revised economic development tariff in this proceeding, and company witness Salyers can talk a little further about that. We do think, and it's reflected in my testimony, Madam Vice Chair, our efforts have contributed to probably $5 billion worth of capital investment in northern Kentucky and the creation of over 35,000 jobs in northern Kentucky. Among those are customers. And so we do think that there is that connection, that our activities in growing the vibrancy of our region does provide benefits to our customers.
Morning. When you look at the economic development process, are you on the front end of the process? So when you're looking at bringing a company in, are you part of the bid process?
Commissioner Regan, we are very much part of that process, and we partner in northern Kentucky with, it's now called BNKY. It was the Northern Kentucky Triad Association. We partner with regional, local, statewide economic development organizations, and oftentimes if a prospect is looking at a site, they will have an approximation of their energy consumption, their anticipated load, and we will share with them information on what infrastructure we may have in place ready to serve them, or what additional infrastructure may be necessary to enable service to that load and related load, and then the timetable that may be involved to actually put those facilities in place.
And if it's a new location, do you pick up the costs of putting the facilities in there, or is that normally like split between the company and the provider?
The answer is it will depend on the circumstance.
Okay.
And what infrastructure may be needed to serve that customer. We will also look at the forecasting and the expected growth in that particular location as well.
Okay, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Do you have a copy of your testimony?
I do.
I think first, do you mind to turn to page 20? Page 29.
I'm there.
So in the paragraph in the middle of the page, you talk about the testimonies of Mr. Luke and Mr. Park as it relates to the lives of the company's CTs and the company's coal plant, correct?
Correct.
And after discussing Mr. Luke's testimony, I think related to the CTs, you turn to, on line 7, Mr. Park's testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And tell me if I read this the same way as you. The sentence starting on 7 says, however, as Mr. Park describes, current modeling shows that by 2035, the plant is projected to no longer be providing economic value to customers at a point at which retirement is warranted. Have you seen the results of that economic study?
This is in our IRP, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but that's, have you seen the economic study?
I've seen our IRP, yes, sir.
Okay. What calculation was it, or what study was it to show whether or not there's economic value to customers?
That would be part of the extensive modeling that's done within the IRP process.
Okay, but was it comparing the stay open cost of the facility to replacement capacity, or was it like an analysis by the witness from the Sierra Club that compared the revenues, the market revenues of the facility compared to the cost to run the facility?
I would respectfully defer that detailed question to Mr. Park.
Okay. But you believe there's a model that shows that the stay open cost that Mr. Park conducted for the IRP, that the stay open costs or the comparison of market revenues compared to the cost to keep the facility open, you think there's a study that's been conducted and you've seen it that shows that 2035 is the correct date?
Yes, I have seen the output that is the IRP. I have not seen all of the detailed modeling results that may have predicated or been the predicate to the final product. But I do believe that our IRP process thoroughly assesses the economics of East Bend vis-a-vis other generating sources as well as other factors. I would also note, Mr. Chairman, that since the submission of that IRP in 2021, I believe is when it was filed, we have had additional development that will affect the economics of East Bend vis-a-vis those other generators in PJM, among them the IRA, or Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay. What other factors other than the IRA? Any come to mind?
In terms of affecting the economics of East Bend, I think the IRA is a significant one, given the substantial tax credits that are provided to low or no carbon resources. I think that is a very critical factor.
Further down in the paragraph on line 15, there's a sentence that states, the general construct of rider GTM is supported by regulatory precedent. Do you know what regulatory precedent you're referring to?
Mr. Chairman, there we were referring to, or I was referring to those depreciation riders that are in place, I believe, for Kentucky Power. I don't recall if LG&E, KU has one as well.
Okay, so both of those utilities have a mechanism or a rider similar to GTM. Were you aware that both of those were approved by the commission pursuant to either stipulations or settlements?
I was not.
Would you agree that whether something was accepted by the commission by stipulation or settlement speaks to its weight as precedent?
I believe there's a different standard of review, yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been part of stipulations and settlements provided to the commission over the years, correct?
I have, yes.
And is it ordinary for those stipulations or settlement agreements to explicitly note their precedent, or whether they should be considered as precedent in this jurisdiction or others?
I have certainly reviewed stipulations, Mr. Chairman, where they indicate that the settlements, the conditions, the give and take, if you will, within that compromise is not to be construed as precedent.
Okay, so would you agree that, well, now knowing that what is now the Big Sandy, I actually don't know what it's called, maybe decommissioning rider, what was previously the Big Sandy retirement rider, and I think referred to in the settlement as the asset true-up mechanism or something like that for Kentucky Power, and whatever LG&E and KU's mechanism were. Since both of those are subject to check, both of those were approved by the commission pursuant to settlement or stipulation, does that affect your testimony on line 15?
I don't think so, Your Honor. The testimony here is that it was the general construct of those riders. The specific details of those, again, would have been borne out in settlement agreements, but the statement is simply that the general construct is supported by precedent.
Okay. And then I want to move on to the next 2 pages of your testimony, 30 and 31, where you discuss your proposal to have a rider to effectively recover costs or pass through costs related to requirements of individual municipalities. You come to the conclusion on page 31, at the top of page 31, regarding these costs, that it is undeniable, I'm going to read the testimony here, it is undeniable that some of these conditions are imposing additional processes and significant costs upon the company and ultimately our customers to achieve outcomes specific to just one community. Would you agree that without regulatory approval, the quote here, ultimately our customers, is not necessarily the case?
I would agree with you that we need regulatory approval to adjust any cost from to our customers, or to recover any cost from our customers.
Yeah. And the proposal here is to create a rider, but not necessarily to do anything with the rider yet. Is that right?
It would be a placeholder rider, and we would subsequently, Your Honor, come in with a request to adjust that rider for cost recovery.
Well, but not just adjust, but to actually recover things through it. I mean, you wouldn't just ask for a rate. The rate would be, please give us approval to pass through these costs to consumers. Find these costs reasonable and then let us charge the rates. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. So I guess I just want to make sure the ultimately our customers is contingent upon approval of the rider or some other way to recover the costs, right? Some other regulatory mechanism like a rate case. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. So if you get this rider, just taking a step back, right? You're in the weeds. You're talking to these civic leaders, the people that run these communities, people that work for you are talking to them. But just taking a big step back. If you get rider recovery outside of rate cases for whatever costs or requirements are imposed by municipalities, whether through franchises or whether through ordinances, whatever the means may be, what incentive is there? What economic incentive is there for you all to push back on proposals that you don't think are necessary or warranted or reasonable to recover from consumers?
So, Your Honor, taking a step back, I think it's important to remember that the law in Kentucky affords municipalities significant authority with respect to the operation, the management of their rights of way. That is a factor that we have to acknowledge. This particular tariff mechanism is one that addresses ordinances that we are seeing where a municipality wants to exercise that right in a way that would force Duke Energy Kentucky to undertake extraordinary measures, right? So undergrounding, for example, all of our electric facilities in a municipality in a 3-year period of time is extraordinary, and it is one that is not consistent with our standard service. Those are the sorts of mechanisms that we are responding to in connection with this particular tariff, this proposed tariff.
Okay. And we can blame the railroads 150 years ago for this immense power that everybody has over utilities. But the reality stands, when approached about these issues, if you know you're going to get rider recovery of them, then what economic incentive is there for you all to push back on them or to exercise your other rights that you do allude to in your testimony, that you all have other rights? And I asked from the place, the question stands, but I asked from the place of, it kind of reads here as you all are more interested in getting the rider recovery than you are maybe exercising what you lay out are your other rights in this regard.
Mr. Chairman, what we're looking for is a solution. We have instances, again, where municipalities are becoming emboldened in what they're requesting of the utilities. And so this particular mechanism, this incremental investment charge, if you will, actually gives to the commission the authority to determine whether we would recover from the constituents, the residents of a defined geographic area or over our entire customer base. But certainly we continue to have conversations with any municipality on what is practical, what is feasible, what are the long-term consequences or the longer consequences of any particular action they may be requesting. But we are mindful every single day of the impacts of our business to our customers. We strive to meet that obligation of service every day, mindful of affordability and reliability and safety.
We have that authority regardless of whether we approve this tariff, right?
The authority to do what, sir?
The authority you just referred to in your response. You said that the rider provides the commission the authority. We have that authority either way.
But this particular rider would put the question to the commission of the customer population from whom we can recover.
Yeah, but you can do that when one of these ordinances or franchises passes. You can come back to the commission at that point and seek explicit recovery through an explicit rider for those specific customers. Your rights aren't affected at all whether this tariff is approved or denied in that regards. It's just you want the placeholder today so that you have that when you're negotiating with these cities. That's how I read your testimony. Is that right?
I don't believe that this particular tracker is one that is intended to supplement or to otherwise alter the negotiation process for franchises, right? This is a particular construct that addresses, again, those items that go above and beyond the normal service that we provide. Our franchise agreements typically pertain to that provision of service, the ordinary provision of our service. These are extraordinary measures that we're seeing in the ordinances that were referenced in my testimony. And again, this would be a mechanism where the commission would determine whether the requested directive from that municipality is one to be recovered only from its residents or from our broader customer population.
So you don't expect to use the existence of the tariff if approved in negotiations with the cities?
Again, these are extraordinary measures.
Okay. Do you anticipate using the existence of the tariff in negotiations with the cities?
With respect to franchises?
Yeah, these ordinances and franchises.
Well, there's the negotiation of a franchise where we would have a back and forth. There is Duke Energy Kentucky being on the end of an ordinance. I think those are two entirely different outcomes. This is relevant when a municipality, by way of a non-negotiated ordinance, is forcing extraordinary measures on the company.
Okay. So you don't even see the ordinance as being a negotiation?
I do not.
Okay. So do you mind to go to page 34 of your testimony? Let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
So starting on line 3, your testimony is, the mechanism and process proposed by the company is intended to allow the company to recover our costs of complying with these ordinances after having brought them to commission to determine how the costs of such ordinance should be addressed. Having this mechanism and process in place will assist the company in negotiations going forward by making it clear that the cost recovery of these incremental, locally imposed costs will be determined by the commission and may be recovered locally. Well, so what negotiations are you referring to in that testimony?
Yeah, and perhaps not the best word choice, Your Honor. I would tell you that ordinances are typically not negotiated with those who would be subject to the ordinance. We do, however, share our perspective on the practical implications of an ordinance. By way of example, the ordinance that would require the company to underground all of our electrical facilities within a 3 years' time absolutely has an impact on all of our customers in that municipality. As you know, if we're relocating services, if we're disconnecting electric service to a home, that particular home needs to have its own appliances that are compliant before we are permitted to reconnect that service. So this ordinance that's discussed in my testimony has that extended complication of potentially imposing additional costs on customers when they are required to bring their systems compliant. That sort of information we think is very important for the drafter of an ordinance to understand.
Was that not a consideration when Duke a few years ago proposed a rider explicitly intended to recover the cost of undergrounding? I mean, you all had a proposal for a rider and then separately a whole undergrounding program that the commission ultimately denied. So I don't understand what's the difference between projects or interests driven by Duke versus those driven by a local ordinance.
The underground programs that we have adopted in other states and would have presented to this commission would have focused on targeted undergrounding. So think of those parts of our distribution system that may be located in heavily wooded rear lots. These are typically, Your Honor, those parts of our system that when there is an outage, they are toward the bottom of the restoration queue. It could be that there are just a handful of customers served by that line, and the order of restoration is such that those particular locations would be restored again toward the bottom of the queue. That was a very targeted, intentional process of undergrounding facilities and working with the customers affected by that particular distribution circuit. So that, again, was very intentional and focused, and we thought about the overall benefits of undergrounding these power lines that were typically prone to outage because of inclement weather and vegetation. Compare that to ordinances. Again, this particular ordinance, not of our choosing, driven largely by aesthetic reasons, to underground all of our existing electric facilities in a municipality. That has an impact on every customer in that municipality.
And then finally, commission regulations require that records, proposed tariffs and rate cases, and system maps and records, system maps and system records, be on file and available for review at a utilities principal office located within the state. Does Duke have a principal, Duke Energy Kentucky Incorporated have a principal office within the state?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, so if, like in these rate cases, I think one of the requirements, and I'm paraphrasing here, and council will object if they disagree, but there's a requirement, I think, that the proposed rates be accessible at the utilities principal office for review. Is there an office in Kentucky in which the public can come in and review the proposed tariffs in this case during the pendency of this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And where is that office or offices located?
That is our Erlanger office.
Okay. And so they've got walk-in opportunities, they're open to the public, and you believe the tariffs and the system maps are on record at that individual location?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. So you don't keep any of these records, any of these tariffs in an office in another state. It is in an office in Kentucky.
I'm quite certain we would have copies at our regional headquarter office in Cincinnati, but yes, Erlanger is our office that functions for that purpose of public access to our papers and our maps.
Okay. All right. Thank you. DiCenzo, do you have any redirect?
Just a moment, Your Honor. I think I have just a couple of questions. Ms. Spiller, do you recall questions from Vice Chairman about economic development and competition in the region?
I do.
From a, do you know whether the company takes into consideration load growth and customer load as part of its rate-making process?
Oh, absolutely.
And do you know whether there is a benefit to customers from a rate-making perspective if our load grows?
There is a benefit to load growth, yes. There is a higher customer base over which to spread our costs of providing safe, reliable service.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Is there anything else with this witness? Thank you, Ms. Spiller.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you like to call your next witness?
Is Ms. Spiller excused, Your Honor?
She is not.
Okay.
What's that? They haven't announced him yet.
Yeah, sorry. Your Honor, we'd like to call Mr. Ron Adams to the stand.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Right, please have a seat, state your name and address for the record.
Ron A. Adams, 6188 York, 6188 Mount Gallant Road, York, South Carolina.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Adams, would you please state your full name, your title, and your business address for the record?
Yes. Ron A. Adams, General Manager, Transmission Vegetation Management Strategy. My address is 6188 Mount Gallant Road, York, South Carolina.
Thank you. And did you cause direct testimony and responses to certain data requests to be filed in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any corrections or changes to any of those?
Yes, I do have one.
And what is that correction, please?
It's to a discovery request by the Attorney General. It's discovery request 1, question 24.
You may go ahead with the correction.
Okay. At the very end, it asks what contract firms work for the Transmission Department and Veg Management. At the very end, it's listed QSI NVS. That is a typo. That should be NV5 rather than S.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And is that the only correction you have today?
That is.
Thank you. And with that correction, if you had to respond to the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is it your intent that your direct testimony and those responses, again with that one correction, be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
All right, thank you, counsel. It's my understanding that Mr. Adams has not filed an actual filing with a change to that data request response. Is that right?
Right, that's
Okay.
correct, Your Honor.
So just to everybody who's going to do, with the exception of the two witnesses that you all have already filed a motion for leave to file the amended data request and testimony, that in the event that any of your witnesses change their filed data requests or responses to RFIs or actual written testimony on the stand that you will file, we'll say 7 business days after whatever the last day of the hearing is, so 7 business days post-hearing, that you all just file those in written form so that the written record has we can go back and find the amended data request and not have to watch a multi-day hearing for a 4-minute correction, or a 4-second correction.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
We will do that, Your Honor.
All right, so that'll be the standing rule, so I don't have to do it each time somebody, at the outset of their testimony, prior to being tendered for cross-examination, amends that testimony. Ms. Go, do you have questions for this
No
witness?
questions for this witness.
Counsel?
No questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Counsel?
No cross.
Mr. Payne?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Staff counsel?
No questions for this
Vice Chair?
witness.
Commissioner? I have just a couple. So, a few years ago in Duke's rate case, one of the significant drivers of the rate increase was the fact that a long-term vegetation management contract has expired, and throughout the rate case and during the rate case, a new contract was entered into. The previous contract was fairly long, I think maybe, it was long, 5, 6, 7 years. The newer contract was shorter. Are you generally aware of the scenario that I'm discussing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I want to ask you conceptually about a couple things, and then I want to get into a conversation with you about the out of right-of-way trees. So on the contracts, have you found that contractors are hesitant or unwilling to enter into long-term contracts for vegetation management at either the distribution or transmission systems?
Let me clarify, Your Honor, first, that was on the distribution system. And I'm familiar with what happened in 2019. And I do not find that our contractors are reluctant to enter into long-term contracts.
Okay. So when you say long-term, do you mean 3 to 5 years or beyond 5 years?
Typically, our contracts are 3 years with 2 one-year options.
Okay. And they're still, it's fine, people are still entering into those 3-year contracts with 2 one-year options on them?
That is correct.
Okay. How has pricing changed, let's say the last 5 years as opposed to what happened before?
If you look at the cost per mile that submitted, I think the discovery request was with the staff that they had asked for the cost per mile on the distribution. Our distribution team had a very successful bid in 2019 that was the rates were implemented in 20. So you'll see that reflection in their cost per mile, and they were successful with that.
Okay. And so that contract is still going? It was, the one-year options were?
The one-year option will be next year.
Okay. You expect Duke to exercise that option?
At this point, strategically, we're in conversations internally with our sourcing group, our distribution group, and my team to strategize on if we want to exercise that one-year option, because our transmission contracts will end in '24, and we're evaluating if that would be a better move to allow for more volume in the bid process to keep
that's specifically what I want to ask about. So you're talking about bidding out your distribution and your transmission at the same time, because generally I assume height and voltage being a difference, but outside of that, they're pretty much the same thing.
They're a little bit different.
Okay.
The specs, the program, the equipment. The distribution is a pruning operation, typically roadside. Has some removals with the hazard trees, which are dead, diseased, defective, or deformed. Our transmission, particularly in the rural areas, we're looking for removals, danger tree removals, to ensure reliability of that.
Are they different employees? Like, can one employee do both? Are they trained to do both distribution and transmission generally?
In an urban, suburban area, yes, where you're running buckets and chippers. But in a rural area where we're going across country, we're doing a lot of mechanized tree felling. We're running fellow bunchers, skid steers, mulching mowers, large, heavy, more like logging equipment type equipment.
The companies that you all receive or send and receive responses, send bids, send requests to and receive bids back, are those generally companies that engage in both distribution and transmission systems?
For the majority, that is true.
Okay. So I wanted to get to volume in large part because Duke Energy Kentucky is a wholly owned subsidiary of Duke Energy Ohio, and then nearby is Duke Indiana, right?
That is correct.
Have you all considered, or have you been part of meetings where Duke Kentucky, I'm sorry, when I say generally Duke, it's Duke Kentucky as I refer to, that Duke has discussed bidding out these services with Duke Ohio or Duke Indiana?
Your Honor, that is the strategy and how we leverage the volume in the Midwest, but we also serve 6 states, so sometimes we leverage that volume across the whole enterprise to get that pricing.
So the current contract that has the 1-year option that's coming up next year, that's a Midwest contract or a Duke Energy Kentucky specific contract?
That is the enterprise distribution veg management contracts.
Okay. So when you say enterprise, you mean across, from Indiana to Florida?
From Indiana, Kokomo to Kissimmee.
And that's part of the discussion that you all are having now, is whether or not future contracts, distribution and veg management should be done on a regional, enterprise-wide, or state-specific. All of those are considerations in those discussions?
All that is on the table.
Okay. Who are you specifically employed by?
Duke Energy Carolinas LLC. We're an affiliate to Duke Energy Kentucky Incorporated.
Okay. So you're out of the Carolinas. I'm going to ask you just an anecdotal question just so I can have an appreciation for the process. If you all look at state-specific, region, enterprise, okay? If a contract comes up that's better in total, big picture, on the enterprise-wide, but doing it with 2 different regions would be better for the Midwest. Does that make sense?
It does.
What's the decision like? I mean, what's the process that goes through, and does Ms. Spiller and the folks that run Duke Energy Indiana have a say in whether or not Duke as an enterprise goes with the overall cheaper contract or the contract cheaper for Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio?
We engage the local folks in that decision.
Okay, whose call is it?
At the end of the day, it's a split call between our sourcing group and the local operations team and our strategy team. But we will look at Kentucky as its own area, both the transmission and distribution, and we take that into consideration. But it's a joint decision at the enterprise level.
Okay. And you all, I mean, I assume you guys are eyes wide open that, hey, if this contract is cheaper for us overall, but it raises, it's more expensive for, I'm making something up here, Duke Progress, South Carolina territory, they could have gone cheaper doing a single contract on their own. You guys are eyes wide open about what that may mean for cost recovery and for the relationship with the regulator?
We are aware of that,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So out of right-of-way vegetation, is a significant driver for outages of Duke Energy Kentucky. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think your testimony said it was something like 40 or 50, maybe 45% of the outages on MEDs are by out of right-of-way vegetation?
For our distribution system, and some of the engineering group that's here could speak very specific to the details of that reliability, but from a vegetation perspective, 45% of the distribution outages for both MED days and non-MED days are from off right-of-way trees.
Okay.
Over the past 5 years, on transmission, 100% of those outages are off right-of-way trees.
And that makes, I don't mean to laugh, but that kind of makes sense for transmission. If for no other reason, then there shouldn't be any trees in the right-of-way for transmission. Is that fair?
That is fair, and I respect your opinion of that.
All right. So if you're doing vegetation management on transmission and say the goal is no trees in the right-of-way, there shouldn't be a cause of outage for trees in the right-of-way. So that makes sense. That's 100%. This may sound a little silly, but Duke is not the only utility that we've seen Well, and I don't actually, well, let me just ask this question. Do you know whether the out of right-of-way or the percentage of outages caused by out of right-of-way vegetation has increased in recent years?
The percentage, I can speak to transmission. We are trending down as a whole.
So out of right-of-way is getting better.
Yes, storm hardening, that is the purpose of our program.
Well, and I don't mean, I guess what I mean, of total outages,
Yes,
how many buckets are there? There's vegetation in the right-of-way. Let's just talk distribution for a second, because vegetation in the right-of-way, vegetation out of right-of-way, are there any other buckets?
those are the two major categories, Your Honor. I can't speak to the specifics of the distribution. I can speak to the transmission. I look at it monthly,
Well,
and they are decreasing. Our total outages are decreasing.
Well, and that's why I want to be clear about. I'm not talking about total outages. I'm saying if there's an outage, it has to have a cause.
Right.
If you're doing a good job of vegetation management within the right-of-way for distribution or transmission, then it's going to reduce the absolute number of, it should reduce the absolute number of outages caused by vegetation within the right-of-way, right?
Yes.
And if we're just talking about the two types of causes in the right-of-way and out of the right-of-way, if you reduce the absolute number, you're probably going to increase the total percentage of that. You know, you can only cut a pie, you get the pie. That it's going to increase the percentage of outages caused by out of right-of-way.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's just a truism. That's just basically math. So the other side of this is, in the event that right-of-way vegetation, well, take a step back. In large part, when we talk about causes of outages being the result of out of right-of-way vegetation, are we talking about vegetation falling onto lines?
We are either hitting the structure and damaging the structure and bringing down the line.
Okay. We have a couple utilities in the state. That's an understatement. We have like 30 electric utilities in the state, maybe 40 or 50. But we have a few that we regulate, and most of them have increased the amount of spending or increased the amount of effort they've put into clearing right-of-way vegetation. And as a result of that, the percentage of outages from out of right-of-way vegetation is increasing. And we talked about it could just be the fact that they're doing a good job, right? And so the bucket, the pie is just being cut differently, right? In your experience, does reducing right-of-way vegetation increase the likelihood that the cause of the outage is out of right-of-way vegetation? From the sense that if a out of right-of-way tree, for instance, previously fell where there was significant growth within the right-of-way, it might have merely fallen on the vegetation and not necessarily on the structure of the lines. But now that the right-of-way vegetation is clear, there are no obstructions, and it now falls on the facilities or the lines.
In my testimony, I speak of integrated vegetation management.
That's why I'm asking you all these questions and not deferring to the distribution people like you keep wanting me to.
If you're properly executing an integrated vegetation management program, you should have only compatible vegetation on the right-of-way. And that compatible vegetation should not be of a height that would block a tree falling off the right-of-way.
Okay.
To address your question on transmission, it's 98% plus of the outages are from off right-of-way trees. That's where you want them. You don't want them on the right-of-way. To answer your question, if you've got a good, solid program, and with the technology that we've implemented, which is part of our condition-based program with the remote sensing, we're able to leverage this new technology and look at the probability of risk of failure of these off right-of-way trees based on multiple attributes: soil, winds, direction, slope, multiple, rainfall, all kinds of conditions, and we put a probability risk factor on our trees off right away, so we can strategically target it. You know as well as I do that we can't cut every tree that could hit a line, so we gotta be a lot smarter in how we approach it.
So, generally, are you aware that utilities earn a profit on investments, not on expenses?
Could you repeat that?
Are you aware that generally utilities earn a profit on investments and not just and not expenses?
That is correct.
Okay. So, generally, as long as you're able to pass through the cost through rates, a utility is indifferent to operating expenses in the sense that you're not economically incentivized to maximize operating expenses like a utility might be for capital expenses. Is that your understanding?
I'm not a rates person, so, but in general, yes.
Yeah, and that's all I'm going to ask you about that. I guess what I'm trying to get to is vegetation management generally are operating expenses, right?
Generally.
Okay. So I want to go back to the statement around the 45% out of right of way and ask about what stops a utility, what stops specifically Duke, Kentucky from chasing whatever the big number is. From the perspective of if you come next time you'll have a rate case and you're in here and you say 90% of Duke Energy Kentucky's distribution outages are a result of out of right of way vegetation. Somebody may see that and go, well gosh, that's what we need to be spending money on. That's causing 90% of the outages. If the next time you all come in for a rate case, Duke Energy Kentucky is only having 10 outages a year and 9 of them are caused by out of right of way trees, you don't need to do anything differently, right? Just because it says 90% doesn't mean it's a significant number. It may be that you guys are doing things very well, and it just happens to be that 9 out of the 10 total outages you've had in a whole year happen to be from that reason. But at what point keeps a utility, and specifically Duke, from chasing and spending more money on fixing that primary driver of outages? Where do you all draw a line of like reasonableness in terms of that doesn't make sense to go after because the benefit to consumers for spending that extra money to get it down to 0 outages just is unaffordable?
Okay. One thing for clarity, on our danger trees for transmission, we got legal easements. And typically in those easements, with all the new easements, there's some old easements that are 50, 100 years old that may not have danger tree rights. We include those danger tree rights in those easements. Rather than initially clearing a very wide swath of property, we'll clear cut what we've got, capitalize that initially, but then incrementally, the danger trees, we do capitalize. So we take that into the capital optimization process, work with our resource and project management teams, our system planning, and that is how we look at the funding for our danger tree program. And that's on transmission. The distribution is a similar process, but it's got to be outside of the established easement for that to be capital. The biggest challenge, I will tell you, that we face on our off right-of-way removals is the general public. And that's our biggest challenge. Because across rural areas, it's we get pushback, but in these suburban areas and things of that nature, we do get a lot of public pushback.
Yeah, people don't want their trees cut down, right? That's
exactly.
That, fair enough. I guess I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for there's always going to be trees, canopy, vegetation that's going to contribute to outages. To your point earlier, you can't, especially in the distribution system, you can't just cut it all. What do you all use to gauge or make the determination that it's not reasonable or necessary to chase after that next reduction to outages, the next cause of outages? Because at some point, you can always do it. There's always going to be something. Where do you draw the line and say it doesn't make sense to go past it? What considerations are you using to draw that line?
If you refer to my testimony, ANSI A300 Part 9, there is an established tree risk assessment. That is what our distribution team follows. and they look at these off right-of-way trees, they're predominantly looking for what they call hazard trees, which are diseased, deformed, decayed, or defective, or may have some root damage or something like that. Those are the highest probability of the ones that they're looking at. So that is how our distribution is managing that. Within our transmission, I mentioned, we call it Predictor. It's an algorithm that we developed through our technology projects, and it was an innovation initiative we did with our Corporate Innovation Center Lighthouse, where we are putting those probabilities on those tree canopies and looking for those highest risks to be able to strategically identify those locations.
Okay, so on that probability, I assume you or the algorithm has picked the probability amount that makes sense to go after, and there's a certain probability along the spectrum of 0 to 100 that you all determined doesn't make sense to go after. Maybe it's 50%, maybe it's 20%, maybe it's 90%, I don't know. Well, there's some line where you say, everything that's this percentage and above, we're going to focus on, right?
Your Honor, we're in the infancy of the development. We've had this in play for 2 years.
Okay.
We're beginning to learn and grow. We got more data and information about our system and the conditions than we ever had before. But as part of the work planning process, we have established what we call regional procedures, which looks at a boundary outside that easement edge that we're looking for those high-risk trees. If we don't see a high number of high-risk trees in those boundaries, then we will expand that boundary to look at the next tier. So as we continue to go through, what we're trying to do is remove those trees so that the best way, simplest way I could describe it, strikes on goal. Minimize the risk. Minimize the potential of those trees that are out there that are potential fall-in risk to the system.
To what point? Because every tree that is of a certain height and a certain distance away from the facilities represents some probability that it's going to cause an outage. What's the demarcation from the ones that you're looking at versus those that just will never make sense to spend the extra money to reduce that risk?
Like I said, we're still growing with these algorithms and everything, but we don't have a policy or procedure yet in place to say that there's a fixed number. But we got some regions that are looking at 60% and above probability. We got some looking at 70. But currently, we're looking at those above the 50-50.
Okay. Council, do you have any redirect?
Just a little bit, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, how does the company consider whether the costs of a particular vegetation mitigation work are worthwhile?
It's based on the reliability numbers and the overall, with the integrated vegetation management strategy for the most part, you're really looking to remove incompatible or control incompatible. Ideally with the transmission group, we're looking to remove incompatible. So if you're strategically applying the program, your workload reduction each cycle should be going down. And that is the intent, is really looking at managing those operational costs on that cost per mile, engaging against that, and then monitoring our reliability metrics against that to make sure that we're holding or either improving.
Thank you. So you consider the reliability benefits also in your decision-making process?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any additional questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may Mr. Adams be excused?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. For our next witness, we call Jeffrey Kopp.
For our court reporter. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeffrey Kopp. My address is 9400 Ward Parkway, Kansas City, Missouri.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kopp, would you please state what your position is with 1898 and Company?
Yes, I am the Senior Managing Director of our Energy and Utilities Consulting Practice within 1898 & Co.
Thank you, sir. And did you cause to file direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to any of those?
No, I did not.
And if you were asked those same questions today, then would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is it your intention that that information be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Goode?
No questions, Chairman.
Circle?
No questions, Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Grumman?
No cross, Your
No questions, Your Honor.
Counsel?
No questions, Chairman.
Vice Chair? You haven't always been with 1898, right?
1898 & Co. is part of Burns & McDonnell. I've been with Burns & McDonnell for...
I was going to ask you if you're related to the Mr. Kopp that has been testifying on behalf of Burns & McDonnell's the last couple of days.
That's me.
So that's great. I have no, that was the only question I had. I started looking it up and I thought, I'll just ask him. Anything, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Kopp. You may be excused.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So it's already 10:30. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break now, and I think that'll set us up well ahead of lunch. So
Thank you, Ron.
we will take a short recess until 10:45. back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Before you call your next witness, Mr. Giacinto, Ms. Grumman, I have spoken in the back and confirmed that do whatever you'd like. You can take the microphone up, you can lower the microphone, you can sit wherever you'd like, but wherever anybody would like to be, as long as they're at a microphone or full into them, just sit where you want to sit, but we'll make sure the camera gets on you. So I've confirmed.
You don't want it to be a game where I sit in different places throughout?
Oh, no, that's what I'm trying to let you know is it can be one, and they'll be able to find you. If you're going to play Where's Waldo, though, I would ask you wear something a bit more conspicuous. So. All right. Mr. Giacinto, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. For its next witness, Duke Energy Kentucky calls John Spanos.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is John J. Spanos, 207 Senate Avenue, Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, 17011.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Spanos, would you please state the company who you work with and your position with that company?
I work for Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants, LLC, and I'm the president.
Thank you, sir. And did you cause to file direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to data requests in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents?
No, I do not.
So if you were asked those questions here today, your responses, would they be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is it your intention that that information be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Ms. Code.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Spanos.
Good morning.
You conducted the depreciation study for the electric and common utility plant of Duke, Kentucky for the pending case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And is it also accurate that decommissioning expense for Duke, Kentucky's generating units were included in the proposed depreciation expense?
Yes, they were.
Is it your understanding that the Attorney General's witness, Mr. Lane Collin, recommends the commission to exclude the decommissioning cost from the depreciation rate and to let it be a standalone expense?
Mr. Collin has presented it as a standalone expense. However, he has taken it out of the process of the full recovery of the value of the asset through the entire service life of the unit.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you appear to assert that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's Uniform System of Accounts, or FERC USOA, requires that the decommissioning costs be recovered in the depreciation rate. Am I understanding that correctly?
The definition of depreciation, as well as cost of removal, which includes decommissioning, explains the fact that that should be part of the depreciation rate.
Can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony, page 7, lines 17 through 27?
Excuse me, which lines were that?
The bottom of the page, lines 17 through 27.
Yes, I am there.
And so in this section, and then going on to the top of page 8, you cite to some FERC USOA definitions. Is that correct?
Yes, I talk about net salvage, cost of removal as defined, and then the term cost.
Can you please read on page 8 of your rebuttal, lines 8 through 12 into the record?
Yes, after those definitions, it states, read together, it should be clear from these definitions that the Uniform System of Accounts specifies cost of removal as part of net salvage must be recovered through depreciation expense and is the actual amount paid at the time of the transaction. Because net salvage will occur in the future, it is an estimate of the future cost that must be included in depreciation rates.
None of the FERC USOA definitions that you cite to in this section, none of them specifically state that the depreciation rate itself has to include decommissioning costs. Is that true?
Well, the definition of net salvage is gross salvage minus cost of removal, and the definition of depreciation includes net salvage. So in that process, the overall recovery of the service value of an asset, which is what depreciation does over the life of the asset, all embeds the idea that cost of removal should be incorporated, and decommissioning is part of cost of removal.
Would you agree that the FERC USOA requires that the service value consisting of the gross plant and decommissioning expense be recovered, but it does not specifically say it has to be recovered in the depreciation rate? Would you agree with that?
I believe that, based on what I've stated, that it should be recovered as part of the service value, and service value should be recovered as depreciation rates. So that's the process that recovery should happen for full recovery of your asset value.
Chairman, the Attorney General's office will most likely issue a post-hearing request for information on this issue. I wanted to print out the FERC USOA, but it was like 150 pages. So I just thought a post-hearing request may be the better option to ask about specifically FERC USOA number 22, depreciation accounting. There's definitions for method, service lines, and rate. And so I'll just basically ask you the same question I just asked in regard to that section.
What's 150 pages when the testimony in this case was 1,845?
That's true, but I thought 150 times 15, if I have to pass it out, then.
I don't blame you. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Coates.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Spanos, the FERC USOA would allow for the decommissioning costs to be recovered on a standalone basis. Or have we gotten to that point yet where you will admit that it has to be recovered, but not specifically in the depreciation rate?
I would object, Your Honor, that mischaracterizes the witness's testimony.
I can rephrase. Would you admit that the decommissioning cost, after what we just discussed, has to be recovered, but it can be recovered on a standalone basis?
That's not the standard practice and understanding that should be done for recovering the full service value of an asset. You need to recover that systematically and rationally over the life of the asset, and it should be part of the overall recovery of the asset. So trying to create a standalone is not consistent with the practice that should be performed for recovering of the full service value and depreciation rates.
Is it your understanding that the Attorney General's witness, Mr. Lane Collin, recommends the Commission to only allow the escalated decommissioning costs for the test year to be included in Duke Kentucky's rates?
That is my interpretation of his testimony, yes.
And is it correct that you escalated the decommissioning costs in 2022 dollars to future probable retirement date dollars using a 2.5% escalation rate?
It's correct that I used a 2.5% rate, and I have escalated to the date of retirement because that's when the costs are going to be incurred, which is what the definition of cost is explaining that you should do, is when actually paid. And the cost removal is an end-of-life component, so that won't be paid until the end, so you need to escalate the decommissioning value, which is established today, in those dollars.
And when you just stated retirement, are you referring to the probable retirement of the generating units?
Yes, I am talking about the probable retirement date, and that is what is based on my analysis. You have to establish some date in order to determine the most appropriate recovery pattern of the entire asset and its service value.
Is it your understanding, Mr. Spanos, that there is currently no official retirement date for Duke Kentucky's generating units?
There's no official established retirement date. Our current estimate and the one that we've proposed are all based on the same types of information and knowledge that we've learned. So the probable retirement dates are established in a consistent manner.
So you included decommissioning expense through 2035 for the East Bend coal generating unit in the depreciation rates, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you included decommissioning expense through 2040 for the Woodsdale gas generation unit in the depreciation rates, is that also correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware that Duke Kentucky's proposed forecasted test period in this case is July 1st, 2023 through June 30th of 2024?
I am aware of those dates. My study was done as of the test year of December 31, 2021. That was my study date calculation.
So in the decommissioning expense that you included in the depreciation rates, that's roughly 11 years of decommissioning expense after the test year for East Bend, and approximately 16 years after the test period for Woodsdale, is that correct?
It's correct. Those are the probable retirement dates and the expected date of recovery. So those are the appropriate fashion to establish the full recovery or service value of those assets based on all costs that will be incurred.
And are you an attorney, Mr. Spanos?
No.
I will not ask you to interpret the law, but are you generally aware of the commission regulation limiting forecasted adjustments to the 12 months immediately following the suspension period?
I will answer that the process that I've conducted this study is the same that I conduct every study when recovering dollars into the future. You have to estimate those costs to create proper recovery for all generations of ratepayers. So when you look at all the analysis to determine the full value of any asset, it goes beyond 12 months. You're doing this for all, even your distribution accounts, your general plan accounts, generation, all of those have to estimate the full life cycle to determine the depreciation rate.
I appreciate that, but I'm not sure you directly answered my question, whether you're aware generally of the regulation that limits those forecasted adjustments to the 12 months immediately following the suspension period.
I am aware of those. I don't view these to be forecasted adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Spanos. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Let me get this right here. Counsel for the Sierra Club?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions.
Please proceed.
Mr. Spanos, do you have a copy of your rebuttal testimony before you?
Yes, I do.
Can you please look at page 2, beginning at line 9?
I am there.
Thanks. And you state the purpose of a probable retirement date and the impact on depreciation is to estimate the life cycle of each asset class and to recover the investment over the same time period that the asset will render service. Is that correct?
That's what it states, yes.
And do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And you say further, the fundamental concept of depreciation is matching recovery to usage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you state that it is an arbitrary idea that future customers should bear the remaining cost of East Bend 2, and it is at odds with a fundamental concept of depreciation, which is matching recovery to the usage of assets. Is that correct?
I lost you on that. Can you?
If you look at the end of that paragraph, you state regarding the idea that future customers should bear the remaining cost of each East Bend 2, that is an arbitrary proposal, and most importantly is at odds with a fundamental concept of depreciation, which is matching recovery to the usage of assets, correct?
The overall concept is to match recovery to utilization in a systematic and rational manner, that all ratepayers are, treated the same.
And you state that you do so by estimating a probable retirement date, correct?
That's right. You have to establish the most appropriate date that you take all the information, informed judgment is incorporated with all that information in play, and to come up with the best date, and then you go about the calculation from there.
And at line 9 there, you state that it's a probable retirement date, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, thank you.
Counsel for Walmart?
No cross, Your Honor.
Counsel for Kroger?
No questions, Your Honor.
You're fine with me just jumping right over you, Mr. Osterloh, right? Okay, I'll do it 20, 25 more times. So. Staff counsel?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Vice Chair? Commissioner? Good morning, Mr. Spanos.
Good morning.
So before I get to my more specific questions, general question, do you provide the services that you provide to utilities to non-regulated firms?
Some, they have different rules, but I do for some, yes.
Different rules and how? I mean, other than that, generally they don't follow the FERC uniform system of accounts.
Well, they do. They don't have all of the same components that are in a regulated environment. So, for example, cost removal is handled differently than you would in a regulated entity, in that it's you still have it, you just don't develop it as part of a rate.
Why not?
That's the process, that they don't have to account for the same depreciation requirements as far as their recovery and how they record things aren't handled in the same fashion.
Okay, so it's not handled in the same fashion. So regulated firms generally recover depreciation or recover costs related to depreciation or cost of removal differently than non-regulated firms?
It's how they record them. They record them more as an expense item than you would see here, where you're trying to treat everybody the same way. You don't worry about the influxes of year in and year out of what goes on with your accounting records.
Okay, so if, I'm already hungry, so excuse my example here, but, so Chick-fil-A is not necessarily worried about recovering the cost of removal from today's customers, or creating generational inequities if tomorrow's customers have to pay for the replacement of the building or any particular assets related to serving customers today.
That's some of it. I don't know that that's all of the differences that affect, regulated utilities have certain guidelines that they have to abide by that are different than non-regulated, that allow for some decisions that are different, that are kind of what you're alluding to.
Okay, so why are we worried about generational inequities for regulated firms and not for non-regulated firms, competitive firms?
Well, there's guidance and requirements that the regulated firms have to abide by, and making sure that all their costs are recovered in an appropriate fashion, and how they're viewed in the industry are affected by the recovery, and they have certain requirements that they have to follow, and these are all the things that kind of come into play when establishing the proper procedures under regulation that requires that.
Right, but in your responses to me and your responses to Ms. Goad, you kind of switch back and forth between talking about requirements and then talking about should, or it would be best practices or should. There's not an obligation necessarily to recover. There's not a legal obligation. Like, I'm not going to be thrown into jail as a commissioner, or a commission's not going to be imprisoned at FERC if we don't, allow the cost of removal or net salvage or some calculation of net salvage and depreciation rates, right?
Well, based on the uniform system of accounts, the utility has the right to recover all of their service value, and cost of removal is part of their service value of an asset. So that is a requirement that they have to abide by in their accounting practices, and do it in a fashion that is consistent with what the requirements say. Regulations are based on uniform system of accounts, so that is the standard. That is why they're doing it in the fashion that they do it. The non-regulated entities don't have all those same restrictions because their business determinants aren't affected in the same fashion as a regulated entity are.
Right, but there's a distinction between the incurrence of costs and the rate-making implications of costs. That's what your testimony is about, right? Is recommending to the commission to permit the recovery of costs over some defined time period as opposed to some different time period. Is that right?
Well, I'm establishing that they should get recovery of their full service value over a certain time period. I think some are not necessarily allowing them to get their full service value by creating different ways to establish these amounts.
Ever. That's your expectation, is that the other recommendations are that they should never receive their full service value, period.
I think Mr. Collins' position on this, as an example, is that by creating his standalone methodology, one, it's not fair to all generations of ratepayers, and it doesn't give the full service value recovery, because it's not taking it out to the date of retirement, or probable retirement, I should say.
So I don't want to mischaracterize your testimony, I want to make sure I understand it. Your expectation is that Mr. Collins' testimony is that the utility will never recover that full service value, not that it won't recover the full service value during the life of the asset.
I think the answer is both. His methodology, because he doesn't take it out to the date of retirement, the full service value, you're not going to get full recovery in that fashion. And by doing it in the fashion that he's doing it, you're not necessarily being fair to all ratepayers and doing it in a systematic and rational manner, which is what's required.
So for generation assets, for a competitive generator and a regulated generator, or let me be very quick, a generation asset that is not owned by a regulated utility, like one that participates in a market in Texas or PJM or MISO or whatever it may be, but is not owned or rate-based by a load-serving entity. Comparing that to a generation asset like East Bend or Woodsdale or Miami Fort 6 used to be, that is rate-based by a regulated LSE, a regulated utility. Are those two different assets, even if they're identical, otherwise identical, depreciated differently or have different rules for depreciation?
Yes, and some of them are because of accounting. For example, non-regulated utilities don't have the same property accounts, or excuse me, property units in each account. So for example, a turbine. In a regulated utility, a property unit for a turbine would be the high pressure turbine component, the low pressure, medium component, the blades, the rotor, etc. In a situation for a non-regulated utility, it's just turbine. So anytime they make replacements to those components, that's at an expense. And why you don't have the cost of removal element in there, because you're not doing any capital replacements. On a regulated entity, those are property units, you're making a retirement, you have a cost of removal and salvage value, if there is any, to those components that occur. So you have a much different life cycle, even though the assets are being handled in a similar fashion. And the recovery of those are different as well.
How about for cost of removal purposes? Are they treated differently?
Again, the same type of thing is that you don't have cost of removal when you do the work on a non-regulated, because it's not a property unit. So those dollars are expensed and charged that year. So that's where I was saying you have that flux of cost, because anytime you go and replace a component of the turbine in a non-regulated, you don't have a retirement, so that you don't have cost of removal. Cost of removal is an expense item, where in a regulated entity, you do have a property unit being retired, so you have the associated cost of removal with that, and that is all recovered over the life cycle.
But that comes down to the choice by the utility at the outset, right? How to calculate do its accounts, and whether it's a major property or minor item expense. I mean, we have G&Ts that use, it's basically the uniform system of account, but they use like RUS accounting, and they have a different, they keep their plant accounts a little differently, I think more like a competitive generator like you were talking about. So if they do these, what otherwise are fairly expensive but minor overhauls to things like turbines, they have to expense it. They can't depreciate it. Therefore, they occasionally seek to defer it and amortize it. But that's a choice for non-uniform system of account entities. Is that what you're saying? How detailed they keep those plant accounts?
I think for non-regulated entities, that they have the choice not to develop property units to the same degree that a regulated utility does. Many of them do. Again, I've done studies that we do. They don't go to the same detail, so some of the more minor retirements, to put it into your terminology, won't have that cost of removal. But when they do have cost of removal on retirements, they just expense it right away. And that doesn't create the proper recovery pattern that a regulated utility must follow.
So in the big picture concept that regulation is supposed to be a substitute for competition, that just doesn't apply in depreciation? And you're saying there are two different sets of rules for depreciation for competitive firms and those that are regulated firms. Is that right?
I'm not following your question, I'm sorry. Regulated firms, obviously, there are factors that are taken into consideration. Your review, obviously, is part of that, to make sure that their recovery is consistent with what should be as they're being utilized. Again, the purpose of depreciation is to match utilization with recovery, so.
But that, I'm sorry to agree, but that's what you just said, your definition of depreciation is indifferent to whether it's a regulated firm or competitive firm, right?
Are you referring to a competitive firm just as a non-regulated, or are you considering that a co-op?
No, just competitive firm. Competitive firm. Like a Panera, I am hungry, I'm sorry. A Panera, a Chick-fil-A, a McDonald's, a competitive firm versus a rate-regulated firm.
They all have different drivers, but I think a rate-regulated firm needs to follow certain guidelines, and that's all that's being done here.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking about. I'm asking about the definition of depreciation, or the purpose of depreciation that you keep mentioning. Is that distinguishable between competitive firms and regulated firms?
I think there are different drivers between those. I don't necessarily think that a competitive firm needs to determine their business based on the requirements that are bound by them. They have different boundaries, I should say.
So for competitive firms, though, I want to go back to one of my earlier questions. There are rules in which maybe utilities are bound by, and then there are best practices, shoulds, make sense, most equitable, the words that are getting thrown out here. What I can't tell from your testimony is which are requirements for FERC and which are best practices for your recommendations. Because it seems like you're saying everything is required by FERC. I don't read anything in your testimony. It's not really as much of a question, but a preface to a question. I can't read anything in your testimony where you're saying these are just best practices. These are best practices and required by FERC, or best practices as evidenced by reading these two definitions together. So where in your testimony do you distinguish between the recommendations you make that are required by law or required by FERC versus best practices that the commission should take under consideration in making its decision?
There's a hard distinction between those, because in my opinion, everything that I do in my study follows what's required to do. Now, the steps that are required to do it. Now, for example, there's nothing in there that says I need to have a lifespan date on a generating facility. However, they give you requirements to say follow these proper techniques in order to establish that the recovery is consistent with the utilization of an asset, and generating facilities have the component of a lifespan. It doesn't require me to do it, but it basically tells me that the proper recovery pattern should be to include a lifespan component into that recovery. And it tells me that you should recover all cost of removal components, which is including demolition of a generating facility. And I have the requirements that say you need to recover it systematically and rationally over the life of the asset, and it should include what the cost should be at the end of life. So all of those things are requirements. How I go through that process, which I do all across the country, is consistent with what I've done with them here. But there's nothing that forces me to say I have to use a lifespan component, but there are requirements that say you should lifespan these facilities because that's the way the recovery pattern is expected for those assets. You're not going to retire a power plant brick by brick. There's going to be a point in time when you have to just shut it down, and that means lifespan. So I guess I'm struggling to be able to distinguish in your question where the draw the line between what's written requirement and what is practice based on written descriptions of requirements.
Let me give you an example. So maybe I think too much like an attorney, but here I am. When the law says whatever black and white, that's all as an attorney, the law just says, Tuesday comes after Wednesday. I don't have to argue why it's best that, Tuesday comes after Wednesday, Tuesday comes after Wednesday. Well, I changed the law now says Wednesday comes after Tuesday. It doesn't matter my argument about what the best reading of that law is, it just says what it says, right? It says something factual. Wednesday comes after Tuesday. You usually don't have to move on to sort of equity arguments if the law says something that it says. If there's a requirement, the accounting requirement says what it says. So I guess I'm thrown off by even the need to argue intergenerational equity arguments or inequity if the law clearly mandates what it is that you're recommending. Why do we need to worry about generational inequity, about making sure that we cover it this way versus that way, if your testimony is that the FERC Uniform System of Accounts requires it to be a certain way?
It requires you to recover the full service value of an asset systematically and rationally over the life of the asset. Under that requirement, my opinion is that that means you have to incorporate the decommissioning component at the time of retirement, what it's going to cost, and that gets assigned equitably over all generations and all dates. So, in my opinion, the specific words aren't stated in the Uniform System of Accounts, but under the definition of depreciation, that is what I feel is appropriate to do and why it's been done as long as I've been doing depreciation studies.
And just based on your experience, if a commission doesn't agree and does it differently, what has been the fallout of that? What have been the implications related to what your job is? Like, is there a letter that we're going to get from FERC? Is there? I'm trying to fully understand what the. You're not saying this at all, but I'm listening to this and say, or what? Like, what's the alternative? What's the downside? And I get you've argued the downside, the intergenerational inequity, but you're not necessarily saying it says, to your point, explicitly this. You're reading it to mean that. Is that right?
I feel pretty comfortable that that's the intentions of what's there, and I am reading it to mean that.
Yeah.
I think the biggest implication is the fact that the company's going to get full recovery, and so when they spend the money to do all these things, they're going to get recovery of it, and to me, the ratepayers that are around at that time are going to have to pay for this, and they didn't get benefit of it. That seems wrong, and I just think that would be an inappropriate way to handle something when you have knowledge today that says this is the way to do it and recover it, and everyone's going to be treated fairly that gets benefited for the assets that they're utilizing.
And so on the back end, just so I completely understand, the decision to decommission in place versus complete decommissioning, if you're recovering in rates the cost to completely decommission a facility, what's the economic incentive at the time of retirement for the utility to choose decommissioning in place?
there's multiple scenarios that come about. First of all, the site could be needed for something else in order for them to continue operating, so they would need to do more than that. There are safety and environmental things that need to be taken into consideration if they were not to decommission it to a brownfield state. I mean, those are all things that are determined by the time you get to that decision-making position. So all of those things come into play that are factors that you can't walk away, decommission it, lock the door and walk away and just leave it there, and it's not a safe site. So, and they're gonna be requirements that they're gonna have to monitor that facility so that it maintains being safe. Those are costs that are gonna be incurred to perpetuity. So why would you do those types of things when there could be a better value for that land for them or for somebody else? So those are reasons why I don't necessarily think you'll see these sites, and why we're seeing it all across the country, that they're being decommissioned to a level that they can be utilized for some other fashion, maybe not for the utility or maybe for other assets. So those are all factors that come into play.
Right, but that's a different answer to, that's an answer to a different question that I asked, right? You're arguing for the benefits of just full-on decommissioning. My question is, if the utility if a utility, any utility, has already recovered the entire cost of complete decommissioning pursuant to a study done by Mr. Kopp 15 years before, and they picked a retirement date and they went straight forward and they recovered on a straight line depreciation, the cost of removal, and at a 2.5% increment every year, and they did a net salvage and they've recovered all the net salvage. If the utility has recovered that for the entire life of the asset, and it's at the point where they're about to retire, actually make the accounting entry to retire the facility, I'm asking about what economic incentives does the utility have to make a decision other than the one that they made 15 years ago?
I think it's, one, if they don't expend those costs, it is my opinion that the utility should then, that should be offset by future depreciation on assets because they didn't spend the money that was recovered. I mean, that's, again, the full service value. If they didn't spend the full service value, then you need to make that adjustment going forward.
What do you mean give the money back to consumers?
Or spend the required money to do what's necessary.
See, that's what I'm trying to get to, right? Is that once you've already collected the money, you might as well spend it. I'm trying to figure out what's on the other side of that coin. What economic incentive does the utility have not to spend that money that they've already recovered? I'll withdraw the question. Since I've already sort of asked it and you provided your answer, that's fine. But, I mean, there's a benefit, there's an economic benefit to a utility to recover that additional cost over the life of the, for what we're talking about, through the remainder of the asset, just from a fact that they're receiving that cash from consumers, but they're not necessarily incurring a cash expense, right?
I hear what you're saying, but then what happens when the next time they come in and they go to retire a facility and someone like yourself says, yeah, well, you didn't get rid of the last one. Now they're not going to get that recovery, are they?
Well, maybe not, but that's not an economic consideration. That's a political consideration, right?
But all of those come, I mean, you got to be making those business decisions, if you're, again, following the certain rules and expectations, and you've collected for something. I'm not aware of too many utilities that are going out there and collecting and then not doing what they say because it's not an economic decision.
Yeah, well, let me ask you further on that question then, because I think maybe I'm not asking you in a way that makes it clear what the other side is. If the alternative, I'm not saying what the alternative is. It could be refueling, refiring, right? Converting a coal plant to a gas plant, maybe retiring in place versus complete decommissioning, whatever it is. But if they've already set their sights and recovered the entire cost of whatever their decision was 15 years ago, I'm asking about the decision based on economics at that time on doing something in the alternative that, frankly, the alternative may be beneficial to consumers. I'm asking, what economic incentive is there for the utility to consider those other alternatives that may ultimately be good to consumers, good to the community, whatever, that to your, I guess maybe to your response earlier, the commission would appreciate as opposed to doing what the utility previously thought they were going to do. Let me ask this question. Doing what you're recommending here and in past cases with net salvage and things like that, why shouldn't it be viewed as the commission having effectively already made the decision and effectively having already written the check for a situation that's not going to rise for another decade plus? How do we know we're not just saying we're making the decision today and the utility's effectively in a position to where whatever we did today is exactly what they're going to do, and we're putting them in a position where there is no obligation or economic incentive for them to look for doing something that's better?
Well, I think, one, that's why they continually come back in rate cases to reevaluate all of these decisions each and every time. I do think, I think it's important to go back to your comment to make sure I give a full response. If they do repower and don't expend all those amounts, but have collected it, that gets offset with future dollars that are added. So it does get taken care of so that future ratepayers aren't hurt and the existing ratepayers were still treated fairly because of the fact that that recovery is still part of the recovery of the future asset. That's group depreciation. So that aspect of it, I think, covers your question or comments in that regard, in that it does have that offset in future investment. I think the only area is if there isn't any future investment that goes there.
How's that? Because that means that future customers are going to have a reduction of rate base of a generator that they're getting to enjoy, but previous customers paid extra for that previous generator, or the generator when it was coal, they were paying for the cost of removing it. So how's that not a generational inequity? Or an intergenerational inequity?
Well, again, you know these things before it happens, so you're able, through the remaining life of the assets, able to properly recover that over the period of time that is affected by generations. It's not a perfect match. I mean, we're in all of these circumstances, in all estimates, you're going to have some variation. In group depreciation, when you look at all of the assets that are incorporated, are going to smooth that process out. That's the whole concept of depreciation. But the idea is that's going to be smoothed out, and it allows for nobody to be harmed in any way. And why you make sure that there isn't any excess that somebody's sitting on and not being properly handled to all ratepayers. So it will smooth the process over on intergenerational inequities that you are alluding to. This is the best way you can do it anytime you have a change in recovery patterns. I mean, a major storm is going to cause a change of assets that are different than what you anticipated. You know, if we have a major storm tomorrow, there's going to be major retirements that won't be consistent with what we've estimated, and that'll affect how you change your life estimate and recovery of all the related assets. So that's going to happen all the time.
Do you do depreciation work for Southern Company?
Some of the entities.
Alabama Power?
My group has done the most recent depreciation work for them.
Have you done depreciation work for them in the past? It personally?
I have not, no.
You review your group's work of Alabama Power?
Yes.
So when we're talking about these Iowa survivor curves and 46 years and 55 years and different ranges, where do power plants that are like 80 and 90 years old come into play on those Iowa survivor curves? I assume they're the endpoint on the curve.
Well, let me,
go ahead.
Sorry, I think just to make sure I make clarification for you is the Iowa curves are not the 46 and 50-year period that I'm talking about. That's the lifespan date. The Iowa curve is the physical components and retirement components that occur for each of the accounts. Now, there are some assets out there that have a longer lifespan, but they have had major capital improvements to them that have change the functionality which allow them to reach that maybe 60, 70, 80-year life characteristic of a lifespan that you're alluding to. So I think there's a little bit of a mix of where you're going, but
So
yes.
that's perfect. Do you have your rebuttal testimony with you?
Yes.
Do you mind to go to page 3, that rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. So you referred to the Sierra Club's witness on line 5 and 6, or the attorney asked you a question. Do you see that?
I am on page 3, question on line 5 about the Sierra Club.
Okay. Then the next question is about whether you agree with the witness about the 2030 retirement date. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The question is, does that mean you agree with Ms. Shinstone Harris? Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct, yes.
That 2030 is the best date to retire East Bend, is that correct?
That is the
That's the question? Yeah. So your response, no. Every year, there are costs to operate and maintain a power plant, and some years are higher than others. In the case of East Bend, the company has evaluated these costs compared to the costs related to new and alternative generation. This evaluation process takes place. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's taken to it's separately consider, well, okay. Are you generally referring to what some people call stay open costs?
No.
So you got, let me ask this question. When you were referring to a second ago, keeping facilities open, right, you're talking about making capital investments necessary to overhaul or keep alive a power plant, right?
Capital and potentially operating maintenance expenses, but yeah, both combined, yes.
Yeah, but you can't keep a power plant alive for 90 years or a steam powered power plant alive for 90 years based solely on operations and maintenance. You have to make some sort of reinvestment. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So that's the simplest question today. So you referred to specifically East Bend in this regard of talking about an evaluation of the cost compared to the cost related to new and alternative generation, correct?
I'm talking about, yeah, the company has performed as part of their IRP, some of the scenarios that would occur where they have to add either capital or operating expenses each year, and at some point, those costs get higher than what makes sense to continue operating.
Okay. So have you seen an analysis conducted by the company where it compares an analysis that comes out and says that 2035 is the appropriate year based on economics?
No, the probable retirement date is 2035 based on my discussions with them to determine with all the information that we have available to us as far as all these costs, capacity factors, things that come into play for operating a facility, what is the kind of that cost-benefit component that says the best time to consider retiring. And 2035 is the date that we've determined to be the most appropriate.
Okay, but have you seen that analysis?
I haven't walked through every bit of that all the documents. I've kind of seen some schedules, talked to operating folks. That's been kind of my general practice.
Okay.
And I think part of that is supported by what's going on in the industry and what we've seen that kind of is the same story I hear from many other utilities, and where I've mentioned in my testimony that since 2015, many facilities have retired in that 46 to 50-year range. East Bend would make it to 54 years if it made it to 2035, and that kind of gave me my comfort level that where we are today, that's pretty reasonable.
Okay. So I just want to be very clear with your response here. The rebuttal says that the company has evaluated the costs. I've got to read the two sentences together. This is like the definitions of the USOA, right? We got to read everything in conjunction. So this is lines 14 through 17, reading the two in conjunction. I want to make sure this is your testimony. That in the case of East Bend, the company, Duke Energy Kentucky, has evaluated the cost to operate and maintain East Bend to the costs related to new and alternative generation. Is that correct? Reading the first or the second and third sentence together, that's effectively what you're saying?
You blended them a little bit together to, so what I'll say is, they've evaluated the cost compared to relating, what it would take to continue to operate East Bend, and cost related to new or alternative generation, however that may be. So those things have been reviewed, and then on top of that, it says, additionally, it should be emphasized that operation and maintenance costs currently incurred must be replaced by the cost of new generation, meaning if you were to make the change, those costs have to be compared to what it would be to create new generation. And there's obviously high capital expenditures for new generation. So it can't just be ignored that all of these costs will go away. You have to also compare that to what it's going to cost to create new generation.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. So I see what you're saying here. I read this as saying that there's an analysis or an evaluation that's been done to look at East Bend's stay open capital cost and variable O&M, and then it's also its variable production cost, and compared that to the capital and O&M and the variable production cost of replacement generation. That's effectively the analysis or evaluation you're talking about. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are multiple scenarios. It's not like this is set one way and this is set another's. There's a handful of different scenarios that could happen. If East Bend by 2033 had these costs going forward, here would be the cost for new generation that would be avoided. Here would be what would happen in 2035, 2037, et cetera. And the most likely scenario of all those things where the crossover point would be, based on our evaluation, was 2035.
That's what I want to ask about. You've seen that. You've seen that evaluation or analysis where it shows you that the stay open and the variable O&M of East Bend as compared to, or based on a number of, you're saying, lots of utilization at 90, 80, 70%, different prices of fuel compared to different types of new capacity. You've seen that evaluation or that analysis?
I've had discussions related to it. I haven't necessarily seen all the numbers, because I basically want to walk through the guidelines, and that's the direction of it.
And that's why I want to make sure I completely understand. There's somebody that is employed or consulting or whatever at Duke that you've had that conversation with? Or a group of people, number of people?
Yeah, group of people. Yeah.
Okay. And it's your takeaway from that conversation, I just want to make sure I'm fully aware, that these studies have been done, these are the evaluations that you're talking about, and that they are ongoing.
Yeah, work has been done, they are ongoing, and again, for this case, the most appropriate time period was 2035 for East Bend.
And who that's a witness in this case, and I'm happy to give the list, it's 31, well, Duke witnesses, 31 people long, well, 30 plus you. Who as a witness in this case have you spoken to specifically that has told you about these analyses that result in popping out 2035 as being the date? Would you like me to go down the list? And maybe I'll go slowly. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just want to make sure that the questions that I have for you about that analysis are now going to be somebody else's questions, and I just want to make sure I get the right person, because I'm probably going to excuse you when you step down, and I don't want to get in a situation where I have to ask you to come back.
There was a few people involved. I don't remember all of them if they're witnesses in the case.
Would you like me to? I'm happy to.
But,
is Mr. Park one of the people? Scott Park?
I didn't speak with him specifically. Most of the information that I received was through Jay Brown and Sarah Lawler.
Okay. So Ms. Lawler is number 31. I don't know that Jay Brown is a witness. Is that correct, Mr. Giacenzo?
Mr. Brown is not.
Okay. From your conversations with those people, did they seem to have firsthand knowledge, or was it also like hey, our folks have run these analysis and they believe that 2035 is the most likely probable date? What was your takeaway from that conversation, or your understanding of their familiarity with those evaluations?
I think the latter is probably more in line, is that they were getting information, and they were my contacts for this discussion. So
Okay.
I would say they were the ones that prepared the documents.
Okay, that's helpful. One second, Mr. Spanos. Yeah, hold on 1 second. All right. Do you have redirect, Mr. Diacenzo?
One moment, Your Honor. No questions, Your Honor.
Is there any additional questions for Mr. Spanos? Nobody? Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Spanos. You can be excused.
Thank you.
Counsel, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Ms. Wing Dang.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Wing Dang, business address 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dang, good morning. Could you please identify your position with the company, please?
Director of Accounting for Fixed Assets.
And did you cause to file direct testimony and responses to discovery in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony today?
I don't.
Any corrections to your discovery responses?
No, I don't.
If you were asked the same questions today that you provided, or that you addressed in your discovery and testimony, would you provide the same answers?
I would.
And is it your intention for your testimony and discovery responses to be admitted into evidence in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Good.
No questions, Chairman.
No questions.
No questions for Sierra Club. Walmart's not here. Mr. Bang?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
I don't know if she's the right person, if you mind me.
Take your chance.
Okay. Ms. Dang, we had some questions about a capital project that was included in volume 1 of the original information file on page 70. And I know you didn't sponsor that particular attachment or that response, but it was on, it's just a chart about the major construction projects. If we had some questions about that, are you the person we should ask, or should we ask Mr. Carpenter or Ms. Steinkohl?
If it's related to the actual plant asset data, that would be me. If it's forecast data, it would be Mr. Carpenter.
Okay, well, I'll ask you, and then if you tell me to ask him, I will, because I'm not sure. There was a project that's listed, the second project there, the Hebron Oakbrook project.
Can you please tell me which data request again?
It's volume 1 and page 70 of as part of the original application.
The data request numbers?
It wasn't a part of the data request. It was part of the application, I'm sorry.
Did you say page 70, ma'am?
It's the page 70 of the PDF, it's attachment FR 16, 7, and F.
I'm sorry, I can't find it. What question do you have related to the project, ma'am?
It is unclear whether that particular project was included in the test year rate base. Would you be able to say whether it was included or not?
I have to look at the actual project and verify that, so subject to be verified.
So we have that question, and then we had questions about some individual expenses related to that project. If we submitted those as a post-hearing data request, would you be able to give us that particular information?
I could, or I can work with my peers to get that information.
Okay. I think that would be all we have for her, Your Honor.
Vice Chair, any questions? I have no questions. Counsel, when you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Would you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. For our next witness, we call Scott Park.
So, Mr. D'Acenzo, just a heads up while Mr. Park is making it to the stand. I have these questions generally about East Bend, but also a little broader about sorry, I'm going blank. East Bend, Miami Fort 6, and what's the
Woodsdale?
Thank you, Woodsdale. Miami Fort 6 I know is passed. I couldn't think of Woodsdale. Given the testimony of Mr. Spanos, I'm going to keep asking the questions through Mr. Park, Mr. Luke, Mr. Suez. I'm going to go down the list, but I'm of the opinion at this point that I've let Mr. Spanos go because he's not the person. Ms. Lawler, of course, is the very last witness, and Mr. Brown is not a witness. And so until I think I find the right person, or the person that will answer, I'm probably not going to excuse a number of witnesses until we get to that point. So just a heads up with Mr. Park.
Sure.
Mr. Park, Mr. Luke, Mr. Suez, maybe Mr. McClay, I don't know, as it relates to, some of the generation. So I just want a fair warning. I don't want to get into one of these situations where we kick everything down to Ms. Lawler, and then Ms. Lawler says, look, I've never seen the analysis, somebody else handed it to me, and then she's the only person left in the hearing room.
Understood. And for what it's worth, Your Honor, Mr. Brown works for Ms. Lawler.
Okay. All right, thank you. You've already called Mr. Park?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Scott Park, 525 Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Park, would you please state your position with the company for the record?
Managing Director, Integrated Resource Planning.
Thank you. And did you cause to file direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to a number of data requests?
I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections to any of that information?
No.
So if you were asked those questions here today, would your responses be the same?
They would.
And is it your intention that that information be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Yes, Chairman, I have questions. Hello, Mr. Park.
Hello.
Do you recall the Attorney General's witness, Mr. Lane Collins' recommendation to deny Duke Kentucky's request to accelerate East Bend 2's retirement date from 2041 to 2035 for both the depreciation and decommissioning expense?
I do.
And subject to check, does it sound correct that if the commission were inclined to go with Mr. Collins' recommendation, that would reduce Duke Kentucky's rate request by over $10 million?
I'm not familiar with the rate impact component of that.
I would like to discuss East Bend 2 with you a little bit. Is it accurate to state that the East Bend generating unit has performed well and has outperformed the North American Electric Reliability Corporation's average equivalent force outage rate in the past 6 out of 7 years?
I can't speak to that specific comparison, but East Bend has been a very good asset for the utility for over 40 years now.
And through discovery responses, you stated that East Bend 2 has provided considerable value to the customers. Is that accurate?
It is.
And do you recall stating in your rebuttal testimony that greater gas market volatility highlights the value of coal resources and as a result, in a silo, would likely support a later economic retirement of coal generation?
Yes, higher gas prices would drive up power prices, making East Bend more economic, and all else being equal would push the economic retirement date to a later date.
So based upon the information we just discussed, would it be fair to say that East Bend 2 is currently a valuable and efficient generating unit for Duke Kentucky's customers?
Yes, East Bend is currently a valuable asset to customers.
Can you please refer to Duke Kentucky's response to the Attorney General's first request for information, question 54, and let me know when you're ready.
And you said 154?
No, 54. It's the
Of the
AG's
first?
first request, number 54.
Thank you.
And you are the respondent.
I have it in front of me.
Can you please read your response into the record?
Yes, my response to that data request was, the type of resources that replace East Bend 2 has not been determined at this time, but whatever technology is chosen will need to provide similar benefits to the system in terms of capacity, energy, reliability, and resiliency.
Mr. Park, can I ask you, I'm sorry, Ms. Cook, can I ask you to do two things simultaneously? Pull the microphone a little closer to you if you can. I know you got a document in front of you. And then speak up if you can. It's with the glass, or it's not glass, we can't afford glass, but the plexiglass. It's hard to hear it's great for people on the internet. They can hear you awesome when the microphone's close to you, but it's hard for us to hear you in the room.
Okay,
Thank you.
Better.
Ms. Coach?
And Mr. Park, is it still the case, based on your response to discovery, that was a while ago, is it still the case that Duke Kentucky has not determined the type of resource to replace East Bend 2 in the future?
That is correct.
Can you now please refer to Duke Kentucky's response to the Attorney General's first request, question 19A, and just let me know when you're there.
So Ms. Cook, can I ask a favor on behalf of the three of us, that you go a little slower? I know Mr. Park only has his, I suspect, given precedent, Mr. Park only has his data request, so it's very easy for him to get to the ones that you're asking him to read, but it's really hard for us to get to it digitally, so if you could just.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it, thank you. I know you're in you get in a pace but.
Do you think I need to pull the microphone over to me? I just noticed, I know I'm loud, but I just noticed that I didn't know if I was being picked up.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
It's my nice way of saying yes. You're fine.
I didn't know if anybody was complaining that was watching it online that they couldn't hear me.
I have it in front of me.
Okay. Just making sure everybody else has time to get there. And so I'm specifically referring to the response to 19A that you responded to. Could you read that last sentence into the record, please, of your response?
Certainly. The decision to retire East Bend 2 in 2035 has not been decisively made yet, but the IRP provides insight that preparation for that date makes the most sense at this time for customers.
And Mr. Park, is it accurate to state that Duke Kentucky has still not made a decision to retire East Bend 2 in 2035?
It is.
To your knowledge, has Duke Kentucky advised PJM of a potential retirement date for East Bend?
Not that I'm aware of.
Would someone else have that knowledge better than you? Should I defer that question to someone else, or?
Someone else certainly would. I would suspect maybe asking Mr. Swez that question.
Mr. Swez. To your knowledge, is Duke Kentucky planning to advise PJM of a potential retirement date for East Bend 2 this year?
I can't imagine that being the case.
And is it possible that PJM could request for East Bend 2 to stay open for reliability purposes?
That seems very reasonable.
And if that happened, this could be economically beneficial to Duke Kentucky's customers, correct?
I think it would have to be determined to see what the mechanism to keep a unit operating, if the RTO wants to keep it operating due to reliability reasons. So I think that still needs to be determined.
In discovery responses, and I can give you the citation if you need it, but you discuss how PJM could pay the plant to continue to operate under a reliability must-run contract. That's what I'm referring to. That would be, could be economically beneficial to customers if PJM paid you all to keep East Bend open.
It could.
Can you please refer?
Can I ask for citation to that?
Yes. It is Duke Kentucky's response to the Attorney General's first request for information, item 63C.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Park, can you please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 22, lines 8 through 13, and just let me know when you're there.
I'm sorry, the page and line number again, please, in my rebuttal?
8 through 12. I'm sorry, 8 through 13.
On what page, please?
Oh, page 22 of the rebuttal.
Okay, I have that in front of me.
Okay. Can you read lines 8 through 13 into the record, please?
So I say, I agree with Mr. Cullen in this regard. When the company knows the exact retirement date and the technology that is least cost, most reasonable to replace East Bend 2, the company will file CPCN before it can commence construction on any new such technology.
Could you read the next sentence, please? It goes from lines 11 through 13.
Moreover, under the newly enacted Senate Bill 4, I understand the company must also seek commission approval prior to actually retiring a fossil fuel generating unit.
And your rebuttal testimony was filed on April 14th, 2023, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So in the past 3.5 weeks, to your knowledge, has Duke Kentucky filed a CPCN request with the commission to replace East Bend 2?
Not that I'm aware of.
And to your knowledge, is Duke Kentucky planning to file a CPCN request to replace East Bend 2 this year?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in the past 3.5 weeks since your rebuttal testimony was submitted, to your knowledge, has Duke Kentucky filed a request with the commission to obtain approval to retire East Bend 2 pursuant to Senate Bill 4?
Not that I'm aware of.
And finally, Mr. Park, to your knowledge, is Duke Kentucky planning to file a request pursuant to Senate Bill 4 with the commission to receive approval to retire East Bend 2 in this year?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Council for Sierra Club?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Parker. I believe it's now
Good afternoon.
12:01. My name's Kate Huddleston. I represent the Sierra Club in this proceeding. So first, I want to talk with you a little bit about depreciation schedules and the philosophy behind depreciation. Could you please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 7, beginning at line 17?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so you state, unless the costs of the existing asset are reasonably and timely recovered in base rates, the ability to justify the retirement will be difficult, correct?
Correct.
And you further state, this would likely result in customers paying for an asset that is not generating and paying for the company to purchase power in the market, and this being subject to volatility in the energy market, and not having a dedicated asset that is actually running and providing a hedge for power, correct?
Yes.
All right, could you please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 19, lines 9 through 12?
I'm sorry, page 19, what lines?
9 through 12.
Okay, I'm there.
All right, you state, a prudent decision needs to include risk-informed economic analysis. Since the future is uncertain, a prudent decision needs to be informed by what the company thinks is most likely to happen based upon robust modeling and analysis, correct?
Correct.
And if you could refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 22, lines 1 through 3. I know I'm kind of having you skip around a little bit.
I'm sorry, what lines again?
1 through 3.
I'm there.
You state, for reasons of intergenerational equity and prudent risk management, following a glide path where the book life and operable life are as close as possible makes the most sense, correct?
Correct.
And now please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 24, lines 11 through 14.
I'm there.
And you state, the factors that will affect the economic life of East Bend 2 are biased toward restating the unit's economic retirement date sooner rather than keeping the current date or even extending it. While the future is uncertain, being unprepared for an earlier retirement date is not in the best interest of customers, correct?
Correct.
And a little further down in the last sentence on that page, you observe, it boils down to what is the best decision today to best prepare for an uncertain future, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you would agree that the best practice for Duke Energy Kentucky is to align anticipated economic life and depreciation, correct?
I believe so.
And you would agree that leaving undepreciated value on the books makes it more difficult to retire an uneconomic asset, correct?
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. Leaving undepreciated value on the books makes it more difficult to retire an uneconomic asset, correct?
Subject to my understanding of Senate Bill 4, I believe that to be true.
And you would agree that the continued operation of an uneconomic asset is not in the interest of Duke Energy Kentucky's ratepayers, correct?
In general, that's true. I don't believe East Bend falls in that categorization, but conceptually, I would agree with what you said.
And please refer to page 23, lines 2 to 3 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
You state the goal of rate making should be to align the depreciable life of the asset with its most likely service life, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to move on and talk a little bit about Duke Energy Kentucky's 2021 IRP.
Okay.
So Duke Energy Kentucky filed its most recent IRP with the commission in 2021, correct?
That is correct.
And you are Managing Director of IRP and Analytics at Duke Energy Business Services, which is an affiliate of Duke Energy Kentucky, correct?
Correct.
And please refer to your direct testimony at page 3, lines 10 through 13.
Okay, direct page 3 lines.
10 through 13.
I'm there.
So you state, I was involved in the creation of Duke Energy Kentucky's IRP prepared in 2021 and filed with the commission in June 2021 in case number 2021-245. I was responsible for the preparation of the various models used to determine the various portfolio scenarios that were analyzed in the IRP, correct?
Correct.
And as a result, you are familiar with Duke Energy Kentucky's 2021 IRP, correct?
I am.
You were in fact the sponsoring witness for the provision of the IRP in this litigation, correct?
Correct.
So I would like to mark as SC1 a copy of the public version of Duke Energy Kentucky's 2021 IRP.
That'll be fine. Do you have copies?
I do, and so I've spoken with the commission staff. Because the IRP is 174 pages, we've provided an electronic version in the interest of absence of wasteful duplication, and we have excerpts available as well as a full copy for the witness and the commissioners.
That'd be great. You can please provide those.
And may I approach the witness?
Yes. And you would like to name it as hearing, sorry, go through again. How would you like to mark it?
SC1.
SC1, that'd be fine.
Your Honor, I believe the IRP was already filed in this docket in response to a data request for the record.
So we'll make that, we'll mark that as hearing exhibit SC1.
Okay.
And yes, you may approach.
Thank you.
And while this is going out, so an entire version has gone to the reporter. Does Mr. Park have an entire version or the excerpt?
Mr. Park should have an entire version.
Okay.
Is that
And then-
correct, Mr. Park?
And the information that you're handing us is the excerpts that you plan on referencing. That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I'd note that while it says confidential, this is in fact the publicly filed version.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, Mr. Park, this is Duke Energy Kentucky's 2021 IRP, correct?
It appears to be.
Have you seen this document before?
I have.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit this document to the proceedings.
Given it's a hearing exhibit, object if you'd like, but given that it's already, just a hearing exhibit's already in the record, that'll be fine. We'll enter this as hearing exhibit SC-1.
All right, Mr. Park, the 2021 IRP evaluated several different portfolios, correct?
It did.
So first, I want to talk about the optimized portfolios that the IRP evaluated. These portfolios are portfolios that Duke Kentucky created through Encompass modeling, correct?
Correct.
And these portfolios are called optimized because the goal is to select the most economic plan, correct?
Yes, the model solves for a portfolio that minimizes cost for a specific set of assumptions that define that unique scenario.
And you created portfolios for scenarios based on two variables for these optimized portfolios, carbon regulation and gas price, correct?
Correct.
So you had essentially two sets of portfolios, one that was carbon regulation and one that was no carbon regulation, correct?
You could categorize them as two sets of three.
And within each set, those three scenarios were based on gas price as high, base, or low, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's start with the scenarios without carbon regulation. For the most economic portfolio with no carbon regulation and high gas prices, what is the year of retirement for East Bend?
If memory serves, I believe the portfolio does not retire East Bend in that time period. High gases elevate power prices, and East Bend becomes a very economic unit under those circumstances.
Yeah, so Mr. Park, I'd invite you to turn in the exhibit itself to, I believe it's around page 50. Let me find the precise page. So optimized portfolios without carbon, for scenarios without carbon regulation are on page 46.
Yes, I'm there.
All right, and so for the reference scenario without carbon regulation for high gas, I'm looking at the column on the far left, or the far right, excuse me, and it zeroes out East Bend in 2035, correct?
Yeah, that appears to be a typo for that particular cell. The totals of 1344 are 10 megawatts higher than 2034, and that's due to the addition of 10 megawatts of solar in 2035.
So I guess my question though is specifically about East Bend. East Bend 2 is at 0 in 2035 under the no carbon, high gas scenario, correct?
Yeah, as I mentioned, that 0 is a 600, and that 600 is reflected in the total line, a few rows below that.
Okay. So if we move down to base case, the base case retires East Bend beyond 2035, is that correct?
Yes, beyond the planning window.
And then if we move down to low gas, on the other hand, that retires East Bend at 2025, correct?
Correct.
So,
Yeah, the reason for that is the low gas prices pulls down power prices and makes running relatively inefficient combustion turbines a cheap alternative. This portfolio does that. It builds turbines and then buys a lot of power off the market, which is great if fuel and power prices stay low, but if a portfolio with this approach experienced higher gas prices and higher power prices, customers would experience a significant rate impact due to having a portfolio so reliant on the market.
which is why this is the low gas portfolio, correct?
Well, that's what I described as a result of the optimized low gas portfolio.
Okay, so let's move on to the scenarios so we've talked a little bit about the scenarios without carbon regulation. Please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 12, lines 17 through 19.
Okay, rebuttal 12, which lines, please?
Page 12, lines 17 through 19.
I'm there.
So you state that Duke Energy Kentucky has used a, quote, carbon tax in its IRP modeling, quote, as a proxy for other forms of regulation that may or may not be an actual carbon tax, correct?
Correct.
And you further state at lines 20 through 23, the IRA is one such scenario that has come to fruition. While the IRA doesn't directly tax a carbon emitting resource, but by creating subsidies for zero emitting resource, it has a direct and indirect effect on the future economics of a carbon emitting resource, correct?
Correct.
Okay, in light of the Inflation Reduction Act, the modeling in these portfolios with no carbon regulation is no longer in the world of foreseeable futures, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that. Since the carbon regulation scenarios, that's kind of an all-encompassing. It covers various forms of carbon regulation. It can cover various other environmental regulations. We certainly didn't dare try to come up with a very precise definition of what all future regulations are going to look like. We looked at the most important factors in developing this carbon tax that served as a proxy for all future carbon regulation. That carbon tax is particularly punitive to carbon emitting resources such as East Bend. The IRA takes a little bit different approach in that rather than punishing carbon emitting resources, it supports carbon-free generation. And in doing so, it's less impactful to the economics of East Bend, but it certainly does have an impact on the value proposition of the East Bend unit.
All right, please refer to your rebuttal testimony starting at page 5, line 18. And going to page 6, line 2.
I'm sorry, I had a difficult time here. Page 5, line.
18, I'm going to page 6, line 2.
Okay.
All right, you state, while the IRA clearly benefits zero carbon emitting resources in favor over carbon emitting resources, the expected impact of the IRA is directionally consistent with the IRP analysis related to a carbon emission tax. That is, due to the IRA's directly supporting zero emitting resources, that variable alone would mean that East Bend 2 would retire sooner than the analyzed IRP portfolio optimized for a scenario without a carbon tax, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I want to go back to our discussion of the IRP and the various sort of forms of modeling and move on to the portfolios with carbon regulation then. So for the most economic portfolio with high gas prices and carbon regulation, what is East Bend's year of retirement?
Can I clarify, counsel, because the charts were both charts provided in the IRP say they're with carbon.
Yes.
But your question is on page 44, that's what you're referring to?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I just
Yeah,
want to make sure
I
I was able to
appreciate
follow
that.
along.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. So for the reference scenario with carbon regulation and a high gas price, what is the year of retirement for East Bend?
2035.
And for with carbon regulation and a base gas price, what is the year of retirement for East Bend?
27.
And for with carbon regulation and a low gas price, what is the year of retirement for East Bend?
Also 27.
Okay. So I want to take a step back and talk about all 6 of these portfolios together. So for the range of retirements for East Bend and the optimized portfolios in the 2021 IRP, with and without carbon regulation, 5 of the 6, as reported in the 2021 IRP, and I know that you stated there's a typo, but as reported in the 2021 IRP that was previously entered in the record in the 2021 case and also entered in the record here, 5 of those 6 retirements are no later than 2035, correct?
Well, if you factor in the typo, that is true. 2 of the 6 scenarios, East Bend does not retire. And I think where you're going is if we look at an average retirement date.
Yeah, Mr. Park, I'm going to interrupt you for a second, just because I know everyone is eager to get to lunch. And so if you could answer my questions as yes or no, I think we will, move the proceedings along a little more quickly. And I'm only looking for a yes or no answer to these questions. So the only scenarios beyond 2035 are for a scenario that is no longer on the table because it's a scenario without any carbon regulation, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
So the scenarios beyond 2035, where retirement occurs beyond 2035, the base gas case and no carbon regulation, we know that's no longer on the table because the IRA exists and it is a scenario without any carbon regulation, correct?
What's confusing me is that, when we talk about the planning is that we use the term scenarios and that defines possible futures. Then when we're speaking of resources, we speak of portfolios. And so if you're asking me, are the no carbon regulation portfolios no longer on the table, I would say no.
The no carbon regulation scenarios are no longer on the table, correct?
Not necessarily. I think they've, the future is, there's literally infinite scenarios. We've developed 6 as representative scenarios of plausible futures. The specific assumptions of any one scenario is extremely unlikely, but I think you can look at scenarios that we developed in the 21 IRP. There's certainly been changes, the passage of time to where we are today. We can still look back at the IRP and say, yeah, some things have moved East Bend's retirement sooner on an economic basis. There's been other factors that have pushed it out. So I don't think we can necessarily categorically eliminate things at this point in time.
So one change from 2021 is the passage of the IRA, correct?
Correct.
And the modeling in 2021, you modeled with carbon regulation and without carbon regulation, correct?
Correct.
And you state in your rebuttal testimony, while the IRA benefits zero carbon emitting resources, the expected impact of the IRA is, as we just discussed, directionally consistent with the IRP analysis related to a carbon emission tax. Due to the IRA's directly supporting zero emitting resources, that variable alone would mean that East Bend 2 would retire sooner than the analyzed IRP portfolio optimized for a scenario without a carbon tax, correct?
Yes, while it's true that the IRA would pull forward the economic retirement of East Bend, it's also true.
I'm only asking about the IRA, Mr. Park, and the IRA's effect on the carbon regulation.
All else being equal.
He's trying to complete his.
I've sat there, that's fine. But you gotta let the witness finish his answer.
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, yes, while all things being equal, which they're not, the IRA would have a impact of pulling the economic retirement of East Bend in a no-carbon case forward. It's also true that supply chain issues, reliability issues have increased in relevance. That has a delaying effect on the economic retirement of East Bend.
So increased federal regulation of carbon emissions combined with the IRA would firmly move us forward into the world that you all forecasted before, specifically with respect to the carbon regulation scenarios, into a world in which carbon is regulated, correct?
Yeah, what you described would pull us closer to the with carbon regulation scenarios.
And 3 of the 6 portfolios, zooming out, both with and without carbon regulation, in fact retire East Bend in the 2020s, correct?
I believe that is correct.
And that includes even one of the scenarios without carbon regulation, correct?
Yes, the low gas optimized portfolio does have an early retirement for the reasons I mentioned.
And for the portfolios with carbon regulation, the latest date of East Bend retirement in any gas price scenario is 2035, correct?
Correct.
And 2 of those 3 portfolios with carbon regulation place retirement in the 2020s, correct?
That is correct.
And 3 of the 6 overall portfolios.
Yes.
So even including scenarios without carbon regulation, half of those scenarios the place retirement in the 2020s, correct?
Yes.
And 2/3 of scenarios with carbon regulation place retirement in the 2020s, correct?
Yeah, that is true. One thing I'd like to point out is that we shouldn't necessarily assume that all scenarios are equally probable. That changes. Certainly, there were some probabilities in 2021. Those probabilities have shifted since that time. The way I like to think about it is when we did the IRP back in '21, there's really a distribution of when the best time to retire East Bend is, and it depends on how fuel price changes, the cost of new generation, reliability metrics, load growth, et cetera. There's a number of variables that cause there to be a distribution around the best time to retire East Bend. What we've seen is that distribution tends to be getting pushed and was reflected in the IRP that it gets accelerated. So where before, the previous IRP did not have East Bend retiring. Given some of these pressures, it's accelerating. It's still a distribution. And yeah, you can paint a picture where East Bend retires earlier than 2035. You can very easily paint a picture where East Bend retires after 35. Based on our review of all sorts of combinations of environmental regulation and fuel prices, that distribution is settling right around 2035, or settled right around 2035 when we submitted the IRP 2 years ago.
So Mr. Park, in the scenarios that you forecast, you're describing painting a picture of the world in which it retires later than 2035. The IRP in the 6 optimized, economically optimized portfolios for the 6 different scenarios that you evaluated only retired East Bend after 25 in scenarios without carbon regulation, correct?
Did you mean 35?
After 2035, yes.
Yeah, so the 2 scenarios, base case, no carbon regulation, base fuel and high fuel, it did not retire the unit. The IRP window ended in 2035, so we shouldn't necessarily assume that it retires right after then. Under both those scenarios, East Bend probably retires well into the 40s.
And so what I'd like to do is move to thinking about, you've brought up sort of thinking about the probabilistic distribution. And I think that's a theme in your testimony, right? That we want to think about the most likely time of anticipated retirement in order to plan for the future, correct?
Yes.
So for the 2 sensitivities, carbon regulation and gas, I'd like to talk about most likely as it relates to carbon regulation first. Please refer to the IRP at page 30 under section C.
Page 30, section C, I'm there.
The IRP states, Duke Energy Kentucky believes that a price or constraint on carbon emissions is likely to be imposed at some point in the future, correct?
Correct.
And please refer to the IRP at page 12 under heading 1, developing a base case.
Okay, I'm on page 12.
The IRP states, a plan cannot be constructed without some set of expectations about what the future holds. Our reference with the carbon regulation scenario is a description of those expectations considered most likely to unfold over the 15-year planning period with no major disruptions to the business environment, correct?
Correct.
In other words, Duke Energy Kentucky has said the carbon regulation scenarios are the most likely, correct?
Well, since you're given the categorization of with and without carbon, most likely is more likely, so I wouldn't necessarily say that we're definitively saying that is the case. I think there is the expectation within the company that some future carbon regulation, such as the IRA, is likely to pass, and we've seen that. But I wouldn't necessarily go further than that.
Mr. Park, the reason I say most likely is because on page 12 at heading 1, the IRP states, our reference with the carbon regulation scenario is a description of those expectations considered most likely to unfold, correct?
Yeah, of a choice of two, most likely and more likely are equivalent.
All right, so let's talk about most likely or more likely as it relates to fuel price. Please refer to the IRP at page 18 under section A.
I'm there.
The IRP states, the company's expectation is for low natural gas prices through the early 2020s, followed by price increases slightly outpacing inflation through the remainder of the planning period, correct?
That is correct.
So based on Duke Kentucky's stance on gas prices here in the IRP, the base or low forecast gas prices are more likely, correct?
No, I don't think that's the correct interpretation. I think the low in your first description was just in general relative to later years, that prices were expected to remain relatively flat and low compared to the future as well as historical prices, and then pick up increases as we saw increases largely due to exports driving up gas prices higher than they are in the 20s with the increase in LNG facilities and exports to Mexico.
So you would say low natural gas prices, let's just take it through the early 2020s. Through the early 2020s, low natural gas prices relative to an absolute standard, correct?
Yeah, so I would say relative to the historical and future, but not necessarily saying that the low gas price assumption is more likely than the high gas assumption in the scenarios.
In the long-term scenarios, but you would say for the 2020s, the low gas price is most likely.
Correct, and that's reflected in the base case gas forecast.
Okay, so if we look at the combination of carbon regulation and low-rate gas, East Bend 2 retires in 2027, correct?
Correct.
And the same is true for carbon regulation and base rate gas, 2027, correct?
That is true, but let's not conflate relatively low gas prices and the low gas scenario. But in the optimized portfolios that included low gas, with or without carbon regulation, East Bend does retire early in both of those optimized portfolios.
So under the company's modeling in the IRP, the most likely scenario is one of the 3 scenarios with carbon regulation, correct?
I would say that's not an unreasonable conclusion. I think it might be a little bit limited, but not unreasonable.
And in those 3 scenarios, 2/3 of those scenarios retire East Bend no later than 2027, correct?
That is correct.
And in 2035, in those 3 scenarios, is now the outer limit of the range of any possible economically optimal portfolios that the company has put forward for those 3 scenarios.
Yeah, assuming the stringent carbon tax and high gas prices, that does retire East Bend in 2035. I still think we're a long ways away from that in terms of gas prices as well as carbon regulation, but based on the modeling of that particular set of assumptions, that is correct.
And the IRP states, given the swiftness with which carbon regulation can impact the Duke Energy Kentucky portfolio in a significant way, preserving the option to react is paramount, correct?
Yes, preserving options is a very important consideration when it comes to portfolio planning.
Okay, so I appreciate you bearing with me on the economically optimized portfolios. I want to turn to the replacement portfolios on
Council,
page
before you
15.
turn, sorry.
Yes.
It's 12:32. So this is a good place for your cross-examination to pivot, but it's going to have to wait till after lunch to actually pivot. So we're going to take let's take a recess for lunch until till 1:15. So we'll take about 45 minutes for lunch, and we'll start back as close to as we can, and you continue then. Thanks. Whenever you are. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Counsel, would you like to continue your cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Park, we had left off with the economically optimized portfolios, and so let's turn now to the replacement portfolios that the company put forward on page 50 of the IRP. And I believe page 49 of the IRP states that these portfolios provide, quote, 4 different replacement strategies that were, quote, each evaluated to better understand the trade-offs and impacts of each strategy. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And these portfolios have a 2030 retirement date for East Bend too, correct?
Yes, we focused on controlling that 2030 date so we could eliminate variables and have a better understanding of those various replacement strategies.
I'm sorry, can I ask clarification on 2030 or 2035?
2030, we did some replacement strategy portfolios starting on page 50. And so what we did is we just focused the retirement of East Bend on 2030 and then tested downstream replacement strategies. And so we're not necessarily saying there's anything special about 30, but we had to pick a year so we could test and see differences in the various strategies.
Sorry, Counsel.
And one portfolio is a portfolio that converts East Bend 2 to a gas burning unit, correct?
Correct.
And another includes a combined cycle unit, correct?
Correct.
And a third includes more CT generation, correct?
Yes, CT replacement.
And a fourth includes a significant amount of renewable resources, correct?
And CTs, yes.
And the idea behind these 4 portfolios, as we've just discussed, is that East Bend retires by 2030 in looking at these 4 replacement scenarios, correct?
Yes, that was a core assumption to these tests.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit more about your testimony in this proceeding. Please refer to your direct testimony at page 10.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so you state market dynamics and future regulation are suggesting that the retirement of East Bend is more likely to be sooner than 2035 rather than later, correct?
What line are you reading from?
That's a great question.
Line 8.
That's lines 18 through 20.
Oh, thank you, yes.
So that's correct.
Yes.
And then in your direct testimony, please turn to page 11, line 1. So the next question asked is, if modeling and federal policy is suggesting that East Bend should retire earlier than 2035, why is the company proposing to use 2035 as the anticipated retirement date, correct?
That is the question, yes.
And in responding, you state that, quote, the drivers that support a 2035 retirement of East Bend 2 are variable and subject to change, and note that, quote, factors that would cause East Bend 2 to retire earlier have increased in likelihood, correct?
That is correct.
All right, please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 7, line 10.
I'm there.
All right, you state the company believes that based upon current modeling and the recent legislative changes in Kentucky, retiring East Bend 2 before 2030 would be challenging from an execution standpoint, and as we sit today, not in the best interest of customers from a long-term cost perspective due to the remaining undepreciated book value of the East Bend 2 asset, correct?
Correct.
And in that sentence, the words before 2030 are bolded and underlined, correct?
That's true.
And not, if I could also have you please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 4, line 15.
I'm there.
You note that it's possible that 2027 could be the most economic retirement date for East Bend 2, quote, as we progress through time, correct?
It's possible under certain circumstances, yes.
And that's consistent with the IRP's finding that in 2 of the 3 optimized scenarios with carbon regulation, East Bend 2 retires in 2027, correct?
Yeah, 2 of the 6 do have a 27 retirement date. But as noted, there are a number of other scenarios that say otherwise.
And 2 of the 3 with carbon regulation, correct?
That is true.
Please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 20, lines 4 through 6.
I'm there.
And you state, in some scenarios, East Bend 2 retires in the 2020s, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, in other words, you've identified the possibility that the most economic retirement date for East Bend could be as soon as 2027 or otherwise in the 2020s, correct?
It's possible, 20s, 30s, 40s, all are possible.
And the anchoring date for feasible execution of retirement and the best interest of customers from a long-term cost perspective that you have identified is 2030, not before 2030 under current modeling, correct?
That would be challenging. Yes.
And so 2035 is in fact an outer limit for retirement under current modeling, correct?
I don't agree with that statement.
So for the carbon regulation scenarios, 2035 is an outer limit under current modeling, correct?
If you assume the assumptions of carbon regulation, which do have a fairly high carbon tax starting in this case 25 and increasing rather significantly over time, if you limit your worldview to those set of assumptions, that one optimized portfolio retires in 2035, retires East Bend in 2035, and the others retire earlier.
Thank you. So I want to move on to talk a little bit about environmental regulations as they relate to East Bend.
Okay.
So could you please refer to page 12 of the IRP?
I'm there.
The IRP states, future regulation cannot be forecast in a quantitative manner, and therefore the current regulatory environment is assumed to persist throughout the planning period, correct?
Correct.
And, quote, the one major exception to that assumption is in regard to a future price on carbon emissions, which, given its potential impact, is addressed in a number of scenarios, correct?
That is correct.
Right. And so we've already talked about how you're managing director of IRP and analytics at Duke Energy Business Services, correct?
Correct.
So please refer to pages 141 to 142 of Duke Energy's 2021 IRP, which we've just been talking about. This section of the IRP discusses environmental regulations and their impact on Duke Energy Kentucky's generation fleet, correct? That's pages 141 and 142.
Okay, I'm there.
And that discusses environmental regulations, correct?
It does.
And page 141 states, quote, Duke Energy Kentucky continuously monitors developments in these regulations. And I think there it's referring to air regulations, correct? I believe it's the 3rd paragraph down on that page.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just taking a look at the preceding paragraphs. Yes, that does seem limited to air regulations.
Mm-hmm. And so in your role as managing director of IRP and analytics, you review environmental regulations that may impact Duke Energy Kentucky's generation fleet, correct?
Well, we work with subject matter experts through focus on environmental regulations, and then they provide input to the IRP analysis.
So please refer to the IRP at page 141.
I'm there.
The IRP notes Duke Energy Kentucky's efforts to comply with the Clean Air Interstate Rule and the Cross-State Air Pollution Rule, correct?
Okay, I see that.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Park, have you ever heard of the Good Neighbor Rule?
Not until very recently. I saw that in the most recent PJM report where they discussed the increasing concerns about reliability coming after the Winter Storm Elliott event.
And the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency just issued a final Good Neighbor Rule, correct?
That I'm not aware of.
Okay. Is there another witness toward whom questions about environmental regulation would be
Yes,
better directed?
Mike Gears can speak to environmental regulations.
All right, thank you. And the good neighbor rule, my only question for you then is the good neighbor rule is not reflected in the 2021 IRP modeling, correct?
Not specifically, but you could argue that to some extent it might be part of the whole carbon tax umbrella, but not specifically, given, as you mentioned, it just was finalized and the IRP was done 2 years ago.
All right, so please refer to page 142 of the IRP.
I'm there.
Page 142 identifies the steam electric effluent limitation guidelines, or the ELG, as a regulatory scheme that affects East Bend, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Are you familiar with the ELG regulatory scheme?
Just to the limit that I've been provided input from our environmental people.
Are you aware of the new ELG rule proposed by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in 2023?
I am not.
Okay. And so I'll save my questions on that. Please refer to the IRP at page 141, where it states, with respect to existing fully implemented air emission regulations, Duke Energy Kentucky has taken the necessary, prudent, and economic actions to attain full compliance, correct?
Yes.
And that includes, as discussed on page 141, efforts to comply with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or the NAAQS, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the NAAQS for fine particulate matter?
Not specifically for the East Bend Station or the local areas.
Okay. Are you aware of the new reconsideration of the NAAQS for particulate matter proposed by the EPA in January 2023?
Not specifically.
And the specifics of a new rule, generally speaking, proposed in 2023 are not reflected in Duke Energy Kentucky's 2021 modeling, correct?
Not specifically, but could argue that to some degree is included in the carbon tax umbrella.
All right, and finally, just one more question about environmental regulations. Please refer to page 141 of the IRP. The IRP discusses Duke Energy Kentucky's efforts to comply with the Mercury and Air Toxic Standards Rule, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Mercury and Air Toxic Standards Rule?
Not specifically.
Are you aware of the new MATS rule proposed by the EPA on April 3rd, 2023?
Not specifically.
Okay. And then just zooming out, generally speaking, the IRP assumes that the current regulatory environment persists throughout the planning period in its modeling, correct?
Yes, at a minimum.
And so, I think let's move on then from environmental regulations, and I'll save my other questions for your colleague.
Okay.
So I'd like to move on to the IRA specifically. And if you could turn to Duke Energy Kentucky's response to the Sierra Club's first set of data requests, SC-DR-01-23. And Commissioner, I don't know if you would prefer for me to enter this as an exhibit, or if it would be preferable to, I don't know if it would be preferable to have this entered as an exhibit, or if you would prefer for it just to be read into the record. I'm happy to do either.
Yeah, so is this a question, is this a data request in which Mr. Park is the respondent?
Yes.
Then I think you can continue with the question and be fine.
Okay, thank you.
And just to make sure I looked up, it's Sarah, first data request, number 23?
Yes, that's
All right,
correct.
thank you.
So this is Duke Energy Kentucky's response. Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the page, it states that the person responsible is Scott Park, correct?
Correct.
And you are the same Scott Park, correct?
That is correct.
Excellent. So you provided this discovery response.
Yes.
Great. So please refer to your discovery response. In your discovery response, you state, quote, "The company has not performed any detailed analysis of the IRA impacts as it relates to its integrated resource planning beyond high-level considerations of tax incentives and updating of fuel prices," correct?
Correct.
So in other words, to date, since your discovery responses as well, Duke Kentucky has not performed any detailed analysis of the IRA's impacts, correct?
That is correct. We have not.
And you further observe in your discovery response, quote, all else being equal, the company expects that the IRA will drive more renewable additions, putting downward pressure on energy prices, which would decrease the capacity factor of coal generation, correct?
Yeah, all else being equal, yes.
And please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 2, line 14.
All right, I'm there.
All right, so you state federal policy is likely going to continue to negatively impact the service life of East Bend, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And specifically, you note, quote, for example, the recently passed Inflation Reduction Act, IRA initiative, which, among other things, provides subsidies for low and zero emitting generating resources, has an indirect impact on the viability of coal-fired resources, correct?
Yes, that is one of the factors.
All right, please refer to page 7, lines 19 through 22 of your direct testimony. Your direct, not your rebuttal.
Direct page 7, line?
Line 19.
All right, thank you. I'm there.
So you state, quote, to address the diversification issue, as well as account for the new presence of new federal action through the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, as well as the possibility for future carbon regulation, the company believes that a measured approach to transitioning the generation fleet makes sense for customers, correct?
Correct.
And that is your justification for setting a retirement date of East Bend, for East Bend of 2035 rather than earlier, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. This speaks about the IRA. The 2035 date was set 2 years ago. At that time, we didn't have insight of the IRA, so I don't agree with that statement.
Okay, so you're saying that you have not, since the IRA, you have not reevaluated the 2035 retirement date for East Bend, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and please refer to pages 42 to 43 of the IRP.
I'm there.
All right, page 42 states, quote, the takeaway from these three scenarios is that should carbon regulation come to fruition of a similar magnitude to what is assumed in this IRP, economic retirement of East Bend 2 follows within a few years, correct?
Correct.
And please refer to page 54 of the IRP.
Page 54?
Mm-hmm.
I'm there.
So the IRP states, quote, when all the portfolios are considered, it is noteworthy that changes occur within a few years after carbon regulation is put in place, correct?
It does.
And it then states, quote, in many cases, the timing of these changes is less than the time it takes to go through the permitting process, procure resources, and construct the facility, correct?
Correct.
And the IRP then concludes, quote, because of this, preparing for the likelihood of increased environmental regulation is a prudent course of action, correct?
Yes, it's important to consider likely future events, but not necessarily tie yourself to decisions on factors that have not been certain.
Great, so please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 2, lines 7 through 13.
Rebuttal, page 2, line?
7 through 13.
Thank you. I'm there.
So you discuss an expected decrease in capacity factor for East Bend 2 that will lead to decreased value for customers, correct?
Yes, on balance, that would have an impact on the value of East Bend.
And one reason for that expected decrease in capacity factor is higher coal prices, correct?
Yes, higher coal prices would negatively affect East Bend.
And you state that, quote, with less generation coming from company resources, the remaining energy will come from greater market purchases, correct?
Correct.
Why will less generation lead to greater market purchases?
Well, since we need to serve customers in all hours, if we're generating less, We need to get that power from somewhere, and it's coming through market purchases through PJM. And so when the market's cheap, we will buy power and avoid running a unit because it's less costly and saves customers money.
And so then if the cost of producing energy at East Bend is higher than the cost of buying energy from the PJM market, that means operating East Bend is not the economic choice, correct?
For that time period, yes.
Mhm. And so as a result, Duke Kentucky won't operate East Bend at those times, correct?
Yes, there's times when PJM doesn't dispatch the East Bend unit, and as a result, the utility buys power to serve customers.
So when East Bend becomes regularly uneconomic relative to the market, it will not be regularly operating, correct?
I think by definition, that's a true statement.
Okay. So I want to return to your rebuttal testimony that we were just looking at page 2, where you state, quote, operating a unit that runs so infrequently makes a unit less reliable to start up successfully. Why is that?
Bill Luke would be better speak to that, but generally speaking, you know, the starting and stopping of a unit just is harder on a unit rather than base loading it. And so it's just a general statement for generation units. That's a true statement.
And why is that starting and stopping of a unit? Why is that problematic?
Well, again, Bill Luke could probably speak to that better than I, but you know, you've got to start the unit, heat it up, there's the thermal expansion and cooling of startup and shut down, and there's just additional stress, but Mr. Luke could speak to that far better than I could.
Mm-hmm. And you state, quote, that when a unit is less reliable to start up successfully, that, quote, can increase capacity performance risk, correct?
That is true.
Mm-hmm. And why is that?
Well, depending, you know, and there's some luck to it, and you know, when a forced outage happens and a capacity performance event happens, if those things happen simultaneously, that does put the company at risk. Conversely, as we saw over the Storm Elliott circumstance, there were system events, and East Bend performed great and earned significant revenues as a result of that.
And you describe, quote, other operational issues that can arise from infrequent operations, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And one is, quote, increased cycling, correct?
Correct.
And what is increased cycling?
Cycling is, you know, starting and stopping a unit.
Mm-hmm. And what problems does increased cycling cause for a plant?
Well, as I mentioned in my testimony, it increases the likelihood of failures of equipment and just the additional stress on, you know, heating and cooling the unit as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And this is especially true for coal plants like East Bend that were designed to run as baseload plants and not to cycle, correct?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Luke on that one.
Okay. And so you also just mentioned equipment failures. What kinds of equipment failures can result from infrequent operations?
I would defer to Mr. Luke on that one as well.
Okay. And you also in your testimony mentioned staffing the station as another set of operational issues that can arise from infrequent operation, correct?
Yes, if there's a forecast going forward of infrequent operation, you know, the company's always looking to best manage its cost, and a part of that is staffing, and that could present some staffing issues if a unit is not running. It's probably more an issue for peaking stations than coal stations, but the management of staffing is an important consideration of the utility, and we're aware of that.
Mm-hmm. And would fixing these staffing issues, would that require expenditures by the company?
Really depends on the circumstances. There might be another generating facility close by, and some staffing could be shared. It really depends on the particular circumstances.
What other operational issues that we haven't discussed can arise from infrequent operation?
Again, I would defer to Mr. Luke on that one.
Okay. A unit that is not operating regularly, in short, can have significant operational issues, correct?
Significant seems like a stretch, but again, Mr. Luke would be better to speak to that than I could.
All right, and I'll save my last questions on that for Mr. Luke as well. So Duke Energy Kentucky views this case as fundamentally about prudently preparing for East Bend II's retirement in light of an uncertain future, correct?
I think that's fair.
So please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 20, lines 6 through 8.
Rebuttal, page 20,
Lines 6 through 8.
6 through 8. Yes, thank you. I'm there.
You state, quote, "The actual retirement decision for East Bend 2 does not need to be made today, but preparing for the eventuality and the probability of such timing as it relates to recovery of asset costs is prudent and imperative," correct?
Correct.
And then please refer to your rebuttal testimony just a little bit further down that page, at page 20, lines 10 through 22. So you discussed there the significant problems you see with the AG's proposal not to align the book life of East Bend 2 with its modeled retirement date, correct?
Correct.
And you explained what would happen were the book life not aligned with a retirement date of 2035, and East Bend 2 were retired in 2035, correct?
Correct.
And please refer to your rebuttal testimony there at lines 10 through 16. And you discuss if the book life were not aligned with the retirement date, quote, "The result would be that there would be a significant undepreciated amount in rate base, in addition to the cost of replacement generation that must be addressed. The combination of those factors would cause a more abrupt and significant increase in rates for customers," correct?
Correct.
And then please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 23, lines 21 through 23.
I'm there.
And then going on to page 24, lines 1 through 2. So you further explain that if the book life is not aligned with the retirement date, quote, "Should an event happen that would make East Bend 2 less economic to operate compared to a replacement set of resources by 2035, the customers would be subject to greater amounts of undepreciated book value and rate base associated with East Bend 2, plus the cost of the new resources and rate base," correct?
Correct.
So if the book life and the retirement date are not aligned, then the concern is at the retirement date, the customers will experience a rate shock, correct?
Well, there'd just be an additional rate increase to accommodate the cost of the new resource as well as the cost of the regulatory asset of undepreciated book value of the retired asset.
And my understanding is, correct me if this is wrong, the company believes that if the book life and the retirement date are not aligned, true retirement would be possible under new Kentucky legislation, only if the company were willing to absorb the cost. Is that correct?
That's difficult for me to speak to. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of compliance with Senate Bill 4, so I really can't speak to that specific question.
In general, sort of zooming out, the company views it, and you view it in your testimony, as crucial to ensure that the book life does not last longer than the retirement date, correct?
Well, I think that just gets back to just sound running of a utility that, customers are paying for resources that are used and useful when they're operating. Not to the extent it can be eliminated, but any stranded asset or intergenerational subsidy should be minimized to the extent possible. And so it's just, I think, within the sound management of the business and managing customers' rates.
So I want to talk a little bit about sort of what happens if the retirement date ends up being after the book life, as you sort of just alluded to. So please refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 20, lines 17 through 22.
I'm there.
So you state, quote, "Now consider the impact of aligning the book life of the unit with its currently modeled and most likely retirement date, which you described there as 2035, but due to some factors, it doesn't retire until a date after 2035. In such a case, the depreciation expense for the unit through 2035 would be higher than the current expense, but after 2035, rates would drop considerably and then increase once a new resource is added. Customers would also benefit," correct?
Correct.
So to simplify that a bit, if the commission sets the book life of East Bend 2 as 2035 and East Bend 2 retires after that, you're saying customers will pay a higher expense in the short term, but a greatly decreased expense in the long term and will ultimately benefit. Is that correct?
Well, so if the Commission approved depreciation, full depreciation through 2035. That would mean an increase in rates between now and then. At that point, the unit is fully paid for, and customers would enjoy the benefit of no longer having to pay for the depreciation associated with that unit. At that point, rates would drop. Once a replacement asset was added, that would go into rate base, and rates would increase. But in general, that would result in a lower cost to customers than letting it depreciate over a longer period of time.
So in your view, the risk of setting a book life for East Bend 2 that is too far into the future beyond a retirement date of 2035 is a greater risk for customers than the risk resulting from setting the book life and the retirement date being after sort of what you set the book life at. Is that correct?
Let me see if I followed that. Are you asking, is the risk or the impact of retiring after the depreciable life
Yeah.
less than the risk of retiring before the depreciable life?
Yes.
I think that's a reasonable statement.
And you state in your testimony at page 21, lines 1 through 3.
Rebuttal?
So you state there in your rebuttal testimony.
Okay. I'm there.
The economics and the risk profile of the decisions about East Bend support aligning the book life of the unit with its probable retirement date, which you place there at 2035, so that customers and the utility are better prepared to adapt to an uncertain future, correct?
Correct.
So now I want to talk a little bit about some of the specifics of the modeling in the 2021 IRP.
Okay.
So in the 2021 IRP, the scenarios for the optimized portfolio with the carbon tax included increasing LMPs. Is that correct? Locational marginal prices.
Yes, higher power prices, yes.
And Duke has not modeled a scenario with decreasing LMPs. Is that correct?
Well, it means decreasing relative to what? The power price forecasts that we develop, each is scenario specific for the 3 scenarios with carbon regulation, in general, are higher than the 3 scenarios where we forecast power prices without a carbon tax. And that's due to a carbon tax raising the dispatch cost of carbon emitting resources.
And I take your point about increasing and decreasing with respect to what? Has Duke modeled a scenario with decreasing LMPs over time?
Well, not specifically in that we can't just wave a wand and say power prices are going to go down and model that because we need the assumptions that get us there. Now, we've talked about all else being equal, the IRA is going to have a depressive impact on power prices. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to cause them to decrease in time. They might just be going up not as much over time. And so to do that, and we will do that in the next IRP, is we'll gather all the new information, fuel prices, et cetera, cost of new generation, the impacts of the IRA as the Treasury Department lets out more details of it. We will model the Eastern Interconnect, and it's reasonable to expect that more renewables will be added because of the IRA. We'll have to certainly look at what the feedback loop is with respect to reliability, essentially dispatch the Eastern Interconnect to come up with that power price forecast. So it's based on a number of factors, and we include all of those as well as their the relationships between those variables in developing a power price forecast. But as far as just jumping all the way to the end and saying we've got a decreasing power price forecast, we don't evaluate things like that.
LMPs were very high in 2022, correct?
Yes, fuel prices did have significant impact on power prices.
And consequently, East Bend's energy revenues in the PJM energy market were unusually high in 2022, correct?
Well, I can't speak to the unusual nature of that. Mr. Suez could speak to that better than I could.
And LMPs have decreased substantially in 2023, correct?
Generally, I believe fuel prices and power prices have come down since the peak of 2022.
So please refer to your rebuttal testimony, starting at page 9, line 19.
I'm there.
You state that Ms. Shenstone Harris in her testimony, quote, shows 3 lines of the capacity factors for East Bend 2. Historical, 2018 to 2022, projected assuming no carbon regulation, 2023 to 2034, and the one that she chooses to use, which is a projection assuming carbon regulation, correct?
Correct.
And you state at page 10, line 4 of your rebuttal testimony,
I'm there.
quote, either one of those futures is possible as well as other outcomes, correct?
Correct.
But as you also stated, and as we've discussed in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the IRA is directionally supporting or directionally consistent with an analysis related to a carbon emission tax, correct?
It's in the same direction. It's not near the magnitude of a carbon tax. So I think where capacity factors drop significantly with a carbon tax, as I've talked about, the carbon tax punishes carbon emitting resources. The IRA rewards non-emitting resources. On balance, I would expect capacity factors to fall slightly due to the IRA.
And as we've discussed, Duke Kentucky believes carbon regulation to be the most likely scenario, correct?
Well, our carbon tax assumption is broader than specifically carbon. It includes other forms of environmental regulation, and it's not unreasonable to think that more environmental regulation could happen.
So, Mr. Cook, I'm a little confused on this point, and I'm wondering if you can clarify. I believe we discussed in the IRP, I want to say it's at page 12, the IRP talks about regulation, environmental regulation. And as we discussed, the IRP states that it assumes no environmental regulation, or it assumes, let me find the precise quote here. I don't want to misquote you or misquote Duke. Yeah, the IRP states, quote, future regulation cannot be forecast in a quantitative manner, and therefore the current regulatory environment is assumed to persist throughout the planning period. And so I'm a little confused about whether the company's carbon emissions or carbon regulation scenario is capturing solely carbon emissions, which it seems to be saying on page 12 of the IRP that it is, or whether it is capturing, intended to capture broader environmental regulations.
Yeah, it's intended to capture broader. The difference with carbon emissions from other emissions is typically there's control technology that can be added to a unit, or operations can be changed to control various emittents coming out of a unit. Now, while there is carbon capture technology, it's extraordinarily expensive. Although incented and rewarded in the IRA, we kind of include that in the carbon tax. It affects the dispatch and the economics of a unit that would be more of units that would most likely be impacted by future regulation. And so I'd broaden the carbon regulation scenarios to be capturing various forms of increased regulation, certainly carbon probably being the most impactful of those.
So that seems to me in some tension with what it says here on page 12 of the IRP, which is future regulation cannot be forecast in a quantitative manner, and therefore the current regulatory environment is assumed to persist throughout the planning period.
Well, that current regulatory environment is just a given. You know, compliance with the law is always there. Quantified, you know, we're not necessarily saying like if something with regard to sulfur or NOx requirement is increased, it's going to require this change in equipment or reagents, and we can quantify what the impact of compliance with that specific regulation is. Since we're planning for over such a long time period,
and we lack the specificity of what we're trying to comply with, that's where we put the carbon regulation in there to speak directionally of what greater regulation might mean to the portfolio without necessarily specifically identifying this regulation causes that cost.
But, so then, for example, the specifics of the good neighbor rule, or the ELG rule, or the MATS rule, if I were to sort of break those out, those aren't sort of specifically quantified in IRP.
Not in the IRP, but our environmental group and operations group do look at that. They'll look at the specifics of each unit, the law that needs to be to comply with, evaluate different compliance strategies, the cost effectiveness of those, and use that. And that primarily becomes an input to the IRP and is entered into the, our CapEx, fixed O&M, those sort of costs that are included in the IRP models.
So are the specifics of individual regulations, such as the good neighbor rule, or the MATS rule, or the ELG rule, captured within, modeled within the IRP, or are those specific regulations and their effects going forward not modeled within the IRP?
Well, previous versions of those models and the equipment we've had added, the impact on operations, those costs are within the IRP model. You mentioned the good neighbor was just recently released. The specific costs of complying with that rule are not specifically included in the model, but could be considered to fall under the additional costs associated with the CO2 tax.
And so those environmental regulations that we're talking about, such as the good neighbor rule or the MATS rule, all of those would tend to, if they affect East Bend, increase the likelihood of an earlier retirement date rather than push out the retirement date of East Bend.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, increased regulation is going to harm generation units rather than help them.
Okay, so I want to go back a little bit more to the sort of specifics of the modeling. So in your rebuttal testimony, you discuss your differences with Ms. Shenstone-Harris's assignment of capacity values to East Bend for historical performance, correct?
Which page are you on?
I want to say it's page 19. Let's see if that's correct. Oh, no, I apologize, page 9. Page 9.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah, so pages 9 through 10, you discuss your differences with Ms. Shenstone-Harris's assignment of capacity factors, correct?
Assignment of capacity
Or
factors?
capacity values, I
Capacity
apologize.
value, yes.
And are you familiar with the concept of bilateral capacity purchases?
Yes.
And if Duke Kentucky were to purchase capacity rather than operate East Bend, it could do so bilaterally, correct?
If it's available, but given the number of retirements and shortages that we're seeing in the RTOs, you might want to be able to buy it, but you might not be able to buy it because nobody has the capacity to sell.
So if you are purchasing capacity, bilateral capacity values are generally on par with PJM clearing prices for that zone, correct?
I don't believe so. Typically, the auctions for capacity in PJM and RTO settle at kind of residual values. Generators that have capacity to sell know that they've got hard steel in the ground capacity to sell, and that's more certain and more valuable to people. So it's been my experience that bilateral capacity transactions take place at prices higher than auction clearing prices.
Okay, so I want to move on a little bit to talking about capacity factors in the modeling that Duke used for the IRP. How low did capacity factors get in the modeling that you all used for the IRP for East Bend 2?
Well, it really varied by scenario. In some scenarios, it was at 80%. In other scenarios, I think it got down to low single digits.
Mm-hmm. In the scenarios with carbon regulation, what were the capacity factors?
Again, it varied by time. In the early part of those scenarios, the capacity factors were quite strong, if I recall, in that 60% range. But as that carbon tax increases over time, it puts greater pressure on capacity factors and pushes those down as the capacity or carbon tax goes up.
And how low do those capacity factors get in this?
Like I said, low single digits.
And then my last question, and I appreciate you bearing with me, please refer to page 5 of the IRP.
Okay, I'm there.
The IRP states, quote, "One example of a dynamic external factor that impacts this analysis is potential new government regulations that are more stringent than what is evaluated in the scenarios that include carbon regulation. If such standards are enacted, then the company would adjust its plan accordingly based on the specifics of that regulation." Correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Park.
No other questions, Jim?
No further questions.
Sorry, I just thought you were thanking Mr. Park for, didn't know that meant the end. Ms. Grumman, you have questions for Mr. Park?
Just very briefly.
Take all the time you like.
Hopefully it's very briefly. Mr. Park, as someone who has spent quite a bit of time with Encompass in North Carolina last year, I do have a question. We've spent a lot of time talking about this 2021 IRP. And I want to look at you have a couple of portfolios here that I think you were talking about with council after lunch. I think one of is I don't remember if it was the transitional or the optimized, but I'm trying to understand, among these portfolios, are there places where you forced in results into the model as opposed to allowing Encompass to select the results economically?
Generally speaking, the optimized portfolios, the model is free to optimize and retire economically, and that's why we see them move around so much, where we've got units retire, East Bend in particular, retiring as soon as 27 or not at all.
So let's go to confirm. That's page 44 and page 46. You have the optimized portfolios with and without carbon regulation.
Yes, figures 6.1 and 6.2, correct.
And so those were economically selected by the model. And the only
Optimized
caveat
retirements.
was with and without carbon regulations.
And various fuel forecasts.
Okay. And then the transitional portfolios on figure 6.3, did you force anything into the Encompass model for that?
Yeah, so that's where, we start looking at reasonable portfolio strategies. Optimized portfolios are limited. I mean, they're kind of dumb in that the model just says, pick the lowest cost possible and do that. It doesn't speak of risk or anything like that. And it also is very specific to a certain future. And we don't necessarily want to be putting all of our eggs in one basket that one certain future is going to happen. So we take the lessons learned from those optimized runs, and then we start putting together different resource strategies that we want to pursue.
Okay, and so
The
then looking.
transitional A and B are a couple of those, and then some of those East Bend replacement strategies are other portfolios we tested.
So on page 50, am I correct to assume that the portfolios there that you forced in the East Bend retirement date, and based on my experience, when you have it as a 600 number on 2029 and a 0 number on 2030, that's presuming a retirement date of December 31st, 2029?
Yeah, exactly. So for testing the replacement, we controlled the retirement date, and so we made the retirement date the same.
Okay.
And that way, there aren't any differences between these portfolios based on retirement date. All the differences are based on the replacement strategy pursued or evaluated. And that way, we can learn and see what happens when we choose different strategies.
And then, in my experience in North Carolina, with the carbon plan, a secondary step was performed, and I think it's a yes or no question. There's a separate reliability analysis that was conducted in North Carolina that was sort of on top of these portfolios. Would that also need to be done for the portfolio set forth in this IRP?
I don't think so. I mean, at the time of the IRP, I don't believe that level of analysis had been done.
Okay.
Kentucky's in an RTO where the Carolinas is not.
Correct.
Having said that, with the pace at which the fleet is transitioning and the PJM report, the members kind of rely on PJM for reliability, but I think there's value in a secondary look at reliability in our specific utility. And so while we did not do that reliability study as a second step here, I think it could be a value-added exercise.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Park.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kurt Boehm. I represent Kroger. I just have a couple questions about your rebuttal testimony on page 25.
Okay, I'm there.
The first Q&A on page 25, you refer to Kroger witness Mr. Bieber's discussion of capacity factors of East Bend as they relate to his justification that the commission should not adopt a production stacking methodology for cost allocation. Do you recall that Q&A?
Okay, the response says, his discussion points out the capacity factors of East Bend as they relate to his justification why the commission should not adopt a production stacking methodology.
Yes. And then the next Q&A is Mr. Bieber's calculation of East Bend's capacity factor of 47% in 2021 accurate? And you respond yes. And then getting to the question here, the next Q&A, you list the capacity factors for East Bend in that chart, and you have 49% as 2021. So I guess my question is, what is the reason for is it just a typo, or which is the correct?
The reason for the 2% difference, frankly, I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
Thank you. Yeah, and they're pretty close. Moving on to the next Q&A, the question is, what is a driver for East Bend, a base load generating unit, having capacity factors at or below 50%? Would you agree with Mr. Bieber's discussion or his argument that that whether East Bend was built as a base load unit or not, it's not being operated as a base load unit currently?
I would say sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It just depends on market conditions. Just because a unit was built originally as a base load unit doesn't mean that it cannot run as an intermediate unit. In fact, it's a good thing that a unit is flexible enough to adapt to different market conditions, and that's where how I would describe East Bend.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mr. Park, I want to go back to, I think it was Walmart and Sierra Club both asked you about it. But you mentioned doing some analysis about replacing East Bend and what your best options were. And based on those analysis, what generation units or resources have you all found to appear to be the most appropriate or cost-effective ways to replace East Bend's capacity?
Yeah, so when we looked in the IRP, we considered those 4 replacement strategies, and the first one was gas conversion, where essentially you, instead of heating up the boiler with coal, you use gas. That, generally speaking, isn't a terribly good strategy because coal units aren't units that come online quickly and necessarily ramp quickly or without impact. And it's not terribly flexible. So, we don't particularly like that option. We looked at replacing East Bend with CTs. We look at East Bend replacing it with CCs. Both of those are about the same cost. The difference is if we build CCs, we generate a lot more of our own power and sometimes sell into the market and use those margins to credit back to customers. With CTs, given their higher heat rate and lower efficiency, they don't run as often. They're great for meeting high demand periods, but generally speaking, they don't run much given their efficiencies. We end up just buying a lot more power. On average, that CT strategy is about the same cost. It's a higher risk approach because it does subject customers to greater fluctuations due to market changes. And then lastly, we looked at a very heavy renewable replacement strategy. And, you know, on balance, we retire 600 megawatts of East Bend, built on the order of 1,800 megawatts of solar, wind, and storage. And then we still had to supplement it with a couple CTs just to maintain reliability when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing. That portfolio is certainly lower carbon emissions, but it's also a notable outlier in terms of cost. That was one of the places that Ms. Shenstone Harris, I felt, didn't do fair service, is talking about the economics of East Bend, but I think there was maybe one page spent talking on the benefits of the IRA and never really getting into, well, if you retire East Bend, we still have to serve customers. What's the cost of building, 1,800 megawatts of renewables, and it's into the billions? That was not part of it, but as of today, combined cycle has a lot of appeal. It's not without its challenges. Notwithstanding Senate Bill 4, the IRA and the incentives that it gives to renewables make them look more attractive, but they're, in my opinion, incomplete resources. And also the incentives for nuclear. Nuclear, gets a production tax credit. It generates a lot. It has a very high capacity factor. We're looking at that. We're monitoring SMR technologies and how they develop, because if the country is really serious about getting carbon-free or carbon neutral, for me, it's hard to imagine that nuclear technology isn't a very core component of that. And it kind of creates a foundation for renewables to be built on top of that.
So I guess that leads me to just a quick follow-up on that. Basically, even though, like, as of today, you sit here and say that, you all haven't taken any steps to commit to any one of those particular options.
We have not committed to anything, but we're monitoring and evaluate all of those things.
Okay, and the next questions I have, you may not be the person that I should ask, so feel free to tell me to ask somebody else. I have a question about a response that was given to the Attorney General, and I don't believe that you were actually the sponsor, but it was regarding the ESM surcharge report. In the ESM surcharge report, it was AG response to data request 2, item 40, and it's attachment 1, and it's form 2.5.
AG 2-40?
Yes. And it may have been a supplemental response, if there's a newer supplemental response, but it is the attachment 1, form 2.5.
I don't have that with me, which makes me think that I did not sponsor that.
Okay, well, you may still be able to address some of my questions regarding it. In that surcharge report, there is a note that in March of 2020, the supplier for the chemicals for the flue gas desulfurization system either went out of business or the contract terminated and they were no longer supplying East Bend with those particular chemicals anymore. Are you familiar with that situation at all?
I'm not.
Okay, do you have any idea who might be the best person to ask about that?
Mr. Luke seems like a good candidate to start with.
Okay, all right. Let me see if that's, I think all of my other questions were regarding that. So if you're unfamiliar with that, is it safe to say that you didn't take that into consideration in any of your IRP analysis?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
The IRP is a very complex analysis that includes input from a number of subject matter experts. And such of those particulars such as a certain reagent increased in price, that is just a model input, just like numerous other model inputs. So
So I can ask some other people
you
and
can ask,
maybe
but
we'll.
yeah, in all likelihood, those things all get fed into the model analysis through our normal input update process.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
Any questions, Joe?
That's all I have.
Question?
Sarah? This rate case was filed in December, as I recall, which was before Senate Bill 4 passed. So it wasn't a consideration when it was filed. But as we all try to figure out how these cases work with the addition of Senate Bill 4 to our considerations, I believe you testified that you had not necessarily considered and reevaluated based on Senate Bill 4 how we should process your request to retire East Bend. Who would be the right person to ask those questions to? Or has that not been done yet?
To my knowledge, that hasn't been done. I've seen I think there's like 4 sub-bullets to kind of the test for or requirements of Senate Bill 4. All the implications of those I don't think have been fully digested and to my knowledge have not been evaluated yet.
Right. And they've not been tested in a rate case. We're in the process of figuring how they apply to this. I just wonder if it's something that Duke has considered, or if anyone is doing that.
In a full IRP evaluation, but that's certainly something we'll evaluate.
All right. And then also, early on in your cross by the Attorney General's Office Counsel, which feels like days ago now, you testified that you were not familiar with the $10 million rate impact that retiring this East Bend facility at a different time would have caused. Is that not a consideration? Or who's doing that consideration? The fact that it impacts the ratepayers at about $10 million?
Well, so it's really more a matter of when that gets paid. When we look at resource planning, we're looking over the long term. Certainly rate impacts are an important consideration. And that's to the point of why we're requesting what we're requesting is, let's fully pay for East Bend while it's still running. Let those costs be paid for and taken care of. And then when a new replacement asset is put in place, then those costs are included in rates. What we'd like to avoid or minimize is a situation where East Bend retires, its costs persist, and then customers are paying for both the new resource as well as the old resource. And in doing so, there would be a more abrupt rate impact to customers at that time relative to, the increase in rates due to added depreciation expense today.
Thank you.
So I was planning on taking a break at 2:25, and I know the scope of the questions I have for you, Mr. Park. So for everyone's benefit, we're going to go ahead and take our recess now.
Okay.
To give you a chance to rest and get some water. So let's take let's go ahead and take a 20-minute recess until 2:45, and then we'll start back again. All right, we're back on the record in case number 2022-00372. Good afternoon, Mr. Park.
Good afternoon.
Okay. First, I'll start with the question that you received from Ms. Goat regarding AG data request 63, I think 1-63 maybe, but it was about basically reliability must-run status of eSpend in the event that Duke wanted to retire it and PJM told you no. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn that PJM does not have the authority to require generators to stay online for resource adequacy purposes?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Or that, would you be surprised to know that PJM's authority under the FERC tariffs for what they call reliability must-run, RMR, is limited to instability or issues on the transmission system, and namely thermal or voltage issues?
I was not aware of that limitation.
Okay. Would you agree that there may be other witnesses from Duke that I can follow up to sort of clarify that data request response to indicate that PJM does not have the authority to keep a retiring generator online unless it impacts the stability of the transmission system?
Yes, but I'm not exactly sure who that would be.
So I've got this list of 31 here. After you, it's witnesses Luke, McClay, and then my friend John Swez. Is that the best place to start?
Mr. Swez could probably do a better job answering that question or directing you than I could.
Okay. So I've got some cross-examination for you, some for witness Luke. So at least, if nothing else, Mr. Swez might have enough time today to read up on it, or if not, enough time this evening if he's not called until tomorrow. So I just wanted to get that one out of place. But you're the respondent to that data request, is that right? The one that Ms. Goat asked you about?
The AG 163?
I believe it's AG 1-63 sub C. I just have that for my notes. It may be 2-63. I think it's 1. I don't think they had 63 questions in supplemental discovery. Yeah, it's AGDR 1-63, and you're the identified person responsible?
Yes, I did provide this response.
Okay. So I'll ask Mr. Swez about that following up.
Yeah, I think in that particular data response, I was speaking to the concept of value, that reliability has value. It's more than just megawatts and megawatt hours that generation provides to the units. And that if PJM compensated eSpend to continue operating due to the reliability benefits it provides, that could be a benefit to customers.
They're already kind of compensating Duke though, right? Because you have an option, Duke, Kentucky, has an option to fulfill their resource adequacy, the utilities' resource adequacy obligations on its own, as opposed to purchasing the product, the reliability product directly from the base residual auction, right?
Correct.
So you're avoiding, Duke is avoiding having to pay whatever the BRA clearing price is for either the entire zone or the entire system or the individual DEOK zone. You're being compensated in the sense that you're avoiding having to pay for that product because you're supplying it on your own. Is that fair?
I think to some degree, I don't necessarily view capacity purchased through the BRA as equivalent to steel in the ground capacity, but certainly capacity revenues received from PJM partially pay for the capacity value that eSpend provides.
Yes, well, take this goes this way. I don't know that I equate the two, but functionally they're exactly the same for purposes of your FRR plan, right? Because each UCAP is treated, UCAP megawatt across PJM is treated equally under today's rules, right?
Correct.
And as both an LSE and a generation owner, you all are able to satisfy your LSE obligation, your whatever PJM says your demand is, you're able to serve that through your FRR plan with your own resources on a UCAP megawatt basis.
Correct.
But for the ability to satisfy that through your FRR plan, you would have to allow PJM to procure on your behalf, because it's a monopsony situation, that UCAP megawatt demand, right?
Subject to the construct that PJM has put in place for reliability reasons, yes, that is correct.
And just before we get, I didn't expect it to be such a convenient segue into one of the follow-up questions I had to one of your responses to the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club was specifically asking, the counsel for the Sierra Club was specifically asking you about bilateral contracts, fulfilling your resource adequacy or energy adequacy or LSE obligation, whatever you want to call it, fulfilling that through bilateral transactions as opposed to either purchases, PJM procuring capacity for you through the BRA, or you all having, using your term, steel in the ground. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Okay. Are you generally aware that over the past, let's call it 6 or 7 years, the DEOK zone, which Duke, Kentucky resides, because of CTEL values and other reliability issues between it and its ability to import and export power, has, quote, broken out or separated from the rest of the PJM system during the base residual auctions?
I'm aware.
Okay. Does that complicate the ability of Duke Energy Kentucky to meet its FRR plan through bilateral transactions?
I think it does.
Are you the best witness to discuss that complication, or is Mr. Suez or another?
I would think Mr. Suez would be a better person to ask.
Mr. Suez is not going to like you after all this. Okay. So I'm going to ask Mr. Suez about the bilaterals and about the RMI. Okay. So, and finally, coming off of all of everybody else's questions to you, counsel for Walmart was specifically asking you about the next step post the scenario planning that you've done in the IRP with looking at reliability constraints. Do you remember that?
I do.
I don't want to, certainly don't want to the IRPs that you all conduct are very thorough. I also have an appreciation that it's a planning scenario that's a shot in time and that you don't necessarily update it and that you're trying to do the best based on assumptions and things like that. My questions on this issue are not to minimize the amount of work that you put into conducting the IRPs, so don't take it that way. But the IRPs are not conducted in a way, or at least the 2021 IRP is not conducted in a way in which, without any further consideration, looking forward to risks, concerns, things like that, that you could just take the result of that IRP and implement it without additional considerations. Would you agree?
Yes, it's a multi-factor decision-making process than just the pure economics, so I would agree.
Okay. And you've actually, for purposes of time and maybe ink, you do limit the number of additional considerations that you look at that you may otherwise expand if you were, for instance, going to propose a CPCN to a commission. Is that fair?
I would think the CPCN and the IRP would have a lot of similarities. I think the one wrinkle would be, since a CPN is unit-specific, we're talking about a specific resource, the specifics of that particular resource would be included in much more detail rather than assuming generic cost for like if it was a CC. We've got generic costs we use in the IRP, but for CPCN purposes, we'd have much more data available for the analysis, and that would be included in the CPCN. So they're very similar, but a few differences.
Would you have, if you conducted an RFP, for instance, you would have specific RFP responses to inform your alternative analyses as opposed to in-rail overnight costs that are, increased from 2022 or 2020 baseline numbers? Is that what you're referring to as a example?
That would certainly fit within what I discussed.
And you have not conducted this reliability analysis similar to what was conducted in North Carolina, correct?
Correct. Back in '21, the coming reliability concerns weren't as apparent as they are today. But as I mentioned, even though RTO, PJM RTO has that responsibility, or its members rely on PJM to ensure resource adequacy, I personally would feel better if we did an extra reliability assessment on our own, just to make sure that we're capacity and energy sufficient, and we can go to the market when it's economic to do so, but if push comes to shove, we've got the ability to serve our customers.
This is what I wanted to specifically ask you, because I heard your comment earlier about PJM and resource adequacy, and it worried me to a degree, because I know you work across, I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, Indiana, Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida. Is that correct?
My focus has been on the Midwest utilities.
Okay. And in terms of IRPs, that's primarily Indiana and Kentucky, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. What do you do in relation to Ohio?
So Ohio has an IRP that's not a resource plan, if that makes sense. Since it's deregulated.
It doesn't, but you can explain it to me, please.
Okay. Ohio's deregulated, so the utility doesn't have any resources. We go to the market to supply resources to serve those customers. But as far as a resource plan of build this unit, retire that unit, that just doesn't exist for Ohio. And essentially the document we submit is primarily a load forecast and a T&D document.
Okay. So you were talking about the distinction, the two places that you actually formulate an IRP are Indiana and Kentucky, right?
Correct.
Okay. Neither commission explicitly approves the IRP, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in North Carolina, you're generally aware of Duke's, I say Duke generally, Duke Enterprise for the utilities that operate there. They used to do IRPs, and now they do, safe to say, something different. Is that right? It's similar, but it's a different name.
Yeah, so carbon plan gets thrown around, but yeah, there's been a interesting intersection between greater state law and utility resource planning than there has been, say, in the Midwest utilities.
Yeah. So, but what I want to get to is the distinction between, a large distinction between Indiana and Kentucky is that both sit in different RTOs, correct? Okay. And I guess I want to get to your response where you said, your response to Ms. Grumman, where you were saying, well, maybe it makes sense to consider adding that next step to look at reliability on a DEA case standalone basis, even though, and I'm paraphrasing here, even though we were basically leaving up reliability or resource adequacy to the RTO. Have you generally ever heard that resource adequacy obligations originate or sit with the states? Have you ever heard that phrase?
Well, I think that's where I would characterize that's where we used to be, and I think that's probably still where MISO predominantly is that state utility commissions ensure resource adequacy and utilities kind of clean up excess capacity in the market, and then they participate in the energy market. With more of PJM being deregulated, my sense is that's less of a factor in PJM, but
that's what I want to ask about. So Kentucky, vertically integrated state, before and after our utilities joining PJM, correct? Are you aware of any order, have you viewed any order from the commission from Duke Kentucky, either being a member of MISO or a member of PJM, where the commission has expressed an interest in effectively turning over resource adequacy to the RTO?
Not that I'm aware of.
So would you agree that of what you're aware of, Kentucky has not changed its perception on the obligation of utilities and reliability of resource adequacy before and after membership in RTOs?
Yes, I agree that that's true. The FRR seems to preserve that state-centric view, but I don't think we've, at least in my opinion, understanding, we've ever gone away from the concept of the states ensuring its own resource adequacy.
Yeah, and at some states, when they restructured, what is Indiana, or what is Ohio actually doing? And this is not a slight on Ohio, but there are no formal processes in Ohio in which the PUC there, through its regulation, is instructing resource adequacy, right? No integrated resource plan, CPCNs for generation. That's the same in, effectively New Jersey, Maryland, most of these states, right? The restructured states.
Yeah, I'm not aware of on a comprehensive state-level basis that the Ohio Commission is doing that.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I'm just not aware of it.
The reason I get to this is, forget FRR for a second. I'm sure you're aware the commission regulates East Kentucky Power and their rates, a G&T. They're a BR, they participate in the basic residual auction. The commission still has full CPCN authority over the utility. So why would an FRR necessarily matter?
Well, I see that's kind of, since we have to bring resources to the table as opposed to just relying on UCAP from the market, that's where I kind of think about FRR looks more like kind of pre-RTO world where, the commission regulates the utility needs to bring sufficient resources to serve load plus reserve margin, and the FRR construct within PJM seems fairly close to that.
Okay.
That model.
At a high level, FRR goes away tomorrow. You all have the exact same LSE demand obligation and the exact same number of resources and amount of resources, and the accreditation of the resources the same. Isn't Duke effectively indifferent to participating in the BRA in the sense that if you're exactly equal, you're not long, you're not short, everything you sell in, you will effectively buy right back at the clearing price?
From my perspective, yeah, I would agree with that statement.
The only difference may be in very discrete rules, like capacity performance, in that if you have a portfolio of units, you can share penalties and performance assessment penalties and performance assessment bonuses to try to even out. Is that your understanding?
Sure, that's a fair statement.
So I want to go to the question I asked Mr. Spanos earlier about his testimony. You don't by any chance have his testimony available, do you?
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. Counsel, do you mind I was worried you wouldn't, because I know that it makes a lot of sense. Sorry. Just hand him a copy. Nobody else needs, or just the other counsel and stuff. So I've got just a printout of page 3 of Mr. Spanos' testimony, just for reference to the question I was asking him earlier, where he was mentioning Jay Brown and Sarah Lawler. Do you remember that?
I do.
A lot of questioning. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tibble. And it was specifically about the question starting at 12 to 13 and the answer from 14 to 20. If you want to take a second while we're passing out a copy to everybody to familiarize yourself.
Sure. Okay, I've read it.
Okay. So you see the question. The response to the question is no, about agreeing with a 2030 date for retirement of East Bend. Do you agree with Mr. Spanos's answer just before we get to the rest of this?
I do.
Because, I mean, he's a hired gun, right? You work for Duke. I just want to make sure that it's also the Duke perspective, that you share the same perspective as Mr. Spanos in this regard.
Yes, this is very reasonable.
So, then Mr. Spanos goes on, the discussion I was having with him, he goes on to basically describe the economic analysis or evaluation of comparing whether or not you should retire a generator versus retire and replace versus keeping it open, right? That's the answer he basically gives. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear my questions, sort of trying to characterize the comparison analysis of, you're comparing current generation, the stay open costs, which is variable O&M and necessary capital each year to keep the facility open, versus the cost of replacement, and then replacement in terms of capital cost. And then in addition to those, the utilization of those generating units and their variable costs of production. Is that, at a very high level, the analysis that you determined, that you would use to determine whether or not keeping open a generating unit is economic?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. So, earlier you were asked questions from the Sierra Club, and I really want to, from counsel for the Sierra Club, and I really want to make sure that I have an appreciation for what you deem to be an economic unit, so that we have a base level understanding of maybe what everybody else deems to be an economic unit. Okay, so in Kentucky, we're still vertically integrated. Duke, Kentucky still has an obligation to serve within its defined service territory, right? None of that changed. Duke transferred its transmission system over to PJM, but still owns adequate generation and has energy efficiency and demand side management and demand response programs to satisfy its fixed resource requirement to participate in PJM. Is all that true?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do an analysis back for the IRP to determine that the stay open costs, that the replacement, the reasonable replacement generation, portfolio, whatever, is less expensive than East Bend after December 31st, 2034?
I was following up to that last part, so each one of the optimized portfolio does exactly what you described.
Mm-hmm.
It compares the shutting down East Bend and its replacement, and given the assumptions for each scenario, it determines which is cheaper, kind of the stay open versus new costs, which is cheaper, and whatever combination and date that takes place, that's when, in this case, the East Bend unit retires. Now, for each of the different scenarios, that date shifts around, as well as the selection of different types of resources change. But in a nutshell, what you described is exactly what we do in the IRP analysis.
Well, I want to be clear, though. You've got, and I'm sorry, but my shirt is catching me here. I don't have a tick, I promise. It's just very frustrating. So, did any of those analyses come out that 2034, December 31st, 2034 is the date? Or did you all pick 2035 as being within the range of the outcome of those differing analyses?
I think both are true. I believe one of the scenarios did have an economic retirement of East Bend in 35. But the way I would describe it is, just, and this is only two dimensions, but obviously the future is much more dimensional than that. But if you consider this pane of plexiglass the future, and we can't represent the entire pane of glass, but we'll represent different dots on it so we get the bulk of the picture. And we did that with different combinations of carbon regulation and fuel prices. And with each one of those possible futures, it kind of pointed to a retirement date. And so as we do more, if we did more and more scenarios, we kind of create a distribution of when the most likely retirement date for East Bend should be. So over on one end, if we're looking at futures that have heavy regulation and low gas prices, that pushes things towards an earlier retirement. And that could happen. But on the other end of the spectrum, if we look at futures where regulation is lighter and gas and power prices are higher, that's going to push retirement of East Bend well past 2040. But obviously, the future's probably going to come out somewhere in the middle, and if we look at the past 2 years, what we've seen happen is, from the no carbon case, we've got the IRA. So that probably pulls retirement up a little bit earlier. We've got reliability concerns. That's become increasingly relevant. That's probably pushing back the retirement. We've seen fuel prices up. That probably pushes it out. We've seen the cost of replacement technologies increase. That probably pushes it out. So that distribution that we had back in the IRP is probably pretty good. Maybe it gets pulled forward a little bit, but if we looked at the mean of that distribution, it's probably right around 2035. And so with what we're proposing here is, we're saying we don't need to make a decision about East Bend now, but we need to be mindful that the likely retirement of East Bend is probably in the mid-30s. And so we should be prepared and preparing customers via the depreciation that's in the rates for that possibility, which seems, more likely given the way the world is going.
So 2 items. The first is, you would agree that that second, in terms of factors that would push out or pull in, that second factor is not studied in the IRP. Concerns about replacement, reliability concerns, that's the step that Ms. Grunman was asking you about that explicitly is not conducted in the IRP, and you said maybe there's consideration to include it in future IRPs.
Well, it's looked at. I mean, it's certainly not to the extent of a loss of load study or anything like that, but we'll look at the energy sufficiency of a portfolio, and that's a means of gaining insight on reliability. And so that's why when we looked at the East Bend replacement strategy, which was relied heavily on renewables, we still had to put 2 CTs in there because it needed the dispatchable capacity to support the system. But as far as a full loss of load study, we did not do that. I think it'd be very interesting. And I guess the other thing I'd like to add is, reserve margin targets for any RTO tend to be very near term. As the fleet transitions and people respond to signals that the RTO gives them, the composition of the fleet changes, the loss of load calculation changes, and the reserve margin changes. So it almost gets to the point of forecasting reserve margins needs to be undertaken to have a longer view on what reliability looks like.
Yeah, don't even get me started on, trust me, we don't have enough time in the day for me to start down on how reserve margins are an issue. 8.7% is, okay, we got loss of load, right? Loss of load only looks at the frequency of events, or the probability that events occur, not tail risk, not duration. And if you're increasingly looking at, like you were talking about, an optimized replacement portfolio, a replacement portfolio that prioritizes the cheapest resources, solar, wind, and CTs, that has in and of itself additional risk, right? Because if you actually do take into account tail risk or duration of events as opposed to just probability, then maybe that isn't the most optimal resource group, right? The most optimal plan.
Yeah,
if you aren't looking at that, if you aren't looking at that after it optimizes and chooses the plan, what benefit is an IRP for these purposes, for actually doing resource planning?
Well, that's where we solve. So essentially what the model is doing is it's minimizing cost, and the first constraint is satisfying the reserve margin requirement with the implicit assumption that preserves reliability. After that, it doesn't get into the risk, as you just talked about. It just says, okay, well, I just need to focus on that. What's the lowest cost?
that East Bend replacement strategy that had a lot of renewables in CT, yeah, I think that's a relatively risky portfolio. You know, the replacement strategy with CC, since we'd be generating a lot of our own power, much less risky. The CT replacement strategy costs about the same as the CC replacement strategy, but it's more risky. So I think that's part of the post-processing and evaluation of the model results. But yeah, the risk is certainly an important consideration, that the models don't directly say yes or no on a particular portfolio.
Isn't CC necessarily less risky? I mean, does it, if it doesn't take into account correlated outages, lack of fuel, the fact that in 2022 we had less investment in interstate gas pipelines than we've had in 20 years, and if you're depending on a combined cycle or a CT to last another 25 years or 35 years, doesn't that inherently have stranded risk, or risk of being a stranded asset as well? I mean, I would draw the question. I guess my point in asking it is, where in your analysis are you looking at that risk? Because go ahead. I'll let you answer that question, then move on to the.
Yeah, so I mean, we do consider the risk. I mean, I think a good category metric that we follow is reliance on market as a metric of risk, because certainly, say at the extreme that we were BRA, we didn't own any generation, we just bought UCAP megawatts and we bought all our power from the market. We're fully exposed to fluctuations in the market. If we can generate our own power, we've got less market exposure because a generation fleet acts as a hedge. And so in that case, having flexible dispatchable generation is lower risk. It doesn't absolve us of all the risk for the reasons that you just mentioned, that the whole system is, and when I say system, nation's grid is becoming less robust as it transitions to more intermittent resources and less dispatchable resources. And then that ripples into the, the fuel and the delivery of fuel and the transmission. We haven't gotten there in terms of evaluating that risk, but those are kind of the risks that really concern me. Satisfying megawatts and megawatt hours, we'll take care of that, but making sure that the whole system continues to run 8760, that's kind of the concern I have, and
You say
certainly
market
where we're
risk.
going.
You say market risk, and say having a generator is going to, sort of be a physical hedge against market risk. But in the event you're having to buy real-time gas, or even gas day ahead, whatever it may be, the market, the way it sits today, the market price is reflecting the same thing. That other gas generators in the market were having to buy the exact same gas, and that's why LMP or day ahead prices are what they are. It's not much of a hedge, right? If you're subject to the same price spikes, input prices, as the market is, there's not much benefit to be hedging there if you move to a combined cycle or a CT, right?
Well, I think if you've got, contracted for gas ahead of time, if you've got pipeline capacity, you can source gas from less constrained regions and deliver it. You can make use of coal on the coal pile. I believe there's definitely value to having our own generation, procuring the fuel, and that protects us from having to wear all of the volatility that's present in the market.
I don't necessarily disagree, but important caveat is when we're talking about replacement generation, moving from coal to gas does subject you to greater volatility of market forces, right?
I'm not sure. I think we trade risks. There's the risk of coal, there's the risk of gas, and there's the risk of power. Net, does a coal gas or coal power position, is that inherently more or less risky than coal gas or gas and power? I'm not sure. Ideally, you could have a portfolio of all resources, gas and coal, to further mitigate the risk. But I'm not sure I would agree with that a gas position is necessarily inherently riskier than a coal.
Okay. So in the post-hearing data request in the IRP, you were specifically asked about constraints that you had in the IRP. And I think you alluded to this earlier when you were asked questions from counsel for the Sierra Club. And you noted that the development of the alternative portfolios did not include an explicit qualitative constraint other than controlling for the retirement of East Bend 2 in the portfolios we use to investigate different replacement strategies. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you noted that this was done, this is a quote, this was done to isolate the type of replacement decision from the timing of the decision. So I just want to go back and make sure I understand this is using the excerpts from this Sierra Club had of the IRP. The optimized portfolios being distinct from the transitional portfolios. That's what you're effectively describing in that response, right? Is that the transitional portfolios controlled for the retirement of East Bend, whereas the optimized portfolios did not, I'm going to use
Well, certainly
ordinary parlance here, that did not hard code the retirement of any particular generator.
Yeah, the optimized did not control for that. The transitional portfolios, let me briefly take a look at those.
I'm happy to provide you a response to the data request in the IRP. I'm happy to provide you a copy of the response to the data request in the IRP if you'd like.
I appreciate that. I've got it here in front of me. Okay. So in the transitional portfolios, we did control for East Bend in 35 and looked at two different ways of getting there. One of which was just a much more renewable heavy approach to get there. Just again, we don't know what the future holds. We want to test various resource strategies, and the two transitional portfolios are two different portfolios. One that primarily relies on an FDR to replace East Bend. The other one less so, and then it's got less FDR but more renewables.
And FDR is a combined cycle.
It's modeled as a combined cycle, yes.
It's a combined cycle with no emissions? Is it a zero?
Did include it
Go ahead, I'm
fully as a, modeled as a combined cycle with respect to cost as well as emissions.
Okay, so it is just a combined cycle. It's not a zero emissions load following resource that has the cost inputs of a combined cycle and the emissions of air.
Correct. It's not a Zelfer, it's an FDR.
So you controlled for that.
Correct.
Now, what I want to get back to is if you were actually going to show up for a CPCN, okay, where in any of these analyses, either the optimization portfolios, the optimized portfolios, or the transitional portfolios, and well, actually, let me just start with let me withdraw that. I'll start with the optimized portfolios. You look at two variables: price of fuel and whether there's a cost of CO2 emissions. Is that right?
Well, that ripples through to a power price, so the power price forecast also changes with those assumptions.
But those are, I mean, you don't change the power price. You change those inputs, those variables, and it automatically changes the power prices.
Yeah, so we do a power price modeling where we change the carbon tax and the fuel forecast, dispatch the Eastern Interconnect, get a resulting power price, come back in and evaluate DEK with fuel forecasts, CO2 emissions, or CO2 tax, and the scenario-specific power prices.
So first, what's your confidence in your high gas case and your low gas case?
I think they're reasonable. I think our low gas price was, probably $2 to $4 over the planning period, and the high gas got upwards of $7. I think we're still well within those bounds as we consider today. I think certainly given the time, they're very good. I still think they're relevant today.
So don't you believe that there's importance in, I'm sorry for looking at my phone, but I saved this picture the other day because I don't have much to do in my off time here, that EIA is beginning to indicate in its futures, in its gas futures, its publicly available EIA data, a 95% confidence interval for both high scenarios and low scenarios. Are you generally aware of this?
I'm generally aware of that. I know they came out with their AEO maybe about a month ago, and actually that's what we rely on to come up with our high and low gas forecast is the AEO data from the AEO back in '21. So I am generally familiar with the work in that the EIA does in the AEO.
So if your base gas, I'm making up numbers here, but if your base gas is $2.50, generally it can't really go lower than zero, right? For any meaningful amount of time. So it's down $2.50, right?
Correct.
Agree? Okay. But if it goes up $2.50, that's only $5. So it can go to zero just as, on an absolute basis, it can go to zero as quickly as it can double. That's just math, right?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. That's probably true if prices were normally distributed, but they're log normally distributed to describe what you described, that there's more upside than there is downside. So I wouldn't necessarily characterize zero as equally likely as 5.
Yeah, and I don't mean like in terms of probability. I just mean the absolute value between $2.50 and $0 is the exact same distance between $2.50 and $5. That's all I'm trying.
That is true.
Yeah, but to your exact point, it's far likely. The probability is far likely that it doubles than goes to zero, but that probability is not taken into account at all in terms of the consideration of risk from the base case to the high gas case to the low gas case. And what I really want to ask here is, if you don't consider that probability between the different reference cases and the base case, who bears the risk that it results one way or the other?
Well, I think we do consider it. We don't necessarily assign a probability to our gas prices going to follow the low trajectory or the high trajectory. Our crystal ball just isn't that good. But what we do need to do is we need to be mindful that either one of those are possible and use that information and insight from those modeling efforts to plan for an uncertain future that could experience high or low gas prices. We talked a little bit earlier about, and there seemed to be an implicit assumption that each scenario was equally likely. Again, I don't think our crystal ball is that good, but we need to be mindful that gas prices and power prices could be higher and lower. And by evaluating portfolios in those different scenarios, we get insight and a sense of the risk of a portfolio to those changes. But as far as giving good hard probabilities to these scenarios or the assumptions in those scenarios, we just don't have the crystal ball to do that.
So qualitatively, where do you take into account those risks in determining new resources or resource planning?
Well, I think it's also quantitative. A portfolio that, where East Bend runs and we look at high and low gas prices, that portfolio is going to experience less change in costs across, say, the scenarios that just change the fuel assumption. Whereas if we had another portfolio that was heavy gas, it's going to have much more variability of long-term costs in a world where we compare the high gas costs and the low gas costs. And so we can say that that portfolio is riskier than this portfolio with respect to gas prices. That's kind of a quantitative approach to it. But I think there are some qualitative assessments as well in terms of, we don't necessarily want to go from primarily a coal utility to primarily a gas utility. Diversification's important. But that's more of the qualitative aspect of the decision making.
Yeah, well, and quantitative was going to be my second question, because it's clear here during your IRP, we had a hearing about this. You run 6 scenarios effectively, right? That's what we're talking about. High gas, low gas, base gas with carbon regulation, high gas, low gas, base gas without carbon regulation. That is the data set in which you all determined 2035, right? Now, there were qualitative considerations that we'll talk about in a second, but that's the data set effectively that determined 2035.
Well, it's broader than that. So we had those 6 scenarios, and then we developed
6 optimized portfolios, 2 transitional, and 4 East Bend replacement strategies. So we had 12 rather, portfolios or resource strategies. We then take those portfolios and then we test them in all 6 scenarios. And sometimes a portfolio will go in a scenario and perform great. Sometimes it'll go in another portfolio and perform poorly. We get the modeling results from that, costs, market purchases, that sort of data, to kind of come up with a portfolio that when we test it across all 6 scenarios, that portfolio performs well. And it was that broad of an analysis that caused us to settle in on a 2035 date as the most reasonable and prudent retirement for East Bend. Recognizing that we don't need to make that decision today, but we need to be mindful of that decision today. And we believe a wise thing to do in light of that would be to set the depreciation so that it dovetails with the most likely retirement of the unit.
Okay. So, do you mind to go to your direct testimony on page 11?
I'm there.
Just one moment, Mr. Park. So your testimony, direct testimony on page 11. You've got, your answer starts there. Well, I'll just read the question. It's just easier that way. If modeling and federal policy is suggesting that East Bend should retire earlier than 2035, why is the company proposing to use 2035 as the anticipated retirement date? Just want to make sure that I have an appreciation that what you just described, you're telling me that that modeling indicates that the company should retire East Bend prior to 2035.
I guess if we had to make a decision, 14 years in advance, 12 years in advance, 2035 would probably be the date that we would select.
Okay.
The model or the IRP modeling was done 2 years ago. We came up with 2035. Things have changed since 2021. I think net 2035 is still a good date because there's been factors that pull up retirement, factors that push it out. More things will change in the future invariably. I still think 2035 is a good date as it was a good date in 2021.
Well, and I've got lots of questions about this, but I just want to make sure I understand. The modeling, the question is, forget the federal policy for me, we'll come back to that. If the modeling is suggesting that East Bend should retire earlier than 25, is it your testimony that the modeling indicates that East Bend, or suggests that East Bend should retire before 2035, or are you saying the modeling plus federal policy taken together suggests earlier than 2035?
Well, I would say probably it's a combination, but it also sounds like I probably need to clarify modeling. I would clarify modeling being the collection of inputs, the running of the models, the information taken from the models, and that informs a decision. The modeling is kind of inputs through decision. The model doesn't make the decision, it informs people who make the decision. And so I think it's both the modeling and federal policy that could take us to earlier than 35, primarily if, we believe that the carbon tax scenarios have increased in likelihood.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified, because I do think we have a difference of opinion to what modeling is versus modeling and then making a decision based on the modeling. So the answer you gave is the drivers that support a 2035 retirement of East Bend 2 are variable and subject to change. Factors that would cause East Bend 2 to retire earlier have increased in likelihood, and is why moving the depreciable life of East Bend 2 to 2035 at this time makes sense. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. So can you go to the next page of your testimony? Page 10
Oh, okay.
of your direct testimony, sorry.
Yes.
So at the bottom, starting on line 18 to 20, you say market dynamics and future regulation are suggesting that the retirement of East Bend 2 is more likely to be sooner than 2035 rather than later. You remember being asked about that earlier?
I do.
Okay. And then at the top of that page, the question is, please explain and describe any factors that have occurred since the preparation of the company's last IRP that have impacted the company's generation portfolio forecast and planning assumptions. Your response. There have been a number of changes that affect the company's generation plan. Higher coal prices and gas prices have driven up power prices and resulted in lower capacity prices for East Bend 2. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So higher gas prices were bad for East Bend 2.
Well, I think it's a combination of higher coal and gas prices have resulted in East Bend's lower capacity factors.
What do high gas prices and high power prices have to do with East Bend's capacity factor?
Well, higher gas prices, all else being equal, would push up power prices. That would cause East Bend to be economic in more hours and run more often.
So how does high gas prices and high power prices result in a lower capacity factor for East Bend 2? If all else equal, higher gas prices and higher power prices result in a greater utilization of East Bend 2.
Yeah, so I'm looking to page 10 of my direct, line 6, where it says higher coal and gas prices has driven up power prices and resulted in lower capacity factors for East Bend 2. So power prices are up. Dispatch costs for East Bend are up too because coal prices are up. And that margin squeeze results in East Bend running less often.
Okay. So I just want to make sure. Low gas prices is bad for East Bend 2.
All else being equal, yes.
Well, we know all else isn't equal, but let's get to this in a second. High gas prices have been bad for East Bend 2, right?
When accompanied with higher coal prices, that's true.
Okay. Directionally, everything's bad for East Bend 2 is what it sounds like.
Well, no, it depends on really what coal and gas do relative to one another. Higher gas prices, or if gas prices go up 30%, but coal prices go up 10%, that's going to benefit East Bend. If the flip were true, that would actually hurt East Bend.
So supply and demand being what they are, different market forces and things interacting, it doesn't matter what the impact of each thing is, it's what we expect it to be. Would you agree with that, or what it actually ends up being?
Well, our expectation of what will happen, what could happen, goes into the decision on when to retire a unit.
Okay. Do you all mind, Mariah, do you mind to bring up that exhibit that I sent you?
We actually made copies, if
That'd be
that's
great.
okay.
Just 1 second. This is just a screenshot. We can introduce this if you'd like, Mr. D'Ascenso. But this is just a screenshot I took, I don't know, Sunday night, I think, of the EIA website. As you can tell, it's a screenshot. That's the other tabs I have open. I think the rate case docket, and I was checking on some old Kentucky Power dockets. But this is the EIA data. This is an updated version of the chart that witness Sarah Shinstone Harris included in her intervener testimony. Do you remember that chart that she provided?
I do.
Okay. And so this looks similar to you, the prices here?
It does.
Okay. So So this is EIA data for coal prices across the continental U.S. Yellow is Powder River Basin, that's in western United States, correct?
Correct.
I don't know where the Uinta Basin is, maybe southwest U.S.? I don't
It's in Utah.
Utah, okay. Illinois Basin, that's Indiana, southeast Missouri, Indiana, Illinois, and Kentucky, right?
Correct.
Northern Appalachian, and Central Appalachia. Those are descriptive of themselves. So do you see that Central App, Northern App, and Illinois Basin coal prices all went up?
I do.
Did they go up, in your experience? How did they move relative to the price of natural gas?
Well, I think during this time period, natural gas experienced a similar increase. I'd defer to Mr. McClay to speak to this more insightfully on what happened in the fuel markets late 21, 22 time period and the resulting decrease in prices we've seen this year.
Okay, so I guess I would just ask, now that coal prices are effectively back to the point they were, I mean, when you did your testimony, that was in like November, December of last year, right? This direct testimony that you were talking about higher coal and gas prices. That coal prices are back to where they were pre-COVID, right?
I'd have to defer to Mr. McClay on that comparison. I don't necessarily remember exactly where coal was in early 21. My suspicion is it was probably lower than where we are today.
Well, so take a look at the chart, because the chart goes all the way back to 2011.
Correct, yeah, so my understanding, these are probably spot prices.
Right.
But when we look at we deal with the forecast of coal prices, my recollection of our spring 23 forecast for coal prices is still above the spring 21 coal forecasted prices.
Well, that's fine. You're dealing with forecasted prices, but this is the price in which you can buy it on the open market effectively right now, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And it's generally returned back to the place it was in 2021.
Now, Illinois Basin still looks noticeably higher than it was a few years ago, but
In
again,
early 2020.
Mr.
That's
McClay
right.
could speak to the dynamics far
Okay.
better than I could.
All right. So you noted in the IRP that, and this is to the point where I guess I was asking, what if all these things seem bad for East Bend, what's good for East Bend? So in the IRP, you noted on page 66 of the IRP that, quote, persistent low gas prices are a factor that diminishes the competitiveness of East Bend 2 and could be part of the set of conditions that would justify economic retirement of the unit. Does that sound like something you would say?
It does.
Or something that the IRP would say, excuse me.
Yes.
Again, I want to ask, relative to what? So low gas prices in the absolute, or low gas prices relative to coal prices?
I mean, I think both are relevant, but if we got to a situation, say a few years ago where the forward curve for natural gas was historically very low and flat, I think that's one thing. Certainly we've seen, or even back then, we did see the back end of the curve started going up due to increases as LNG facilities come online. We export a fair amount of gas to Mexico. At one point, I did see or hear a report that retiring nuclear units in the 30s were going to drive up more gas generation and demand for gas, and that was going to drive up prices. But if we got into a situation where the country embraces and takes advantage of natural gas, the supply is there, the pipes may not quite be there, persistent low gas prices are plausible.
Okay, but I guess what I'm wanting to make sure of is, to make your statement here correct, do they have to just be low, or do they have to be low relative to coal prices?
I would be biased more towards low relative to gas prices.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what price coal is to diminish the effectiveness of East Bend, the fuel for East Bend?
I mean, that's true. You could paint a scenario where, say, if gas prices were $10 an MMBTU and, you know, a combined cycle might dispatch at $70, $75, but then a coal unit was at $6 an MMBTU and is dispatching around the same price, you know, you could have them being neck and neck at high levels and they can be neck and neck at low levels. And so it really depends where gas and coal are for East Bend's relative economics to the market.
Okay, so you've got the IRP, you got the whole copy of the IRP, right?
I do.
Do you mind to turn to page 4 of that? And I have copies for other people if they need it, but it's part of the record, so I assume. Folks can get to it quickly.
I have it.
Okay. The third sentence on that page, it's the, here, I've got a copy for our fellow commissioners here. So the third sentence that starts the earlier retirement date, do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So it says the earlier retirement date is based on several factors, including 1, likely regulations increasing costs to operate and maintain the plant. So we'll stop there for a second. Is this increases, you say operate and maintain. I want to be clear. Are you just talking about expenses, O&M expenses, or are you also talking about stay open capital costs?
I think it can be both, depending on what is required for compliance.
Well, I'm asking, what did you intend for it to mean? Like, what is this statement supposed to encompass?
Yeah, I think that it's, you know, true that the earlier retirement date is based on some likelihood that future regulations are going to increase the cost to operate and maintain. You know, if we kind of looked at a status quo scenario, that would have been the no carbon regulation and base fuel. And in that scenario, the optimized portfolio did not retire East Bend. But if you take that scenario, add more regulation, that's going to bring the retirement forward, and that's part of the calculation where we got to the 2035 date.
The second one here, increasing fuel supply risk in the next decade. That's coal supply, right?
Correct.
Okay. Does it take into consideration increasing fuel supply risk of alternative fuels, like natural gas?
At that time, probably not. You know, we've seen increased resistance to pipeline development, so I think in the next IRP that becomes a more prominent factor in the decision-making process. But back in 21, when we were developing the IRP, coal supply and delivery was a much bigger concern than gas supply and delivery.
Number 3, declining costs of renewable energy resources. That has effectively come to fruition pursuant to the IRA. Is that right?
Partly. While the IRA certainly does benefit renewables by providing them with tax credits, at least in the near term, and I think it bleeds into the medium term, cost increases and supply chains have effectively erased a lot of those tax incentive benefits for several years into the future. So I think I don't know if it's a push, but it's certainly offsetting.
So that's what I was going to ask. I mean, the commission, and this is public, the commission has approved PPAs through 2020, 2021 in the $27, $28, $29 range for solar, right, with RECs. That's not the prevailing price of solar today, is it?
Doesn't sound like it to me.
Yeah. Closer to the high 30s, low 40s, mid 40s?
That sounds more like where the market's at.
Okay. And so that affects the coal supply risk, and the likely regulations affect the stay open cost of the equation. The declining, or the cost of renewables implicitly affect the replacement. The equation, you know, the stay open versus replacement, it affects in either increases or decreases the cost of replacement generation, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
And then finally, other factors that are likely to increase the costs of the plant to customers. Do you know what the catch-all was we're supposed to refer to?
You know, I think that.
Unknowns?
I think it is unknowns and probably speaks to, you know, East Bend's already over 40 years old, and it's been a great performer. But over time, those unknowns, you know, just increase in likelihood. It's like, you know, might have a car that's got 200,000 miles on it and it's running great, but as it gets more and more miles on it, those unknowns become more and more likely, and we think it's prudent to be mindful of that possibility.
So I want to just make sure I'm clear at this point. The earlier retirement date was based off of the risk of additional regulations, which some regulation was taken into account in the scenarios, correct?
Correct.
But not necessarily fuel cost risk.
Well, I would say it was included to the extent we had different fuel assumptions in our scenarios. As far as the volatility, I think it's probably fair to say that the run-up in fuel prices over the last 2 years was to some degree unanticipated. So, I mean, I think we did anticipate and include fuel risk, but our risk window wasn't wide enough for what we experienced over the past 2 years.
So that's very important to me, because I don't know why it wouldn't be. Does the existence of, it's 4 o'clock, does the existence of pass-through clauses like the fuel adjustment clause negate or obviate some of the concern about the utility in considering or whether to consider that risk?
I don't think so. I think, you know, fuel risk, rate risk is a primary concern to the utility. You know, it's just that, you know, as the chart shows, you know, over the past 10 years, we saw unprecedented levels of coal. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where, you know, $100 a ton coal was just unimaginable. And we saw over the past couple of years, prices shoot through that and not look back. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say other than those price changes were unprecedented. I think we'll certainly consider broader fuel risks in our next IRP.
But does the existence of mechanisms to reduce the risk to the utility of those, we'll call them risks, influence your all's modeling of them? And before you answer, just for consideration, right? In Kentucky, we have a fuel adjustment clause that as long as it's economic, it's not a non-economic purchase, it's able to be passed through the fuel adjustment clause subject to subsequent review at a 6-month to 2-year intervals. In the Carolinas, there's like a $4 billion deferral for fuel. I suspect that the folks in the Carolinas going forward are going to take that into consideration in their next carbon plan. I'm just going to be surprised if they don't, even if it's in the back of their mind. But here in Kentucky, whatever increase in market prices or fuel costs weren't necessarily on the company's balance sheet for any meaningful amount of time because they get passed through 2 months after they're incurred. How is that not, at least implicitly, taken into account when you're doing that? The fact that there are some instances where the utility is less affected by those variations from the expected.
Yeah, I think while it's true that there's, you know, financial incentives for the utility and the utility behaves accordingly, I think the utility definitely considers fuel volatility in its overall managing the business. Fuel volatility that passes through to customer rates via the fuel clauses you mentioned, that creates, problems for customers. It's obviously, and rightly so, a concern of the commission and the utility. And in terms of keeping and maintaining a productive regulatory relationship, I think serves the company well to be mindful of fuel volatility and minimizing that to customers, in addition to it's the right thing to do. And so I would argue that fuel volatility is a key consideration for the utility, even though it's recovered in a pass-through mechanism.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is a political consideration. In the Carolinas, holding $4 billion of expenses that you then have to go seek to recover outside of rates is an economic consideration. That's a real cost to Duke, in that they have to carry those expenses. Would you agree?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. So, I'm not going to say lastly, but hopefully at least second to lastly in terms of issues. Mr. Gears, I think you referred to him earlier. Is that how you pronounce his name? Geers?
Yes, he's our primarily environmental regulation witness.
So you were asked a question earlier, and I think you deferred to Mr. Gears about different, deferred them to Mr. Gears for questions about environmental regulations and the impact or consideration they have. You can talk about them in relation to the IRP, but as to the likelihood or cost to the actual utility, those are questions for Mr. Gears. Right?
Yes, he could speak to that far better than I could.
So there was one place in the IRP, and I don't have it anymore, I've lost my citation to it, where although in discussing, answering questions to the Council for Sierra Club, you mentioned that the IRP effectively assumes a steady state for a regulation other than the variable that you consider was CO2. There was one environmental regulation that you assumed through the 2030s. Do you remember that?
Not specifically.
I think I'll have to ask the question in a posting data request. My bigger question is, even if you don't know what the costs are of expected environmental regulations, similar to my question about fuel changes, right? You think there's a high, you think there's a low. It may be higher or lower than the high or low, and maybe less. The high and low may have different probabilities than each other. How is it beneficial to consumers to not consider any risk of future environmental regulations?
Well, that's where I would say that we do consider that, and that kind of falls under that umbrella of assuming a carbon tax. Because essentially, future regulation and carbon emissions are pretty highly correlated. I mean, certainly there's some exceptions, particulates, SO2, NOx, whatever, but those are also correlated to some degree with carbon emissions. And so we feel that the carbon tax assumption is a good umbrella for future carbon regulations, and our assumption for carbon regulation is pretty stringent. In the IRP, it started at $5 a ton for carbon, and that translates to about $5 a megawatt hour for a coal generator, probably about $2 for a combined cycle. But then it goes up every year. And so by the time we get to the mid-30s, it's quite onerous, and we see as a result the capacity factors of coal units going much lower because of that carbon tax. I think that same analysis could be applied to increases in reagent costs, increases in parasitic load to control for certain emissions. We feel that all fits within the confines of a carbon tax assumption that addresses carbon, but also is inclusive of other regulations.
But absent, some sort of cap and trade process like they had way back for SOX or whatever. What you all are controlling for is a price on production, but other than, reagents and, decreases in efficiency of the unit after upgrade, the cost to consumers in large part for environmental compliance is a capital expense. How is modeling the constraint as tied to the production of the facility at all informative that the cost to consumers and the risk to consumers of, additional environmental compliance being a capital cost or a capital expense?
Yeah, well, that's true. We reflect the cost of the environmental regulation imposed by assuming a carbon tax, shows up on the production side. That is included in the cost of our evaluation to customers. And it's also true that when it comes to specific compliance equipment technologies, like if you need to build a scrubber or something like that, it's very capital intensive, and certainly there's some production impact, but it's primarily a capital impact. That flows to ratepayers as well, differently through base rates as opposed to fuel clause production-like mechanisms. But we feel that the costs imposed by the carbon tax are reflective of potential environmental regulations, whether they be capital-based or production-based.
But it meaningfully changes that calculation we agreed on at the outset to determine the economics of the plant, where you're no longer comparing the stay open cost of your current generation in order to comply with environmental regulations versus replacement capacity. You're looking instead at the utilization of that generation versus replacement capacity. And if you're participating in an RTO where you can buy through energy at any given hour, then aren't you just missing a big chunk of cost for consumers to comply with environmental regulations that ultimately has a return added to it and is just going to change the utilization of the generation?
I mean, I agree with your statement that, putting those environmental compliance costs in the production side, as we do with the carbon tax assumption in the IRP model, takes us to a slightly different place than if those costs were baked in on the capital side. I think they're relatively equivalent when it comes time for retirement decisions. I think they're pretty good when it comes time for cost to customers. But yeah, there could be a situation where we need to spend $1 billion for a piece of equipment that doesn't affect production. The unit runs completely the same, but there's still $1 billion in rates that customers are on the hook for. In IRP planning space, we don't have the foresight to decide is compliance for future regulation, is it capital-based, production-based. It'd be nice if we could, but we just don't have that level of visibility and rely on the carbon tax to affect those assumptions.
And finally, on this issue, it doesn't account at all, talking about the correlated, you were talking PM 2.5 and SOx and NOx, CO2, whatever it may be. Those are all Clean Air Act requirements, and at least the most recent couple of implementation dates for environmental compliance have been in large part related to Clean Water Act compliance. Would you agree? ELG and CCR particularly?
That sounds correct, but again, Mike Gears could speak to that better than I could.
Final question here, final line of questioning. On page 10 of your direct testimony, you talk about the impact of low or zero emitting resources, and longer term, the impacts of tax incentives for, this is page 10, long term, the impacts of tax incentives for nuclear and carbon capture and sequestration are areas that the company is monitoring and evaluating. The secondary impact is that the increase in lower variable cost resources will push power prices down, which will increase coal generation and increase market purchases for Duke Energy Kentucky. So I want to make sure that, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Swez, but as a general matter and all things being equal, I'm going to steal a term from you here, Mr. Park, all things being equal, lower power prices, lower energy prices are most likely to result in higher capacity prices over some prolonged period. Would you agree?
Not necessarily. What I could see happening is that the IRA is going to incent new renewables. And so a lot of megawatts could come to the market based on those fairly lucrative tax credits. We could see a situation where, based on current capacity accreditation, reserve margins go up, but reliability goes down because we've retired, say, 1,000 megawatts of coal in any given region, but added 2,000 megawatts of intermittent resources. It looks like we've got more megawatts, but reliability has gone down. I think another impact of the IRA is that we're going to see, lower power prices because of greater adoption of renewables. But I think capacity value, and I think that's different than capacity revenues. Dispatchable capacity is going to become increasingly valuable as the balance of the generation fleet becomes more intermittent.
So I guess I don't understand then how that doesn't mean that that's going to result if there is a greater value placed on capacity, how that's not going to increase capacity prices. Not capacity revenues, but capacity prices.
Well, I think that, and by capacity prices, do you mean PJM, CONE, or BRA results?
So my question is specific to BRA results, which are inherently tied to net CONE, which so the answer is yes to both of those. But my understanding is if energy prices are lower, then the marginal unit and units generally are going to earn less revenues in the energy market, and therefore net CONE is a higher amount than it otherwise would be, which has a direct feed-in impact into the BRA, which will result in higher BRA prices. Is that how you understand it?
No, because I think the tax credits kind of upset the economic signals, where we'll see that, let's say the LMP, where a solar generator is minus $10. So the market's clearly sending a signal that we don't need power in that place. But if I'm a solar generator, I'm going to say, I'm fine losing $10 in the energy market because I'm picking up $30 of tax credits. And so even though the energy price is low, the tax incentives might be sufficient enough for me as a solar operator or developer to add that capacity. And, in the PJM report that came out in the last month or so, they did a couple of things where renewable additions are outpacing retirements. They took I thought, a very nice look at kind of a balance sheet approach, where they look at the composition of the fleet and potential increases in load due to electrification. And it's not necessarily painting a very good picture for the reliability of PJM. But having all said that, replacing renewables replacing dispatchable generation with intermittent generation, we could get in a situation where we've got more megawatts, but we're less reliable as well.
Doesn't the BRA clear to today, and it's all going to change in October, but doesn't the BRA clear to result in, FRR plans plus the BRA result in a clearing of a 1 in 10 LOLE? Are you using a different measure of reliability than a 1 in 10 LOLE?
No, I'm using the same, but that's based on today's assumption and composition of the fleet. The fleet's transitioning at an unprecedented pace. And so the reserve margin and capacity accreditation of today's system probably results in a system that's not as nearly as reliable 5 years down the road as we've retired dispatchable generation and replaced it with intermittent generation.
Yeah, so that brings me to my last question. In the next IRP, do you anticipate looking at the capacity accreditation vis-a-vis market rules for the portfolios that you create?
I think we have to, and I think that gets into, we need to do a better job of forecasting reserve margin, because reliability is what we're after. It's not reserve margin. Capacity accreditation is part of that. As we see more and more solar being added, at some point it doesn't benefit the summer peak. As we see electrification via EVs increase, that charging typically happens after people get home from work and charge their cars. that pushes that peak later in the day and lessens the benefit of solar. I think all of those are very important and things that we will be considering in the next IRP.
So to that end, do you also anticipate taking into account the correlated outages of natural gas, the risk of lack of production or reduction in production of natural gas supply in extreme cold, excess unused energy as an alternative measure of reliability as opposed to loss low probability or LOLE? I'm just curious what you're looking at, because I assume you're already starting work on the next IRP, so I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
Well, we're certainly thinking about it, and I think a lot of the lessons that need to be learned based on what you talked about will be front of mind when it comes to the IRP. Just as we like to get in front of the risks as much as possible to the extent we can, and some of those assumptions where we thought weren't really concerns ended up being concerns. We'll be revisiting and including that as part of either the explicit modeling in the IRP or certainly the qualitative decision-making that gets to the preferred portfolio.
And finally, can we assume that you'll be looking at risks as they relate to the system and not specifically to the company or customers?
I think it's a both proposition. I think there's we model PJM, the system in total.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the DEK system. That you look at system risks as opposed to who bears the risks. The risks in general as opposed to whether there's a mechanism that it passes through or whether it's explicitly already recovered from customers or whether the company bears it. Do you anticipate looking at risks in totality as opposed to consideration of risks differently depending on regulatory mechanisms?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. D'Asenzo, this is the document that I passed out earlier. I feel better if we go ahead and include it as part of the hearing exhibit. Do you have any objection or concern with that?
No objection.
And I hope you all have time, but this is just an extra 2 or 3 months post intervenor testimony of the same chart that the witness from the Sierra Club used. I just wanted to get current data. So we'll make that Commission Exhibit 1, unless there's any objection. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Park. Mr. D'Asenzo, do you have any redirect of the witness?
No, I think the witness has had enough, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Park. You may be excused.
Thank you.
And so I assume by excusing Mr. Park that Mr. Luke can answer my relative questions regarding similar decisions and the 2041 date for the company's CTs.
He'll certainly try.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Park.
Thank you.
And Mr. D'Asenzo, do you all have a change of witnesses or a change in attorneys that you all would like to make?
No, it's still me.
Okay. Call your next witness.
For our next witness, we will call William Luke.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
William Luke, company address 1000 East Main Street, Plainfield, Indiana.
Mr. D'Asenzo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Luke, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your position with the company for the record?
Yes, I am the Vice President of Generation for Midwest Generation for Duke Energy.
And Mr. Luke, did you cause to file direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to a few data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents?
I do not.
So if you were asked those same questions here this afternoon, would your answers then be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intention and desire that that information be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Let's go.
No questions, Chairman.
Councilor Fairclough?
Yeah, just a few questions. And specifically as they relate to the conversation that I had with Mr. Park about reliability and operating a unit that runs infrequently and how it makes a unit less reliable. So when a unit is less reliable to start up successfully, it has a number of issues that Mr. Park was talking about generally and suggested you might be the person to ask specifically. Correct?
Okay. So I think we have to first start thinking about what's the purpose of the asset, right? So East Bend Station being a large firm dispatchable coal unit is made for baseload operation. Woodsdale, for example, is a peaking CT site. It's made to cycle up and down. So when you think about cycling effect on East Bend, it's not made for repetitive thermal cycles in the boiler, in the steam turbine, the generator. So that has a tendency to wear the components quicker. You're also cycling a lot of the balance of plant equipment, pumps, motors, valves, and you're taking them through what I'll call the wear cycle, because you're starting them up, you're shutting them down. So what that can lead to over time is equipment starts to fail at a higher rate. So that leads to higher forced outage factors. In particular, these large, old coal units, the boilers, we tend to have boiler leaks. So then when you need the unit the most, you go to start it up and you may be dealing with a boiler leak. Sometimes you could run with it for a short period of times, but usually you cannot. So it's more wear on the components.
So let's take the boiler as an example. As I understand it, there are sort of two problems that occur, and one of them is, as you've just described, forced outages, correct?
Right.
And how are forced outages a problem for the plant, or a problem for the company?
Well, from a generation perspective, first off, it's an unexpected loss of generation. And being in generation, our goal is we want to supply the most reliable, cost-effective power that we can to our customers. So we're going to work to get that asset back online as quickly as we can. When a unit is forced offline, it tends to take longer and cost more to get it back into service because it's unexpected. You may or may not have the resources available. You may or may not have the parts. You have to problem solve and put the plan together before you execute the plan, as opposed to if it was a planned outage, all that work's being done up front. You've done your planning, you have your plan ready to execute, you have your parts, your resources are lined up. So costs are lower and the outage duration is typically less.
And then, as I understand it, the other problem, and maybe these are just inextricably intertwined, is that now you have like a boiler that is broken and you have to spend money and capital to replace the boiler. Is that correct?
Components of the boiler, right. We may fix a tube leak, we may have to replace some components, tubes of the boiler, valve, but that's accurate, yes.
And so over time, this ends up decreasing the life expectancy of various plant components to sort of cycle on and off, correct?
Yes, it can. If it's not typically, if we have, I'm thinking of our capital plan now, if we have a component that has repeated failures, that's going to be a forced outage degrader, and then our capital plan would focus on replacing that component, so we're minimizing the forced outage rate and maximizing the value of the asset to our customers.
So can these equipment failures that we're talking about, can they render a unit, as you're saying with E4, essentially functionally inoperable for a period of time?
Yes, it could. Yeah, it could.
Mm-hmm. And are there other operational issues that we haven't talked about that can arise from infrequent operation or from the sort of start-stop situation?
Yeah, I think actually Witness Park, I think he responded pretty well in terms of, what we can expect in terms of increased failure of components, increasing forced outage factors. He mentioned, staffing as well, right? If a unit has a low capacity factor, doesn't run that often, you know, our employees are absolutely our most important asset, right? And retaining and making sure that they are adequately trained to operate our units is extremely important. When a unit doesn't operate very frequently, you miss opportunities to keep that workforce trained as well. So that's something that's a concern as well.
Anything else that we haven't talked about related to a unit operating infrequently that creates problems for the company or problems ultimately for ratepayers?
I think I stated it earlier, it's when a unit like that operates infrequently, is it going to be there when you need it most, right? I think about Winter Storm Elliott, and, you know, the Kentucky assets performed outstanding. You know, Woodsdale on fuel oil for 99 hours straight, East Bend at max load. It was there when we needed it. So that's what you risk, is when you need it most, you go to start that asset up and it's not available. And then if the power's there, if the resources are there on the market, that's great. But if they're not, that can further impact, you know, the customers, and maybe replacement power is extremely high at that time.
Thank you. No further questions.
Counsel for Walmart?
No cross, Your Honor.
Kroger?
No questions, Your Honor.
Commission staff?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Luke, I think that Mr. Park referred that you might be the person who might be able to help me out a little bit on the reagents and the effect on East Bend. Are you familiar with the change in the reagents that had to happen?
Yes, I can provide a little bit of insight into
Okay.
that.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll start with the basic question. Since March of 2020, have you all been making your own compound, scrubbing compound basically, or putting together your own compound?
I guess I'm thinking about the original question. I think the question you're asking now might be a little bit different. So
It
maybe-
is.
Okay.
It's just a little different. Sorry.
So maybe I'll start, if you could ask the first question again in terms of the reagent.
Okay, I think I started with, in the response to the AG, the attachment, it had a note in it. It was kind of like a footnote
Right.
that mentioned your contractor who had supplied the quicklime material for your scrubber. The contract had either expired or they'd gone out of business. It looks like they'd gone out of business. And Duke had to basically cobble together something in order to meet the EPA standards. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So I think what's being referred to is most coal stations utilize limestone in the flue desulfurization systems. East Bend's a little bit different, where their system, we utilize a quicklime. So it's still lime, but it's a different type of lime. And it has a magnesium component in it, and it comes from a particular supplier or a particular mine that a supplier uses. So I think the time frame you're referring to is when this particular mine had to shut down for a period of time, so the supplier had to use a different mine. That other mine did not have the magnesium component within it, so then the station just simply had to go out and secure that product and add it to the FGD batch, just so that we could maintain our chemistry in the FGD slurry.
Okay, according to the note, that wasn't always a successful endeavor. So I don't know. It says that meeting East Bend did find itself unable to meet its scrubber limit at some point during this, according to the note. Are you familiar with that at
I
all?
don't recall that. I'm not aware of any time where an environmental permit was exceeded. Now, there are FGD chemistry limits, say internal to the station. Maybe that's what's being referred to, but I'm not aware of any time environmental permits were exceeded or they were not able to maintain.
Is there anybody else who might know for sure? Because in the next sentence, it says, in order for East Bend Station to meet its SO2 scrubbing limit, the company had to add the additional chemical reagent. So are you saying that so long as you all did that?
Correct.
You didn't have any, okay.
Correct.
So
Yeah, that-
you're unaware of any outages as a result of this?
Correct.
Okay. And once you all changed it and added your own reagent, what would be the effect on East Bend long-term?
So that was temporary. So the mine went back into production, and the quicklime supplier went back to utilizing that mine. So it was a temporary occurrence.
Do you have any idea how long it
It
was?
was-
Because this was from, this
I
note
recall-
was on a January 2023 expense report.
I'm not sure why that's still on there, but I recall it being about 6 months, and it was back in 2020 timeframe. It was a relatively short evolution.
Okay, so in your opinion, it wouldn't have had any effect long-term
No.
on, okay.
And is this in the base period update?
I think it was filed on March the 2nd.
Okay.
But it was I think that's the date this one was filed. But it was the Form 2.5.
Thank you.
And, just trying to think. I think that's the only questions I had that got passed off. So you didn't have any outages as a result of this and no violations that you're aware of?
Not to the best of my recollection, no.
And on the, I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but on that expense month of January 2023, it had no expenditures for the magnesium hydroxide, just the note that you all had added it. Are you aware of any expenditures that Duke may have had as it relates to making their own compound?
I'd have to follow up on that. We did purchase it. I'm not sure where that'd be reflected, but
Okay. But if we asked it as a post-hearing data request to provide that
yes,
information?
we should be able to provide that.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Vice Chair. So, I'll just be direct, Mr. Luke. Where did 2040 come from for Woodsdale?
2040, yeah, so 2040 for Woodsdale is what we believe right now to be the useful life of those CTs. I believe previously that was 2035, and I think some things have changed in the last few years. Witness Park spoke a lot about the intermittent resources that have come in, and we've seen that the service of peaking units such as Woodsdale, certainly in a market now that has a higher number of intermittent resources, is becoming more valuable. Our starts on the Woodsdale CTs 30% higher last year in 2022 than they were in 2021, and about 15% higher than 2020. So we continue to see increased starts on those assets. So they're clearly showing their value. I think also when we think about the useful value of those assets as well, I mentioned earlier about the large investment we made in fuel oil, low sulfur fuel oil in those units. And that proved to be very valuable during this Winter Storm Elliott, with us running 99 days straight on fuel oil.
Hours, right? 99 hours.
I'm sorry, 9 hours, thank
It's
you.
okay, I was gonna ask you where you got all the fuel.
Yeah, there's 72 hours of fuel at base load on that. And then also, I'd like to add too, in regards to the Woodsdale assets, is the major maintenance cycle. So we have recently invested in those assets, where this year we're finishing up. Unit 3 is the last and final generator rotor rewind that we're performing, and then we have the next cycle of turbine major maintenance outages that come up. So within the last 5 years and the next few years, we're going to be investing heavily in those units. So in terms of, useful life, they're going to have some useful life left in them. So I think it's prudent to look at a useful life that extends beyond 2035.
So that's all fair, but I still don't know why why 2040 is the date that was picked.
Well, I think that goes back to, from a modeling perspective, IRP perspective. I'm likely not the best person to answer that. When I look at 2040 as a useful life for those assets, I agree with it. It makes sense based on the testimony I just provided. But in terms of coming up with 2040 as a retirement date, I don't know that we've clearly requested a retirement date on those assets, merely just suggesting that useful life aligns well with 2040, and when it comes time to retire those assets, we would come forth and request retirement through the process that we're required to do so.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I'm not saying you've said this is the day it's going to retire. That was kind of, Mr. Park made that point about 2035, but there is a decision in front of the commission that is going to be a contributing factor to the company's retirement, in the sense that you all are asking us to change depreciation rates accordingly, which implicitly or explicitly is going to factor into your all's decision-making in making that retirement decision. Would you disagree?
No, I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah. The economic analysis to decide to retire something should be a forward-looking economic analysis. Do you agree?
Yes.
And it should ignore sunk costs?
Well, again, I'm looking at it from a useful life perspective, right, as the operator of the asset. So when I see us making an investment like that, I see remaining life in the asset. That's why I made the statements that I did.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you agree that the determination for retirement and replacement should be a forward-looking analysis.
Yes, I understand.
You won't have to do any more major maintenance overhauls on East Bend for the next 17 years?
East Bend's a different story.
Or, I'm sorry, not East Bend. I apologize.
Yeah.
Woodsdale is what I meant. I apologize.
Major maintenance, I'd have to think about the next cycle. So those gas turbine major inspections on those units there, it's starts based, but it's equivalent operating hours. It's 25,000 hours. So if you look at, 600 starts is what we did last year in 2022. If you do the math, it comes out to about 10 years. So is when the next major maintenance will be required. So if we're doing those in the next, 5 to 6 years, it gets you pretty close to that time frame.
Would you agree, though, in that next 5 to 6 years, you all are going to have to internally look at, does it make sense to make this these significant maintenance overhauls?
Yes.
Yeah. You're increasing the number of starts and stops. You're able to recover your variable operations and maintenance, at least those related to starts and stops, through your energy bids, right? Or through energy market. You're able to include that in your bids in the market, in the energy market, right?
I would defer those types of questions to
Mr. Swez?
Mr. Swez.
Yeah, he poor guy.
Swez.
All right. So starts and stops, I'm pretty sure, I'll just say, that you can get your variable O&M based on starts and stops, recover that through energy, through the energy markets. Are your starts and stops, I take from your testimony, they are increasing
Correct.
for Woodsdale, right?
Correct.
Is the duration of operation for each start increasing?
Not significantly. There have been times where, yes, last year we did see longer duration runs on the, when I say longer, it might be 4 or 5 hours versus 2 or 3 hours. But when you think about that, that's 30%, almost 40% longer. So yes, but so it does impact or could require that major maintenance to occur earlier, but the equivalent availability or the equivalent operating hour is a 20 times multiplier. So a single start is worth 20 hours. So that's still, the starts is still the major factor that's going to drive your maintenance interval, is what I'm trying to express.
But and the reason I ask the questions is because it's a little, it's not necessarily the inverse, but it is different than East Bend, where East Bend, as a general matter, was, pursuant to Council for Sierra Club's questions, East Bend was built to not start and stop often.
Correct.
And to run at some level, some minimum amount of level and above for long duration periods, right?
Correct.
And Woodsdale, CTs are created to start and stop often, but not necessarily run for prolonged periods.
Correct.
So I guess I'm a little thrown off in that I guess I can appreciate as an idea that the reduction in utilization of East Bend is a contributing factor to expecting East Bend to not last as long. That's the questions you were being earlier, right? It increases the risk of forced outages, it take greater wear and tear on the assets. But I guess I'm thrown off the fact that your testimony is that greater utilization of Woodsdale supports the extension of the life of Woodsdale, as opposed to the greater utilization of assets that incur major stay open costs are driven by starts and stops. So increasing starts and stops therefore drives additional costs for the units, and just my small brain would say that would actually reduce the estimated life of Woodsdale. What am I missing?
Yeah, so, and that's a fair point. I guess the best way to express it is, again, I'm thinking about useful life and value to the customer, right? So when I spoke about Woodsdale and the need going up, right? Therefore, to me, it's easier to justify the useful value of that asset. Through the testimony we heard from Mr. Park in review of the IRP, we see the useful value of an East Bend begin to decline as it ages, right? And in support of that, we know that an asset of that vintage, of that age, costs are going to increase. There's major infrastructure at these large coal assets that will need additional investment if we plan to operate into the late 2030s, into the early 2040s. When you look at the industry over the last 20 years, right, there's been hundreds of coal plants that have been retired. That's between 50 to 55 years is the average life of those assets when they retire. That's a pretty good indicator of useful life of a coal asset. So again, the value to the customer isn't as great at that point. And then when we think about the major maintenance investments when it comes to East Bend and the additional money that we'll have to spend to maintain reliability into the late 2030s, early 2040s, that's where I think the difference is. So regarding Woodsdale, I'm expressing the value is increasing, so it makes sense to extend that useful life. and align depreciation with Woodsdale. With East Bend, the data would suggest through the IRP increasing, expected increase, maintenance costs, expected decreased capacity factors. It makes sense that a useful life of East Bend in the mid-2030s makes sense, and therefore we should align depreciation with that as well. That's what I tried to express in my testimony.
So East Bend's a combustion turbine, or a number of combustion turbines, correct?
Woodsdale.
I'm sorry. Woodsdale is a number of combustion turbines, correct?
Correct.
East Bend is a single unit coal-fired boiler. Is that correct? Steam turbine.
Correct.
Does Duke's proposal to retire, I know for planning purposes or rates purposes, retire East Bend in 2035, is that decision a result at all with Duke's enterprise-wide target to exit coal in 2035?
So I'm aware of Duke's goals and their targets, and I would say that's what they are, right, is goals and targets. I think in terms of what our plans are, what our sustainability plans are, is pretty clear as a company and where we'd like to get to. But again, they're just that, they're goals and targets. We've also heard our company, our CEO also make mention that we're not going to risk affordability and reliability to achieve those goals, right? And that's how I look at it too, as the vice president of generation. I'm looking at safety, right? I'm looking at environmental compliance. I'm looking at reliable power for our customers. So I'm looking at it from a reliability perspective. I'm not making my decisions and how I'm operating these assets based on a corporate goal that's out there, a corporate sustainability goal. It's something I have to be aware of, but we're not making decisions based on those goals. At least I'm not.
For your Midwest generation, do you have any facilities that either Duke, Ohio or Duke, Kentucky have? That's the territory you're talking about for your?
I'm responsible for Midwest, so I have Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio.
Okay. Are you aware of any coal facilities in which the anticipated, similar to what your all's goal is here for East Bend, anticipated retirement dates or anything beyond 2035?
Right now, not currently in the Indiana IRP as well.
Okay.
I can't speak to the Carolinas, I don't recall, but I know.
So in terms of timing between the announcement that Duke had an enterprise-wide goal of 2035 and Duke, Kentucky's proposal to change the expected useful life of East Bend, the fact that both of those happened in a very similar time frame is coincidence, or is it a consideration in Duke, Kentucky's proposal to set the depreciable life of East Bend at 2035?
I can't speak to the timing. I go back to the IRP that Witness Park spoke to. There's a lot of work going into IRP that's published in 2021, right? And in that IRP is when we had already a consideration for a retirement date for East Bend. So I guess I can't dispute your comments based on the timing.
Okay. So if the filing of the IRP was roughly around the same time that target came out, you were unaware of those two being related. You don't have direct personal knowledge of those two being related.
I do not.
And so start, stop, variable recovery is Mr. Swez.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Luke. Counsel?
Thank you.
Just a couple questions. Mr. Luke, do you recall questions from the chairman about the 2040 useful life of Woodsdale? Do you know what the in-service date of the Woodsdale units are approximately?
1991.
1991. And do you know whether the age of the units are a factor in determining what their operational life might be?
Typically, yes.
And so with a 2040 retirement date for Woodsdale, do you know approximately, rough math, how old those units would be at that time?
It'd be about 50 years old.
And is a 50-year-old lifespan typical for a CT unit like Woodsdale?
Yes, as long as we can continue to secure parts for the asset, and we have been able to and expect we'll be able to continue to secure the major components for the turbine.
And just for sake of comparison, do you know the approximate in-service date of East Bend?
1982.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Let's just go ahead and try another one.
Certainly, Your Honor. For our next witness, we would call Mr. McClay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Jim McClay, at 526 South Church Street in Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Thank you, Your
Yes,
Honor. Thank you. Mr. McClay, good afternoon. Would you please state your position with the company for the record?
Sure, I'm the Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading.
Thank you. And would you please speak up? I'm having a...
Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading.
Thank you. And did you cause to file direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and responses to some data requests in
Yes.
this proceeding? Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents?
No.
If you were asked those questions again this afternoon, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is it your intention that that information be admitted into the record of this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
For the AG's office?
No questions, Chairman.
Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
Walmart?
No questions.
Kroger?
No questions, Your Honor.
Commission staff?
Well, I feel kind of bad saying that I have a few questions, but I do.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Mr. McClay, do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I apologize, I wrote it down as the PDF page. I think it is page 16 of your direct testimony and 17.
Okay.
I didn't write down exactly a line number, but in that, on those 2 pages, you mentioned that as of right now, that the company is not operating under an approved backup supply plan. Is that still correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the last one, I think it was a while ago.
Right. We went through May 31, 2022.
Was the
Was
end
the
of
last
it?
day it was in effect.
And then you mentioned, you go over what you propose to be a hedging plan in your testimony. And is this in response to any particular PJM requirement
No.
Okay. And your goal in presenting the plan then is to do what in particular with regard to Duke then?
Yeah, is to guard against or at least mitigate exposure to the daily price spikes that can occur when the units, when East Bend is either in a scheduled outage, a maintenance outage, a forced outage, or in general, out of economics.
Okay. And the economic part of it, I think it's part of your proposal. You are saying that you would like to treat the gains and losses as part of the FAC.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other way that you're aware of that you could do it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And okay. I think that was the only other question I had, Chairman.
Question?
No, I think I need to circle back with Mariah on her last questions.
So, have you read the order in the commission's order in approving Duke's last backup supply plan?
A while ago.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I read a portion of it, it may jog your memory. There's a portion on the page 7 of 9 of the order that says that in its next filing, Duke Kentucky should evaluate whether there is real risk and a need for a backup power supply plan and provide support whether a backup power supply plan is necessary. Duke Kentucky should also provide a long-term cost-effectiveness analysis of its backup power supply plans. Does that sound familiar? Is
Yes.
that what you all intended to do in this case?
We did submit our plan, right? And it did, I think what we were saying in my testimony, I should say, I did say that, we've been doing it for the past 16 years. And we've done the analysis, which is pretty long term, 16 years. And that we've come to a conclusion, buying power in the market, in the forward markets, is probably the most effective and mitigates, completes our goal of mitigating price spikes. And therefore, that should be sufficient.
Okay, but I just want to be clear. Your proposal that you put forward in your testimony do you believe covers this order or is intended to address what the commission was seeking in entering this order?
Well, I believe it covers that order, and it's pretty thorough. It manages, its backup supply, right? It is supply from the market, and it does, it does what it's intended, so.
When you say it does what it's intended, you mean to supply energy generally or to actually have some sort of hedging effect on what the volatility of the price of energy is when the company's units are unavailable?
That's correct. So when the company's units aren't available, it covers the supply as well as mitigates the volatility in the spot market.
Or the day ahead?
For the day ahead only. Well, that particular plan, our supply plan, was in the forward market, right? So we're able to do it for planned outages only. So, we would buy for the period of time that we anticipated there'd be an outage.
But you're participating in the day ahead always, which is technically
Yes.
a forward, it's just
Well, it's a
day
spot
forward.
market. No, it's
Yeah.
a spot market.
It's not as bad as LMP, but
Yeah,
it's the next day.
still the spot market, right?
Yeah.
You're not buying it 4 months in advance, multiple strips of energy. So it's definitely, every day you need it, you're in the spot market, day ahead market, and you're buying it at whatever the price is for the day ahead market.
You're subject to the volatility as opposed
Yes.
to getting ahead of it, yep. So, real quick, the Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading.
Yes.
So are you the person that sleep schedule would be thrown off if the electricity and the gas days were synchronized?
It probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
For you individually, or for the whole world,
Yeah,
for the whole United
world
States?
might not like that. No, it's, no, synchronizing, I think, is a step in the right direction. I think right now there is a mismatch, to say the least. I think actually going 24 hours would be better, only because, the NASB cycles end at 8 o'clock at night, and a lot happens between 8 o'clock at night and, 10 o'clock the next morning. So you have, so you don't really have the ability to buy gas, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, and never mind that, holidays and weekends.
it's killer. Yeah. Holidays
Right,
and
you
weekends.
better have done your work before you went home, right?
Yeah, well, here's the thing about holidays and weekends. You have, like, over Elliott, you had 5 days from, as you know, from Friday through Tuesday, and decisions had to be made in that, day ahead, right before Christmas. And, everybody made their arrangements, and there wasn't a lot of liquidity in the spot market because it was a holiday and weekend, so.
So that brings me to really the reason I'm asking this, not because gas, electric
You don't like the
coordination,
gas market.
harmonization isn't fascinating to me, because it is. But, the vice chair was asking earlier about Senate Bill 4, the constraints that Mr. Park has to do his job, the available types of replacement capacity, the utilization of the company's current resources, expected resources. I'll preface this, but it seems like we're increasingly dependent on a natural gas delivery system that was explicitly not created to provide gas for the production of electricity. Not particularly heavily invested in less. What type of input do you have in tail risk, in identifying issues or concerns with greater dependency or dependency at all on natural gas markets for natural gas systems and markets for the production of electricity as an input to things that Mr. Park does or Management Spiller does in making resource decisions for Duke Energy Kentucky? Actually, a full consideration of the benefits and risks of the type of generation or the type of generation that uses the fuel that you deal with most often.
Right. I think I'm in several meetings, obviously, with the planning folks, including IRP. We provide them with inputs, basis prices, gas prices. We also, we do a lot of, obviously, summer preparedness, winter preparedness. There's a lot of internal meetings that we discuss pipeline infrastructure, reliability, things like that. So there's nobody that's unaware of what's going on in the gas market in terms of infrastructure and lack of investment. So I would say, I talk about it all the time.
Yeah. So I just asked generally, do you have a concern around the fragility of the gas delivery system that we use, greater dependency on it?
I would say certain times, yes. Most of the time, no. In high demand periods, we witness, we do witness some strains on the system. If you look at last year and the year before, comes to mind is, there was limited coal or gas to coal switching, coal to gas switching. So you had the switching mechanism didn't work, so the relief valve for the gas market didn't really manifest itself, so we wound up burning more gas, more starts at Woodsdale, more starts in general everywhere because the system was relying on natural gas more than it should have, just because some of the coal situation in the international markets, what was happening.
And so what you're saying with the switching is contrary to the expectation that as gas prices rose, gas prices did go up, people started burning more coal, except they couldn't provide additional supplies because they ran out of coal fairly quickly when it started being utilized more.
Or they're managing their coal piles and therefore put more strain on the gas market.
Do you expect to have greater involvement in that resource planning conversation?
I am involved, but, yeah, I mean, I don't know what more I could
Yeah,
possibly do.
let me ask you this way. Is it your expectation that Mr. Park's group has an appreciation for the tail risk that exists today in our natural gas system? The way that you or other people who do this on a daily basis might?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. McClay. Mr. D'Ascenzo, do you have any redirect to the witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, you may be excused, Mr. McClay. All right, that's a day's worth of work. We've gotten through 8 witnesses today, excused 7 of them. We'll start with Mr. Swesmore. Is that your expectation?
Yes,
Mr.
Your
D'Ascenzo?
Honor, and
Okay.
about the excusal of Ms. Spiller, she has some conflicts tomorrow. She needs to be in Cincinnati, but she can be back here on Thursday, if that is okay.
All day tomorrow?
I believe.
Your Honor, if I may, excuse me. Tomorrow morning, I need to chair the Port Authority's board meeting. I am the vice chair, the chair is out of town, and then during the day, we will be celebrating with the YWCA 8 Career Women of Achievement, and I am co-chairing the luncheon in their honor.
What time will that be over?
It is a long day affair, I'm understanding, and will conclude at 2 o'clock.
Okay. I'd ask if it's done in a reasonable manner. We're gonna be here all night. We'd love for you to be here with us. We're gonna be here late, but definitely would like you back on Thursday.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you'll start with Mr.
Mr.
Swez,
Swez,
first
right
thing in the
now.
morning, and then after that, we will have another dozen witnesses. So I think we actually made good progress this morning. Ms. Grumman?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I just thought in terms of your statement that we would go late on Wednesday and Thursday, Walmart witness Chris does have, and he already has travel planned to depart out of the Lexington Airport at 6 p.m. So I know we have him set for a date certain on Thursday. Just wanted to plant a flag for you that ideally we would take him earlier in the day on Thursday. And
I don't
know-
want to cut you off. I just would ask, in furtherance of this, if you could address this with Mr. Diaz, address this with the applicant and you don't have to make them happy. If y'all can't come to an agreement, we'll deal with it. But-
Actually, he was actually very accommodating earlier in the process, said that he would be fine if we took him out of order before I even filed my motion, but we'll follow up with him depending on where we get as the hearing progresses. I just wanted to go ahead and let you know, rather than first thing Thursday morning saying, hey, can we go ahead and take my witness? I thought
So
that'd be
my
helpful.
perspective on this is we've already granted him the date certain, so there's no point in quibbling over the time certain of the day. And it's for the applicant to object. So if you have an agreement with the applicant at a time to take your witness out of place in the middle of their, presentation of the case, as long as they agree to it, we won't have to make a decision on it.
I just wanted to give you a heads up so that as we were planning the days and everything, it didn't come as a surprise while we were talking through the schedule. So
I appreciate it. So if you all do come up to an agreement on that, I just ask that you tell Ms. Temple or Ms. Tessie.
Will do. Thank you so
Thank you.
Yeah, and Your Honor, there is no objection. We're happy to work with Walmart on that.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. DeSenzo. Anything else that we need to take up before we leave today?
Your Honor, just following up on my request earlier today on a date certain for my witness tomorrow.
Yeah, have you spoken to the applicant about that?
No, but I will do that when we're through. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll apply the same rationale, and if there's a concern, we'll take it up at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, I meant to say that when we got back from lunch, and I apologize for not bringing it up. So tomorrow, let's plan on taking a lunch at 12:30, okay? Or approximately 12:30 tomorrow, probably take another 45-minute lunch, and then we'll do, depending on where you are from, in Kentucky, dinner or supper, probably around 6:30. Okay. Is there anything?
Oh, I was going to speak to the applicant about maybe putting our witness on Thursday.
Okay, yeah, if you all can talk about that on the sideline, make sure there's disagreement or no disagreement, just so you can represent it either way, that'd be great. But we'll at least be here on Thursday. Is there anything else? Okay, all right, so we will come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.